Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Day 123. A whole week has passed since my second mana core ranked up to rank 2, and I haven't been slacking off. We trained diligently through these 7 days. I trained my skills, techniques, and everything I had. I had even begun to practice alchemy with Benin and Pokora, who was unexpectedly very talented at it. I had also begun trying my hand at blacksmithing, but the conventional way of doing it doesn't seem so easy for me. My ice smith, however, is superior, and I've been multitasking on it by creating weapons, accessories, and armor with ice, scales, and lesser and more moldable materials I could find around. I had built myself a whole set of equipment for my ice giant form to wear alongside my Scotty. There's a new friend in a giant ice blade too. My entire equipment set is awesome, and it brings a clear boost to my power, although modifying it to adjust to my dragon form is too hard. However, I've infused enough runes through my alchemy knowledge and alchemy magic. I've made it so these special equipment turns into magic energy when I transform and then go back to normal when I go back to an ice giant form. However, in my dragon form, I don't receive their boost in power, but in such a form I am too mighty to even need them. But because they would surely try to hunt me down if I revealed I was a dragon, pretending to be an ice giant was ideal in situations that involved meddling with other societies. So, aside from the vicious and bloodthirsty Scotty, who has been slowly growing stronger, there's another partner in an ice blade, which I named Uler, like the Norse god of winter. I'm pretty clever, huh? The other equipment I made doesn't become intelligent as weapons do. I don't know why that is, but weapons have some kind of transcendental mysticism in this world. There's something that makes them possible to become intelligent. Or maybe it is because I've been crafting this blade as a side project for months now. Whatever's the case, here's this bad boy. Cold, heavy ice blade of winter. Uler, B grade++. Durability, 9,000/9,000. Attack power, 8,000. Magic conductivity, 7,500. Weapon speed, 6,500. Traits, Dragon Mark, Steel, Evolving Weapon, B. Slicing Ice Blades, B. Furious Dragon Strength, B. Auto Repair, B. Winter Fury, B. Uler's Blessing, B. Slaughter Healing, B. Levitate, B. Independent Weapon, B. Living Weapon, B. Mana Core Assimilation, B. Soul Absorption, B. Blade Technique, B. Aura Blade, B. Bone Crushing Claws, C. Berserk Mode, C. After I made it, I gave it a piece of my soul, almost of the same size as Scotty, and it gained sentience. Alongside that, it gained a dragon mark as well. For some reason, dragon mark's traits in living weapons appear as SSS grade in quality, meaning that they're excellent and surpass even their limits. He naturally gained the ability to assimilate mana cores and even souls, so he's quickly catching up to Scotty. Due to this, he can easily get skills for monsters after assimilating a lot of their mana cores. This week he got 2, which are those C-grade skills. Both come from hunting mini bears and assimilating their mana cores. Where is he? Here's Scotty for comparison. Bloodthirsty Spear of Freezing Winter. Scotty, B grade +++- A grade. Durability, 14,000/14,000-22,000/22,000. Attack power, 12,500-18,500. Magic conductivity, 10,500-16,500. Weapon speed, 13,500-20,500. Traits, Dragon Mark, Slaughter, SSS, Evolving Weapon A, Piercing Ice Spikes, Furious Dragon Strength, Auto Repair A, Winter Storm A, Scotty's Blessing, Slaughter Healing, Levitate, Independent Weapon A, Living Weapon A, Mana Core Assimilation, Soul Absorption A, Spear Technique, Consecutive Triple Thrust, Acrobatics B, Bone Crushing Claws B, Adaptability B, Fear-Inducing Aura A, Venomous Fong B, Ice, Magic A, Mana Manipulation C, she got stronger. She already evolved again and reached A grade in quality. Her stats skyrocketed after absorbing hundreds of souls and mana cores through these last days. But it seems that she finally hit a bottleneck and is not getting much out of mana cores anymore. That's good. She was getting way too OP. It was honestly scared me to even provoke her. Anyways, she got super strong, strong enough that I fear she might be able to slay me. Her skills all ranked up with her. Some of them became B rank, while others A rank. By ranking up, she got the ice magic and mana manipulation skills out of nowhere though, which surprised me. It seems that she can now use more intricate magic spells, and so on. So she has become even deadlier. Her dragon mark enhances her ability to, well, slaughter, and gives her bonuses when she has killed enough beings, or when she's fighting many foes at the same time. Meanwhile, Uler's dragon mark enhances his defenses and makes him steel-like sturdiness and resiliency. But maybe even higher than that. I believe steel is kind of shitty compared to my magic ice. Anyways, with these two bodyguards, I have nothing to fear inside the dungeon, I believe, and I will have even less to fear with my companions. Yuki, Frost, the Crows, Binladen, and more, which I'm planning to bring with us. Alongside Binladen's parents too, why not? Probably I will bring Tisha and Pecora too. I want to see them in more action, and this practice might sharpen their rusty fighting spirit. Although you don't earn EXP by killing monsters in this world, the materials they give are special and useful, and the monsters inside a dungeon can also bring a lot of rewards and the like. Although the 50% that we have to give back is a pain. And that's why I've already cut apart the small soul piece where the contract was and saved it inside my inventory. LOL. This way, even if I violate the norm and give less than 50%, it doesn't matter because the contract was now made with a separate soul from mine. Aside from the equipment I've made, I have practiced null attribute quite plentifully, to the point that I have to build up some spells with it, although they are nothing crazy. Maybe a bit. Null attribute magic seems to be able to create phenomena similar to telekinesis, telepathy, and flight. In fact, it is very enhancing your senses or using raw elementless magic to do something. By concentrating large raw amounts of null attribute, you could do stuff such as lifting objects with it, named telekinesis spell. However, unlike my wind lift, which I use to lift objects through wind manipulation, it is immensely costly, but perhaps way more precise too. There is also far talk, which lets me do telepathy pretty much, but at very long distances, which might be quite useful combined with my own telepathy. I could even build a telepathic network with enough time. There are also things such as levitate, using telekinesis to lift yourself and fly. It is swifter to fly with this spell, but as I said previously, it costs a lot of mana. Even my own mana is not enough. Insane. And then there are offensive methods, such as Empty Bullet, which is a large bullet of transparent null attribute mana. It is quite strong, and because it lacks an element, it can hit anything to cause damage, and there is literally nothing that can resist it or nullify it. I guess that's the strength of this attribute. Nothing can escape from it. But who could even have enough mana to even use this attribute properly? It is already very rare, and every venerable already had an element, so they never had the power to use null attribute. I guess it will be a mystery, though. I'm sure that if there could be someone with infinite mana or something that could use this attribute, well, it would become broken. Anyways, aside from that, I've been practicing and improving my death attribute magic as well, and I've learned and mastered a few more spells, mostly those used for stuff like fermentation, drying food, and so on. Although I managed to create others that can leach heat and cold stuff quite fast, although they're not as effective as my winter magic anyways. Talking about ice magic, I upgraded some of the equipment of everyone. Binladen got herself a completely new set of equipment from armor to accessories, and she honestly looks so pretty with it. Anyways, I also enhanced her axe, and I asked her if she wanted me to put a split soul inside, but she said it would be weird, so I decided not to. I had added a lot of runes into her axe, death attribute runes, so it became something like a death axe that constantly exudes an aura of darkness. It doesn't affect her because I made it specifically to not affect the wielder, but it could be capable of some crazy stuff. I also made pocket spatial storage for everyone. I can already do skill runes, so I just made some leather bags and stuck around 100 spatial inventory skill runes on it, and the leather bags suddenly were able to store things inside a small dimension. It wasn't as big as mine, though, around half mine, but it was good enough to carry a lot of things. Everyone had their personal one now, even the kids. I could actually make an amazing amount of money by just selling these. But I prefer not to reveal that I can create them so easily. It would easily bring me more trouble than money in the end. But I will keep selling my failures of equipment, which didn't seem as suspicious according to Ricasha, the shopkeeper I met the other day, which I decided to go visit today. Skill runes have a lot of insane possibilities now that I think about it, but they do take some time to make effective. But the possibility of infusing skill runes into everything and give them crazy effects is a good possibility. I had already tried out the spatial inventory bags, and they were a great success. Now imagine the rest. Selling my crafted equipment won't cause as much revolt as spatial storage bags, because the latter is very rare and desired items that often only very rich people have. Well, but this equipment will give us a lot of money. In a week, 40% of the money we got from the bandit raid had been spent on food, so we really need some more funds. Haha, maintaining such a big population is hard. Our farm project is still ongoing, and the hunters, although they bring a dozen of beasts a day, is clearly not enough anymore. I wish I had a summoning skill to infinitely summon monsters, but that would be way too overpowered and convenient. For now, we were getting almost ready. I was going to go down with Benin, her parents, Flair, Miranda, Yuki, Frost, and a few others, such as Tisha and Pecora. I didn't want them to be too many. The limit of party members that can enter at once in a dungeon is 20 after all. After that, we decided to get going. Benin seemed quite excited. This was her first time visiting a dungeon, and well, mine too. I can't help but be a bit nervous. But this last week was pretty chill, so I managed to cool down from all we went through. Said Benin. Yeah, I feel more refreshed as well. Let's just get to it and have fun. I said, I hope we can find something strong to fight against. I don't want it to be a piece of cake, though. Said Yuki. Take care, you lot. Don't come back half dead. Dungeons are dangerous places. I recommend you to go to a low-level one for today. Said Dragon. Yeah, we're going to visit the weaker one today. The next days we'll visit the rest, just so we can get used to the layouts and more, I said. Yeah? So there's no challenge then, said Yuki. Ugh, this little rat girl. Yeah? So there's no challenge then, said Yuki. Yuki, kids are coming with us. Do you think they can handle rank 2 monsters from the get-go? Are you nuts? I sighed, patting her head a bit roughly. Ack. Okay, Oki, sighed Yuki, as she noticed Flair and Miranda at our side. The 2 little girls were wearing special tunics and light armor made by me, which enhanced their magic power. They also got themselves staffs to cast magic, and accessories that enhance mana regeneration through enhanced mana regeneration skill runes. In fact, most of the equipment of everyone was imbued the most with these skill runes, even mine, which multiply my mana regeneration even more. Hee, this is really cheating at this point. I wonder if we could find a new spirit in the dungeon. They say that spirits and elementals wander dungeons with a lot of mana into them because they need it to sustain themselves. Said Pecora. Is that so? Yep. I found one of mine, the sunflower, inside a little dungeon back in my place, where snow wasn't as common. She was a little seed by then. I've raised her into the powerful sunflower she is after years of training with her. Said Pecora. The little sunflower emerged in her hand as it greeted us. It only communicated by smiling or laughing like a little girl, but it seemed to be a pure spirit. I wonder if I could get my own spirit. We descended from Fuyu as Fuyu said her goodbyes. Don't take too long, okay? Hey, what about your weapons? Asked Fuyu. I'll leave the 2 here, for now. I prefer them to act as guards. The dungeon we're going won't be that fun for them anyway, I said. Sigh, all right. I'll have to deal with the psychopath Scotty. Sighed Fuyu. Who are you calling psychopath? Is there something wrong in enjoying slaughter as a hobby? Asked Scotty. You heard me, cried Fuyu. I left the 2 speaking by themselves. I am sure that they'll get it together. As we walked through the nearby pine tree forest and reached the town around the walls of the sect, we were greeted by a more peaceful sight. Now that we defeated the annoying bandits and thugs going around everywhere, and how we took all the slaves, there wasn't any ugly situation like we saw before. In fact, the people seemed more in peace than ever before. Kids playing around the streets without risking being assaulted, and then enslaved old grandmas, enjoying the day out with their families. A man selling milk with his buffalo while going around the streets, and more. I guess this might be not permanent, but taking care of the trash here really made things prettier. However, the moment we reached town, we immediately got some weird glares. That's because we're not just ice giants. I brought a giant ice wolf with a draconic appearance, which I and Benleden were mounting alongside Flare and were in, and there were also a few beastkin and ice elves from the former slaves teams. Huh. Been a while since I got into town. Do all the people always look at us like this? Asked Benleden. No, this is because of our friends, I said. Oh, right, sighed Benleden. What's the big deal? Did you lost something, big guy? Asked Yuki, looking defiantly at a man that was looking at her, and the other rabbitkin with furrowed eyebrows. What with that tone, you animal? Roared the ice giant. I apologize for her rudeness. She's such a rascal sometimes. But she's just a young girl, so please excuse us, I said, grabbing Yuki as I gave a few mana stones to the man. So he shut up. What are you doing, you dork? She roared. Try to ignore their glares. Get used to them. You'll be coming to town with us a lot, I said. Jeez. But they look at us as if we were monsters, she said. Well, you were a monster. I said. All right. Well, still, she said. I get it. I'll invite you to eat something yummy later, I said. Oh. Yuki began to move her tail around excitedly as Benleden chuckled. Yuki never changes, foo-foo. We got through the mass of people looking at us weirdly. As we made our way to Ricasha's town, my slime clone I left here had barely moved from its spot, but it seems that there are secrets that Ricasha hasn't revealed, such as a little girl he is living on his hut at the side of his shop, but I haven't dared to spy on him for now, although I am curious if it is his daughter or something. Inside a little hut near his shop, a little girl with pale white skin, short wine-colored hair, and crimson-red eyes wearing leather clothes looked over the window. He's gone again, she sighed. She moved around the hut and reached the table, which was made for ice giants, so she had to crawl over it through the seats. Oof. Blood. Her uncle had left her a cup of fresh blood and a note, alongside a cookie. Be a good girl, and don't try to come to the shop again. She read the note. She got a bit angry and pouted. I just want to see more of the outside world. She sighed, drinking the blood. As she drank it all, her eyes shone with bright crimson-red light, and her body felt revitalized and refreshed. The blood-red mana core she had in her chest glowed a bit, boosting her power. This blood seems tastier. Is it Uncle's blood? I told him he shouldn't use his own. Rabbit or bear blood is fine. She sighed. She remembered that her uncle told her yesterday that she was growing sickly, and she had said that if she were to drink humanoid blood, she could recover a bit more. But who would be willing to give out their own blood or even sell it in this world? Due to that, he decided to just give her his own blood. Gulp. Who's there? She wondered, looking at a group of people entering her uncle's shop. We reached Ricasha's shop as we found out it was too little and stretchy for the entire group to get in. So I left Frost with some of the other members. Although I brought anyone interested. Ricasha was reading a book when we got inside. He was even wearing glasses, something I never expected to see in this cultivation world. Oh, Drake. So many people. Is that a chinchilla, a monkey, beastkin? They're incredibly rare. And so many rabbitkin. And ice elves too, said Ricasha, smiling fascinated by our party's race variety. This old man's nuts, said Yuki. Hello, muttered Pecora. Hi there, what's so special about ice elves? Asked Tisha. And nothing. It's just that. It has been a while since I saw them. I barely get out of my hut, you see, said Ricasha. I am beginning to think that this old man must have a weird fetish, said Yuki. Yuki, from where did you learn that word? I asked as I shut her up. But yeah, maybe he liked fluffy people and ice elves? He did look quite excited. Perhaps he was really into other species? Maybe that's why he's so open-minded. He might have some adventures when he was younger with a variety of interspecies girls. Sorry about that. I just got some hit of nostalgia. When I was younger, I used to visit a lot of places. and met a lot of girls from various races, so I'm reminded of their lovely embraces when I see girls from their races just as pretty as they were," said Ricasha. So he was really a degenerate old man. I can't believe it. Well, if I were in his position, I might have done the same. But for the better, I was blessed and guided into the path of one true love in my Benlidin. So you were really into them. Okay, but don't try anything weird, old man. I said, "Gahaha, you jest. I'm not that lively anymore. I have to admit that I was quite the rascal back then, but don't worry, I am a senile old man by now. I just want to settle down and live my last years in my shop," said Ricasha. Seriously, just when I thought he was a decent guy, he had such a backstory. Wait, I should just let it be. Anyways, what's up? Are these your friends? Really? I've never seen these people around this place. Not like I want to offend or something, but the guys in here are super racists. And I've seen some of your people even enslaved. It wouldn't be a good thing to bring them inside the walls, said Ricasha. He was rough, but it was the truth. The people here were indeed quite racist. Don't worry, we'll get through it anyway. I'm not rank 3 for nothing. If anyone dares to come fucking with us, I will blast them out of the orbit. I said, "Haha, what a reliable leader," laughed Ricasha. In the end, I presented everyone in here with their names and all. Ricasha noticed the 2 little girls Benlidin was carrying in her arms, which he thought were our daughters. "Are those little angels your daughters? They have different hair colors, though. Maybe your grandparents had them?" asked Ricasha. "Well, they are our daughters, yes, but not by blood," I said. "But we still love them lots and lots," said Benlidin, rubbing her nose over the girls cutely. The 2 began to chuckle adorably, as Ricasha smiled with an understanding nod. Oh, I see. I also got my own little girl like that. You see, I picked her up 2 years ago. Now she's doing better. I hope she can grow into a decent woman and get out into the world to do whatever she pleases," said Ricasha. "Oh, I didn't know you were working as a part-time father now." I laughed. Haha. Well, I don't like her to get out of the hut because, well, she's not from a race welcomed here, said Ricasha. I see. Well, I hope you can handle her well. You're a gentle old man, so I am sure you can. I said, haha, I'm a bit grumpy. She always calls me a boring and grumpy old man, sighed Ricasha. She has quite the sharp tongue for a little girl, said Benlidin. Yeah, she always says she was from a royal family, or whatever. I don't know what to do in that regard, because she doesn't even know where her place is, and well, not like she missed them that much, said Ricasha. I see. Anyways, we came to sell you a bunch of stuff. Prepare your eyes. These are my best works so far, I said. I revealed a pile of failure items that for Ricasha were like premium items. They were imbued with a variety of magic runes and even skill runes, so he was fascinated as he used his abilities to inspect their properties. Oh, by Emer, are you sure you're not an arcane smith, Drake? He cried in shock. Haha, no, I'm just a very humble ice attribute magus, I said. The very humble, he cried, glaring at the items. I brought some for you. I know you can't buy them all. By the way, did you sold the others? I asked. Yep. I resold them to the sect and made a nice buck. Thank you. He said, no prob. Buy the ones you need. And take 3 extra for free. Take care of your girl, I said. D. Drake. Really? He asked. Yeah. In fact, look at this. I want you to have one of them, I said as I gave him a spatial inventory bag. Yeah? Why you made it? You're a spatial magician? He asked. Let's say I have a lot of secrets. But let's keep these as a secret between men. I said, PFFF. Ha ha ha. All right. I like you, Drake. You're a good man and a good father. Thank you for this, he said as he lowered his head. Don't worry about it, Dash. However, before I could finish my sentence, the back door opened as a little girl entered the shop. Uncle, I want to meet the people. Before I could finish my sentence, the back door opened as a little girl entered the shop. Uncle, I want to meet the people. A little girl with pale white skin and sharp crimson-red eyes, short wine-red hair, and little leather clothes wearing a hairpin in the shape of a bat and a beautiful necklace with a red jewel entered the shop out of the back door. Yeah, Ruby, get back to the hut, cried Ricasha as he used his body to cover her body from us. I don't want. I am bored, she cried. Who is she? Asked Benlidin. her hair and skin color, muttered Tisha. What? Wait, that's a human? Asked Pecora. No, humans don't have pointy ears. I'm sure of that, said Benliden's mother. She's a vampire, said Tisha. A vampire? All of us almost dropped to the floor. But it was pretty obvious, even more when I checked her stats. Name, Ruby Von Sange 6. Race, purebred vampire marquis, female. Mana core cultivation, blood mana core, rank 1, upper stage. Status, curious, blood curse, currently satiated. Average estimated vitality, 1500. Average estimated mana, 3000/3000. Average estimated strength, 1200. Average estimated dexterity, 1600. Average estimated magic, 3500. Abilities, purebred vampire bloodline, vampire progenitor descendant, blood curse, vampire marquis. Vampire weaknesses, lessened due to satiation. Night vision, hasten vitality, recovery. Undying body, status effect, immunity. All element resistance, except light and fire. Enhanced 5 senses, blight blood, charm, blood storage, kin control, telepathy, vampiric eyes, blood magic. Wow, I never thought the status of a little girl would surprise me this much. She was so small yet. Look at her stats. I know they are not much compared to me or Benliden as of now, but she's very strong for her level. Now imagine if it were a whole army of vampires like these, who all cultivated and trained properly. I can see why they conquered the entire world in the last era before the Ice Queen Venerable came. And this race wasn't even original from this world. It came to be due to a unique skill from a reincarnated person. I never thought I would get to see a vampire so soon. Damn it, sighed Ricasha as he sighed while hugging Ruby. See, could you guys keep this as a secret? He asked. Sure, I don't mind. Is this the girl you talked us about? I asked. Yes, she's Ruby, sighed Ricasha. Oh, you already introduced me to them, Uncle. Good job. I am Ruby. Nice to meet all of you. Whoa, so many different shapes. And you're so fluffy, said Ruby, as she walked around leisurely like a spoiled princess, petting Yuki and Pecora. Oh, I am not someone to be petted, said Yuki. Don't believe her, she loves it, I said. So what are your names? It is not usual to have so many guests, said Ruby. Well, we ended introducing ourselves to her, as Ricasha spoke a bit about the girl. I found her 2 years ago when I went hunting for ice bears. She was sickly, her clothes were all destroyed, and she was about to be eaten by a peak stage rat gorilla. Despite her strength, she doesn't know how to use her talents well, so she sucks at fighting, said Ricasha. Hey, it seems that Ruby, despite having so high stats and many abilities, is very bad at using them properly. She needs proper training. I am from the Von Sange family of vampires. We live, I don't know where they are, but they lived far away, she said pridefully. You don't know where they lived? Asked Benliden. And no, I don't remember well what happened. I used to be spoiled by my mother, but one day, when I woke up, I found myself in the snows, right in the open, far away from my home. She sighed. How strange. I muttered. Right. I don't even know what happened. Geez. All of my family was filled with detestable people anyways. My mother was the only redeeming person. She said, so strange to see a little girl speak like an adult. Are you sure she's little? Asked Benliden. I am quite young, said Ruby. She's actually 13, despite looking around 6, said Ricasha. Oh, I guess you guys age slowly? Asked Pecora. We do, sighed Ruby. Vampires are always said to be bloodthirsty demons, which you cannot communicate with. But you seem pretty decent, said Tisha. Ruby, what's that cute necklace? Asked Flare. Oh, do you like it? Fufu, it is the last gift left my mother, said Ruby. So pretty. I also got one made by Papa, said Noreen, showing her magic-boosting necklace. Certainly, it suits your color scheme, dear, said Ruby. She was happy to finally speak with people. It seems that she had been in closed doors for a long time. Sigh. Well, it seems she's already getting closer with your girls, said Ricasha. Is she always alone? I asked. Why, yeah. I can't bring her to town, An entire revolt will happen if I do. If I come with her hunting, she might still be found out by other hunters. There's a large quantity of the population here that goes hunting after all, said Ricasha. That's certainly quite troublesome, sighed Benladin. That little girl. Does she want to go back home? Asked Benla. Certainly, she does. But I'm too afraid to make the whole trip to her home, especially because we don't even know where it is exactly. She had never walked outside of her home, said Ricasha. Interesting. It would be cool to meet more vampires, but if they threw away such a cute and little girl to the wilds like nothing, I would guess they are not that nice of a race. Nonetheless, finding some vampire evildoers to eat and get their skills does excite me. Ruby, was there any bad guy where you lived? Bandits? I asked. My whole family was quite rotten, and there were certainly a lot of organizations that Mother spoke to me about. Why, she asked. I see. Maybe shortly, we could try to find them. It seemed as if Flair and Warren liked the vampire girl, and Ruby was also enjoying their presence. I suppose she is just a girl that wanted to make friends at long last. I don't know her background completely, so I don't know what she went through or anything. But who the hell would throw their kid into the wilderness out of nowhere? I fear there might have been some conspiracy going on, or something. This girl might be more important than it seems. And her potential as a vampire seems quite amazing. I can't help but want to see how far it could reach. Like a game character sort of deal. Wait, I shouldn't really think like that. Anyways, my inner father instincts, which had developed as I took care of the kids and the baby Sue, are giving me more compassion over a stranger than I should have. Wait, I am actually very compassionate, damn it. For now we are going into the dungeon, so we are leaving, I said after Ricasha paid for the equipment he brought, of course. I had gifted him some too. All right, Ruby, let's go back to the hut, said Ricasha. Yeah, but it has barely been half an hour, protested Ruby. Ruby, Flair, and Warren can come and visit you tomorrow. Do you girls want to? Asked Benladin. Yeah, Ruby is interesting, said Flair. She's small, said Warren. After all, Flair and Warren, despite being very young, not even at double digits, were already above a meter tall, while Ruby was still small, not even reaching a meter yet, despite being older. Tomorrow, will you come? I will prepare you something yummy to eat, said Ruby. She can cook, I asked. Why, yeah, she likes to do things while in the hut. More so, often she cooks me to lunch and dinner, and even sews clothes and stuff. I don't ask her to do any of this, said Ricasha. I do it because it is very boring to stay at home, said Ruby. I see. Well, from tomorrow onwards, we can come and meet you with the girls. We can also bring more of the kids. I said. Oh, really? Asked Ruby. Yeah, why not? I asked as I petted her. She was cute. Thank you, uncle, she said with a cute smile, showing her sharp vampiric fangs while smiling. Here, take this. It is a special blood I have gotten from a mystical creature I slew, I said as I decided to give a bottle of my own blood to Ruby. This blood is often kept for the use of alchemy magic. My own dragon blood is an excellent ingredient to make potions, which I was going to sell too. Ooh, it looks so fresh, she said while licking her lips. Yeah, you're being so generous, said Ricasha. That's because I consider you a good friend, and I am sometimes way too nice with cute girls, I said. Ha ha, I guess we have something in common. I think you're perhaps the nicest man I've met in a long while, Drake. Take care, said Ricasha, giving me his hand. Sure thing, see you tomorrow. After the whole incident, Ruby was led back to the hut with Ricasha, and I sneaked in another slime clone I made in the get-go. Using one of my hands, I used body transformation and made it into a slime, jumping over Ruby's clothes. It is just a way to look over her, so she doesn't do crazy stuff. I believe this little girl might bring a lot of interesting events, so I don't want anything to happen to her until then. And maybe if she drinks my blood, she can get some extra abilities and maybe even a dragon mark. Who knows? For now, this is enough though. After this incident, we walked towards the gate of the walls, and I paid the hefty fee to pay for all these people to enter. The guards looked at us super weird, but I said that they were members of my sect, which had already been registered. Leaking a bit of my rank, 3-mana core essence, also made them very serviceable all out of a sudden. There wasn't any law that said anything against other races than ice giants. Actually, but it was so deeply engraved into their minds that other races of small ones were used as slaves that the people looked at them weird when they were not wearing collars of slavery. Truly, this whole sect city is pretty rotten. Through the way, we also saw a few sect members walking around with their slaves, which often worked as close servants similar to maids, butlers, and the like, and other times as well, sexual partners. Tisha and Pecora crossed glances with more than one of these slaves, as some were ice, elves, and rabbitkin, and looked at me with worried expressions. Geez, I get it. We'll get to rescue them eventually. But unlike the outside, inside the sect, everything is different. Everyone is way stronger, and the elder is at average at rank 3, you know? I told them through telepathy. The two nodded happily. Just by telling them that I would eventually rescue them made them happy. So much that Pecora waved her very little bunny tail, and Tisha's pointy ears moved around happily. Now the question is how exactly I would do that. Well, for starters, I began to distribute slime clones all around the sect's city, only small ones made with little split souls, while I also sent a stronger one to every slave I saw. My soul ended quite exhausted, but I was going to recover by eating the souls of the monsters inside the dungeon. However, before that, we made a quick stop at the local market, and I went to sell my items to a shopkeeper of equipment. The woman that attended me looked like a sexy ice giant witch, and she bought everything while drooling in fascination over my creations. "Oh my, I'm going to make a fortune reselling this," she laughed. She still paid me fairly and got around 500k mana stones, which was enough for around a week or more of food. I could produce more equipment through the days. I had considered selling her a spatial bag, but I decided to not for now. When we finally reached the dungeon areas at the back of the city, we found a large crowd around. However, we easily ignored them as I had already reserved the next week for my group. Although there would be other groups too, the reservation system accepted up to 3 groups per week. When there weren't any reservations, they accepted smaller groups freely. The reservations cost money, of course, around 50k per day, and that's without counting the 50% of what I have to give them back. Anyways, the guards received me with nervous smiles as I released my complete mana aura alongside everyone in my party. Our strength, especially mine, scared most of the sect members, and everyone moved away to give us space to pass through. Who are they? I've never seen an elder like that. He's quite handsome. All elders are usually so old, but he's quite young. And the people with them, they have quite a lot of slaves. Those aren't slaves. Look, they don't have collars. What? Not slaves. So, they're members? Citizens. I decided to speak a bit with the people, with a firm tone of voice. I am Lord Drake, sect master of the Winter Dragon sect. As you can see, I have other races as my sect members. I'm not ashamed to admit it, because no matter the race, these are still strong warriors and people that I deem as worthy to be at my side. If anyone dares to say another word against their freedom, they'll have to meet with my magic and fists. I said, as I released my intimidation skills. The people began to tremble in fear, although some bold ones were about to talk back. Only a glance from me was enough to make them reconsider it. That I was sitting over an almost 5-meter-tall ice dragon wolf, Frost, also made up for the intimidation. After that, I decided to continue walking. I see. So people here are very respectful. I'm grateful that no one has any objection with my way of life. I said. The guards guarding the dungeon where we were going smiled nervously at me as they let me pass. Please go on, Lord Drake. They seem to have quickly gotten the notice of a new allied sect from the outside world. Ah, thank you for your hospitality. I will not forget this, I said with a smile as we got into the dungeon. That was awesome, dearie, said Benladin as she hugged me from behind. Boss. Boss really loves us. We love you too, Lord. The rabbitkin and ice elves that were below Tisha and Pecora command were all showering me with their respect and being overly clingy. Thank you for that, said Tisha. Indeed, you really shut them up. I guess that as long as you have power in this world, no matter the race, you'll be respected. I guess that's what we got to do then, get more power, said Pecora. Indeed, let's make sure to work hard from now on, said Tisha. The other with them cheered to their words. I can see why Benladin chose him. He's really a good man, said Benla. That was incredible, I have to admit it, said Ladan. Haha, you're being too exaggerated. Is the least I could do, father-in-law. I said, yeah, okay, I'll admit it. I am thankful you really shut them down with that, said Yuki. Papa is awesome, said Flare. I want to be as brave as Papa when I grow up, said Norin timidly. Fufu, you'll surely be, dearie, said Benladen. The dungeon where we went was named Frost Goblin Adobe. It was the lowest level dungeon in the sect, and it had a variety of ogre-type monsters from frost goblins, ice orcs, winter trolls, and even the last boss, a rank 1 peak stage old yeti. The entire place was like very old temple-like ruins made of blue-colored bricks. The floor, walls, and ceiling were a bit slippery, as they were covered in a thin layer of ice. There was some snow here and there, and the overall light came from glowing crystals in the corner of each corridor, which were named illumination crystal, and was actually harvested to use in illumination devices. We harvested these as we went around. The dungeon was rather large for a newbie dungeon. It had over 20 floors. Each floor was like a small maze with 10 rooms of around 15 by 15 meters. Through my abilities, we guided ourselves quite nicely. The place seemed mostly empty at first, but when we got inside the second room, we were greeted by a swarm of frost goblins led by an ice orc. Frost goblins looked like your typical big-nosed, ear-pointed red little guy, but they were clear blue-colored instead of green and wore leather clothes, although sometimes they were straight-up nude. They had white fur around their bodies and wore ice weapons. They could conjure icicle spears sometimes, or impulse themselves using icy winds. They looked like Smurfs on steroids. Meanwhile, the ice orc was taller than the 1.5-meter frost goblin. They were around the same size as an ice giant and had uglier faces than the ugliest ice giants I've ever seen. They had large tusks growing from their lower jaws and a single white horn in the middle of their forehead, often very muscular, but they also had a big belly. He also wore a large, blue-colored axe made of a strange metal. It was a magic item from the dungeon's drops themselves. Grygagagagaya. The frost goblins rushed towards our group right away. They were around 20, all tightly packed up in a big and messy army, while the orc moved slowly. The frost goblins were all rank 1 initial stage, but there were some frost goblins with special abilities such as sword technique or spear technique, which are named frost goblin swordsmen or frost goblin spearmen. Those were middle stage. Meanwhile, the ice orc was upper stage, quite a rough beginning for a newbie dungeon. I guess that newbies come here with a strong senior to deal with these big guys. We started the fight with Flare and Norin blasting the swarm of frost goblins with their fire and shadow magic. Boom, 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 boom. Flare and Norin started to bathe the swarm of frost goblins with their attacks. Flare released several fireballs at once, which she had learned to do so through our arduous magic manipulation classes, while Norin generated spears made of shadows as well. The frost goblins' poor magical defenses made them easy prey to their attacks, especially of Flare's fire magic, which was super effective against ice monsters. Boom, 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 boom. The infernal flames easily consumed the goblin swarm, and the shadow spears pierced them and left them into minced and burnt flesh in an instant. "W.O.," muttered Benladen. "We did it," said Flare. "Huh, I'm a bit tired. But we did it," said Norin cutely. They had officially become living magic machine guns. Excellent. "What about the orc?" asked Benladen. The orc had been completely terrified by the barrage of magical attacks. It was trembling on the floor, having fallen over its butt. "I'll kill it." Yuki jumped into the air and fell over the orc. Her powerful claws grew larger, and she bathed the orc with slashing attacks. The entire creature was sliced into pieces in a gory scene. "Oh well, that's that," laughed Yuki, disappointed by the monster's weakness. "These kids are truly quite strong," said Benla. "Incredible, my little adoptive granddaughters are amazing," said Ladan. "Right?" asked Flare. She was growing addicted to being praised. Her fiery, orange-red eyes flashed with bright light. "I don't have as much mana as Flare." "Phew," sighed the little Norin as I petted her carefully. "Here, take this mana potion," I said, giving her a dragon blood mana potion I made using alchemy magic. It is very simple It recovers a bit of mana, and it hastens mana regeneration. Huh. Thank you, Papa. Oh my god, she's so cute. Anyways, I quickly jumped off Frost and quickly picked all the corpses and found out there were some weird items that popped out of thin air when the monsters died. These were dungeon items, but they seemed quite shitty. The items we picked from this swarm and the orc were the silver ring of strength, F rank, copper ring of defense, F rank, and frost goblin fong necklace, E rank. Their stats said they increased a bit of offense and defense. The last one gave a bit of everything, but that bit was too low. My items were incredibly superior, so all of this was trash. I guess that's why it is a low-level dungeon, but I can still sell it. The corpses are actually more valuable. The mana cores inside the monsters, and also their flesh can be eaten. Their internal organs can be used for alchemy and medicine too. And these items? I could eat them, but they have little essence. They won't give me any power. I will just give them to the sect as my part. However, there was a lot more to explore, so we continued through our journey in this dungeon. This place seems pretty chill for a date, said Benladin. I guess so. The monsters are very weak, so it's fun to just smack them to death. Ha ha ha. I laughed. Indeed, it felt like those Warriors games where you just smack a bunch of enemies into smithereens without much of a challenge. It's just fun. We rushed through the next 5 rooms of the first floor, where we found more swarms of goblins led by a single orc. They were killed by our entire party, who took turns around them. We gave more privilege to the rabbitkin and the ice elves led by Tisha and Pecora, who were still quite weak, only being just a bit stronger than the goblins and not as strong as the orcs, so they had quite the challenge slaughtering all the monsters, while Tisha and Pecora assisted them from the sides and usually took down the orc. I saw that the rabbitkin was naturally developing their unique abilities as beastkin. Beastkin is proficient at using their natural physical power, summon elemental spirits, and use beast magic. Pecora said that some tribes are very good at taming beasts that are close to their race, such as bearkin being able to tame enormous armies of ice bears very easily, as if they had some power and authority over the monster's race. Some of the rabbitkin used beast magic, which was aside from their mana core affinity, which was similar to smith magic or alchemy magic, but exclusive of them. I wish I could learn it. It was cool. They fused with spirits shaped as their animal race, mostly giant rabbits that resembled ghosts, and their power was enhanced. A little rabbitkin girl fused with a horned rabbit spirit, and a large horn grew in her forehead. She used it to impale a goblin in the chest, and killed it instantly. Wow. Pecora wasn't the only one with elemental spirits. I saw another rabbitkin summoning a 1-meter-tall spherical boulder with colorful jewels encrusted on it. It was an earth attribute spirit. The rabbitkin ordered it to roll around, crushing the goblins to death. Meanwhile, the ice elves had more graceful and taller bodies. They were able to exceed at nimbleness and agility, and were also very dexterous in a variety of weapon techniques, often knowing more than one. Ice elves were also closer to nature like their light cousins, and some were also shamans and druids, summoning the spirit of the frost forest to assist them. Although they didn't have beast magic, as the beastkin people had, they were quite strong on their own. Tisha was a warrior-type ice elf, so she didn't have an affinity with spirits, nor was a druid to summon a frost spirit. But she had maxed out her strength build to the limits, and was amazingly strong despite her small height compared to ice giants. Alongside her dragon mark, she was putting a nice fight against the orcs, and ultimately crushing them to death. We continued to rush through the dungeon, collecting corpses and trash-tier items, until we reached the last room to the next floor, where a mid-boss greeted us. Grurur. It looked like a very hairy orc. It was a yeti. From what I've investigated, the monsters in this place are all related in the evolutionary sense. Frost goblins evolve into frost goblins with a job after increasing their stage 1 or 2 times, and then, after that, they evolve into ice orcs. After an ice orc reaches peak stage, they evolve into the powerful old yeti. I guess it is gradual. They're all blue-skinned and are slowly growing white fur across their bodies. When the giant and burly ice orc evolves, their entire bodies grow up to 4 meters and their muscles become bigger. They're completely covered by white fur and resemble gorillas standing up. They usually wield a giant ice club they make with magic. One of them spawned on floor 1. It seems that they randomly appear in the floor's last room as a mid-boss. The last boss of the dungeon is often a similar old Yeti or their superior evolved version, the old Yeti King, who are rank 2 initial stage. And there have been cases when the dungeon accumulates too much miasma and becomes an old Yeti Emperor, who are rank 2 middle stage. Those can't be handled properly by newbie sect members, not at all. But this guy was a run-of-the-mill old Yeti. Gruhar. He came with a swarm of frost goblins with jobs, around 30 of them, and 10 ice orcs. What nice loot. There's a lot of meat here too. We can feed more people. I already tasted them a bit. They are pretty fine, surprisingly for monsters so ugly, but I guess because they are generated by the dungeon through magic, they taste good. Let's do it, Norse. Oh, okay. Flare and Miranda sat over Frost as they began to bombard the initial wave of frost goblins with jobs. The blazing explosions of the giant fireballs of Flare and the piercing shadow spears of Miranda put them down quite easily. Boom, 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 boom. Although some of them sneaked towards them, it was nothing that our 4-meter-big Frost, their guardian, couldn't take, as he used his paws to crush the goblins and his claws to slash them. His jaws even caught some of them alive and swallowed them. I hope he can digest the mana core, though. Hee hee, easy meals, laughed Yuki as she used her sharp metallic claws and began to slash through 2 orcs at once. She moved at such amazing speed, it was mesmerizing to see. Slash, 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 slash. Her claws slashed through the 2 orcs as their limbs easily fell into the ground. They roared angrily and fired spikes of ice at her, but they were useless as she kicked and slashed them. The swarm of goblins was also intensively trying to bathe us with piercing icicle spears, but Flare and Miranda's attacks were too much for them. They ended getting crushed. Benla and Ladan, Benladen's parents, joined the fight as well. Benla moved gracefully as she used her ice bow to fire several explosive ice arrows, freezing several goblins on the spot, although they could free themselves from frozen status. Ladan came forward with his monstrous strength and his new dragon gauntlets, which I made for him. He used his sheer strength to crush them into pieces before they could free themselves. Crush! Boom! Pecora and Tisha and their armies also joined the massacre as they ganged over the orcs, throwing them into the ground and slaughtering them one by one. Gruerware! The old Yeti released a roar that made everyone tremble in fear instinctively. He had the intimidating roar ability after all, and was at rank 1 peak stage. Aside from Yuki and Frost, the rest were not rank 2 yet. I decided to not intervene with Benladen, as we thought that it would be better for their training to fight this monster by themselves. Frost and Yuki were also told to give more space for the others to fight for now. Ladan was the one that greeted the Yeti. His enormous size and strength, while infusing his body with the power of the Dragon Mark of War, made him strong enough to withstand the powerful punches of the old Yeti, as he gritted his teeth and bathed the old Yeti with his own fist attacks, which even left some burnt marks on the monster's white fur due to the friction. But he seemed mostly fine even after that. Honey! Benla fired several arrows to assist her husband, piercing the Yeti's skin with them, and making several wounds across its big body. The old Yeti was slow and could not catch up to her, even less with Ladan bothering him so much. Flare and Miranda, alongside all the long-ranged magic attacks from the Ice Elves and the Rabbitkin groups, coordinate themselves and began to bathe the old Yeti with all sorts of attacks. Flare and Miranda's fireballs and shadow spears were quite strong, but there were also rays of sunlight from Pecora's sunflower and the rolling boulder spirit, alongside other spirits. The Ice Elves were proficient archers like Benladen's mother and bathed the old Yeti with their own attack as well. The creature groaned in agony as it began to falter and fall back. Ladan used this opportunity to crush its chest with a powerful palm strike, unarmed fighting technique. Closh! Gruag! The old Yeti fell over the ground as it conjured a storm of ice, sending Ladan through the airs. Whack! Boom! The ice giant fell over a pile of snow as the old Yeti stood up again, only to be greeted by several slashing attacks from Yuki right on his face. Slash! 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 Slash. Grugawaf. The old Yeti tried to throw Yuki away, but she sneaked outside of his range, leaving the kill for the rest. A bombardment of long-ranged attacks continued over the giant. Its body couldn't last any longer and began to flow with rivers of blood everywhere. The creature gave a loud and last roar and fell to the ground to never stand up again. Boom. We did it. It's really dead. Oof. That one was tough. The party members all began to celebrate. It was a tough creature to kill, and it took their combined effort. A few items emerged at the side of the corpse, some shone brighter than others. I glanced at the corpse of the Yeti, which was surrounded by several items. The dropped items this time were not so bad. There were ice gem ring rank, strong ice club rank, and even Yeti strength gauntlets, rank. Several weapons were there, but sadly, nothing compares to my incredible crafted items. Ha ha ha. And to be honest, the corpse is more valuable anyway, but this might change in higher ranked dungeons, especially in the rank 3-1. Who knows? This big guy looks tasty. Yuki looked at the defeated Yeti with a mischievous smile. Let's butcher it. Let's butcher, said Benladin. Let's butcher it later. For now, I want to go to the next floor. We can gather a lot of food this way, I said. Oh, right. Let's get going then, said Benladin. We explored through the floors at a rather fast pace. Everyone in the party coordinated rather well. The armies of goblins and orcs continued to emerge in almost the same groups, repeating themselves over and over again. Some floors didn't have old Yetis on them, but in others there were. We found some floors with 2 of them. The possibilities of them appearing increased with every floor we walked down. As the hours went by, we pilled up corpses after corpses, alongside more trashy items. Aside from equipment, we also got stuff such as potions, which restore mana and health. These were very pricey. Mana potions were naturally pricey because they restored mana instantly and were even better than slowly absorbing mana stones to restore mana, which was what people usually did. Everyone in my party was drinking the better and superior version of potions. However, those made by my alchemy magic and using my blood as the primary ingredient. They were quite literally like super elixirs that restored mana up to 50% instantly and also hasten mana regeneration. If I could sell them, I could make a quick buck, but I prefer to limit this to my failed equipment. If I were to sell so many powerful potions to this sect, and there were to be one day when I have to fight these people, I really wouldn't like to see them using my elixirs to overpower my allies with them. It is an exclusive perk of my sect. If you want to drink them, you gotta join. After we reached the last floor, we met with an old Yeti Emperor, a rank 2 monster. The monster seemed rather strong, well, not for me, but it looked strong for the rest. It had a bigger body at almost 7 meters and was packed with muscles and hard as metal fur. It also held 2 gigantic axes as its weapons, which were infused with some powerful essence. Maybe these weapons could be good enough to devour? Grugra. The old Yeti started by firing thunder from one of his axes. The thunderbolt wasn't that strong as it didn't cover a wide range, but it was strong if it were to hit someone directly. As the sect master, I decided to intervene, jumping in front of everyone and catching the thunderbolt with my body. Closh. It felt like nothing. Not even my clothes were damaged. My thunder resistance is already quite big. Graph. Flash. I rushed towards it with all my speed, reaching to it in an instant. I took out my sharp spear-tipped tail and began to pierce the Yeti's body with it. Clash. 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 Closh. Gruag. The Yeti cried in agony. Falling to his knees, his other axe glowed brightly, releasing a storm of winds towards me. Obviously, it didn't even affect me. That's what you call wind? This is wind. Truum. I conjured my storm magic as a spiral vortex of emerald slicing winds appeared before my hand, consuming the entire monster into it and triturating it into a pile of minced flesh and broken bones. Crash. Well, that was quick and ended anticlimactically. That's incredible, said Yuki. Amazing. Lord Drake just defeated a monster at rank 2 like nothing, said Tisha. So strong. Sighed Pecora. It's nothing much, don't get so worked over it. Let's pick things up and wander the dungeon some more. We have the entire day for ourselves. After we went around some more in the dungeon, we slaughtered as many monsters as we could find and ended things at around 1 a.m. of the next day. The guards greeted us as we walked outside, although they saw we carried nothing with us. "Lord Drake, you spent all this time down there, but didn't get anything?" they asked. "We did. We have tools to carry them," I said. Without revealing anything else, we walked away. I walked into the building where people traded items, which was pretty empty at night, but still attending up until late, and I decided to give out the 50% of what we got. Yeah, that's such a big pile of magic items, so much equipment. "Lord Drake, this might be way more than 50%, said one of the attendants. "It doesn't matter. Take them all," I said. I was a generous man, and I had no interest in trash items. As we walked outside, I noticed we got a lot of meat now. We got enough meat to last over a week for everyone. That saved up a lot of money, actually, I said. "Is that so? Though, just eating goblins, orcs, and yetis might get boring," said Benladin. "Don't worry. We'll cook them in nice preparations. That's why there are spices and side dishes, dearie," said Benla. "Indeed. Let's go eat something. Although I'm not really hungry, eating is still satisfactory," said Ladan. We went into Fuyu not long after we went in the market and bought a few little things such as more spices and things similar to soy sauce that the ice giants made. We also got some sweets, dried meat sticks, and so on, little snacks to enjoy with tea through the day. After that, we went into Fuyu, and we ended the day by cooking a lot of ogre-type monsters dishes for dinner. With the help of everyone, we began to butcher a large pile of frost goblins, ice orcs, and 2 old yetis. Their meat wasn't as hard as we thought. After killing them, the mana inside their meat dissipated, but it left a lot of essences and made the meat rich and fresh. Such freshness which I had only seen in the slime of the slimes we fought some time ago. Their meat wasn't the tastiest, but after marinating it with a bit of seasoning, salt, and more, and grilling it so the grease generated more fat and juices, it was as good as ready to eat just grilled. Of course, everyone was used to eating more elaborated food, so we began to prepare a lot of things. I minced the meat and made hamburgers and meatloaf. The bones were used for a broth with some meat into the bones, and we also added meatballs. I collected the hundreds of mana cores we got, which I was going to use for a special item I'm making a recipe of, while everyone else enjoyed the delicious meals. And of course, me too. Eating as an ice giant with everyone is pretty nice. In the shape of a dragon, I can eat way more at the same time, but I cannot enjoy getting so close with others due to size's difference. Nonetheless, I ended taking the form of a dragon as the dinner went by. As I was getting more and more fascinated with the meals, the meat of dungeon monsters was definitely of a higher quality than the meat hunted outside. I don't really know why, but there was certainly something that made these monsters tastier. The entire sect also uses their meat and eats it, and they also sell it even more expensive than the meat of buffaloes and other cattle animals. I never thought that the steak of a goblin would be more valuable than that of a cow. But here I am, in a world where such a ridiculous thing is real. What else can I say than just being not surprised? It was true. A goblin steak was tastier than the buffalo's. In the end, I also sneaked a few bites into the mana cores and also ate a whole old yeti, and I gained some new skills. I also ate the old Yeti King's weapons. You've learned the following skills. Command, Strength Enhancement. Command, Defense Enhancement. Tenacity of the Goblin. Cunningness, Reinforced Frost-Resistant Hide of the Ice Orc. Powerful Ogre Bones. Powerful Ogre Muscles. Intimidating Roar. Tyranny of the Old Yeti. Old's Yeti, Survival Instincts. Super Reinforced Shockwave Absorbing Fur Coat. Physique of the Abominable Old Yeti. Ice Hammer. Ice Punch. Frost Kick. Ice Magic Armor. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Frost Goblins. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Ice Orcs. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Old Yeti. Axe of Unstable Thunderbolts. Axe of Storming Winds. I got a lot of skills despite them being low-ranked monsters. This was mostly because I've never eaten these guys before. And well, I hate a bunch, way too many, I would say. Due to this, I even got their bloodline skills, something that hasn't happened before. Is my ability to gain abilities evolving and getting more detailed? Answer: It appears that by eating things you've never eaten before, specifically from bloodlines such as ogres, you've gained more skills out of them. I see. Long time no see, system. How are you? Sorry for not talking to you lately. Answer. There is no need for the user to feel concerned about the system. I am a mere tool. But the system appreciates the user's concern and recommends the user to ask more questions to the system to understand better its own powers and the world that surrounds him. I get it. I will speak with you some more. Do you know any info regarding these bloodline skills and stuff? I can inspect them, but you can resume it better. Answer. Bloodline skills are inherent of every living being with a bloodline, a special power, an ability that exists in this world which connects those of the same family into a whole group. This group possess special abilities shared by the bloodline. Usually, some groups have lesser, medium, or higher bloodlines. Depending on this difference, the races might get more or less from their bloodlines. I see. Is there any info about my bloodlines? Answer. Ice Dragon bloodline seems to exist somewhere else, as they do exist in the world. This has been revealed in the evolution description. However, yours seems to be unique as it was made by the wishes before you reincarnated. Your existence is the materialization of your desires which fused with the tremendous power produced by putting your soul that belonged into a material world into a mix of the spiritual and material world. Answer. Due to this, it seems that although there are other ice dragons with ice dragons bloodlines, you're a separate existence and family from them. Oh, I see how it is. Wait, that's sad. It means I'm not really the descendant of any dragon. I was spontaneously born. Answer. From what the system has recorded while you were being incubated, the egg has been laid by a female of the ice dragon species. This information has been gathered after a long time of digging through records. Oh, so I got a mother. Answer. Perhaps. But because your body was custom-made and therefore your bloodline is new and different from hers, your connection is very thin. Why did she left me, though? That's freaking awful, don't you think? Answer. I do believe she might have her reasons. Nonetheless, it has to be accepted that leaving an offspring abandoned is indeed an act of bad parenting. So you agree with me. I knew you would. Sigh. So, I really had a dragon mama? Damn. Life's filled with surprises. But why you couldn't tell me before? Answer. As I had stated before, it took some time to dig through recordings, as in that time, I wasn't born as an AI yet. All right. After this conversation, I continued to chat a bit with the system. She was somehow becoming less and less robotic and more open. Day 124. Today in the morning, as Bin Laden slept peacefully, I became a slime and sneaked out of the bed, of course, after kissing her on her cute little nose. Damn, she looks so lovely when she sleeps peacefully. Anyways, I decided to test and see my new group of skills. Of course, I wasn't just going to say nice and ignore them. I am a meticulous man that likes to experiment. I even got my own laboratory and stuff, so of course, I'm going to test these new skills thoroughly, or at least a little bit. First of all, I checked their descriptions. Command. Strength enhancement. Unleash your command as a true leader. All your subordinates, or those that were given to you as temporary subordinates, have their physical and magical strength enhanced by 20% during battle as long as you're commanding them. Command. Defense enhancement. Utilize your amazing authority to command your troops. All your subordinates, or those that were given to you as temporary subordinates, have their physical and magical defenses enhanced by 20% during battle as long as you're commanding them. These two skills served the great purpose of enhancing my troops whenever I command them. In simple terms, this is incredible, and this was also one of the powers the orcs and old Yeti used to command the goblins. I guess that's why they were stronger than usual, too. With this, I can enhance my party in the dungeon and make them way stronger than they already are. Excellent. Tenacity of the Goblin. Your tenacity is as fierce and big as a little and evil goblin, giving you the power to resist pain more and think quickly about ways to fight back. You also are more resistant to fear and status effects. Cunningness. You're as cunning as a little mischievous demon. Your mind is constantly bubbling with devilish thoughts, and your intelligence is therefore enhanced and sued towards the use of malicious plans to benefit you. Enhances your ability to create schemes. These two were classic goblin skills. One of them made them more tenacious, a thing I saw a lot in Goblin Slayer, but in here, we killed them quite easily. Even the baby girl's flare and Warren did it. Nonetheless, I don't know if this has made me an evil mastermind or something. We'll have to see my transition into an evil demon lord that will conquer all of Yggdrasil as I develop. Joking. Reinforced frost-resistant hide of the ice orc. Your hide is as resistant as strong leather armor. It can resist the frost of winter with incredible ease. You can grow this for all around your body, or take it away. Powerful ogre bones. Your bones are as strong as the powerful ogres, making your weight heavier and punch stronger. Powerful ogre muscles. Your muscles are as strong and bulgy as the powerful ogres, helping your muscles be resistant like armor and strong like a powerful weapon. The ability to make a great fur that can be used for clothes and my bones and muscles becoming stronger. I had considered using my own flesh to feed my people, as I can regenerate it without problems, but I have chosen not to for now. Intimidating roar. Release an intimidating roar typical of ogres, which can enhance the power of your allies and decrease those of your enemies. Super reinforced shockwave absorbing fur coat. Your fur coat is incredibly resistant and reinforced, having the capacity of absorbing shockwaves as well as growing over your body. Tyranny of the Old Yeti. Tyrannically command your minions, forcing them to obey your command and enhancing their power while doing so. Old Yeti survival instincts. Your survival instincts quicken when you are about to die, making you more resilient and letting your brain think faster for a way out. Intimidation and obedience-boosting skills, alongside something that can help me survive by hastening my brain thought process speed. Interesting. Physique of the Abominable Old Yeti. Your physique is as strong as an Abominable Old Yeti. Your power over ice is enhanced to a better degree, and your muscles can be reinforced. Ice Hammer. Use your large hands and hit someone as if they were a gigantic ice hammer, dealing great damage. Ice Punch. Enhance your fist with ice and deal a strong punch to your foe. Frost Kick. Enhance your leg with ice and deal a strong kick to your foe. A great physique and a bunch of attacking skills. Not bad at all. Ice Magic Armor. Gather ice mana around your body and conjure an ice armor across your body, which can be further enhanced with more mana. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Frost Goblins. Your bloodline is that of lesser ogres, giving you the abilities of a frost goblin and enhancing your growth potential towards that path. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Ice Orcs. Your bloodline is that of lesser ogres, giving you the abilities of an ice orcs and enhancing your growth potential towards that path. Lesser Ogre Bloodline. Old Yeti. Your bloodline is that of lesser ogres, giving you the abilities of an old yeti and enhancing your growth potential towards that path. Ice Armor and Bloodlines. Bloodlines stack up, it seems, so I'm getting even more growth potential with these three skills. I kind of want to gather more of these and then fuse them around in large quantities. Axe of Unstable Thunderbolts. Summon the powerful axe of Unstable Thunderbolts and release powerful thunderbolts to punish your foes with it. The more mana is used to summon the weapon, the stronger it becomes. Axe of Storming Winds. Summon the powerful axe of Storming Winds and release powerful winds to punish your foes with it. The more mana is used to summon the weapon, the stronger it becomes. These two axes look amazing. Summoning them even looks glorious. I think that after eating them and summoning them using a lot of mana, they had become of higher rarity rank. After inspecting my new skills, I decided to move into having breakfast. Drakeyu sneaked out again. I wanted my daily kisses, said Benladin while pouting the moment I walked outside my laboratory. Sorry, dear. Just come here, she said, as she grabbed me and kissed me passionately. Her warm and soft lips were all I could ever want. We ended kissing in the middle of the empty corridors for a long while. B. Benladin, it is getting late. Let's go have to breakfast, I said as she kissed me again. Let's take a bath first, she said with a grin. All right. We moved into the bathroom rather quickly, as the warm water was nice to the skin and relaxed my tensed-up muscles. Benladin began to wash me with soap as she massaged my shoulders and back with her very strong hands, which felt heavenly. She's so good at this that I fear she might get a massaging technique ability one of these days. Huh. Oh man, this is the best. Do you like my massages, sweetie? She asked. I do. You're very good. I sighed in relief. Fufu, I am glad, she said, as she slowly began to move her hands down through my body until she moved them way too down. Be Benladen. She began to touch something. I'm just washing it. There's nothing wrong with it. All right? We are boyfriends now, she said while blushing, although she was one of the ideas. Why, you're right. Thank you for wanting to wash it, I said. And no problem. It's not standing up? She asked. How does she know about erections? Well, that only happens on special occasions. And not totally because I've become quite good at containing them now, like a monk. As special occasions? Maybe like this. Benladen's fingers began to teasingly touch it more strongly, and even began to move the foreskin up and down. W8, B. Benladen. Why do you like it? She asked. Well, it seems you're enjoying it, she whispered to my ears. No, stop, you devil dragon. Don't. Oh, it's getting up. I lost. Benladen, why are you doing this? I asked. I wanted to investigate. Yeah, to that. It's so hard now, she said. She began to grasp it rather tightly, moving it up and down. The exhilarating sensations sent jolts of pleasure through my spine. I gritted my teeth, but I could barely resist. It has been truly a long time since I've done this sort of thing, but it was now my girlfriend the one doing it for me. It was just... Fufu. You like it, don't you? She asked. Well, is a delicate part of the male. Yes, it does feel good. I sighed. I wanted to make her stop because I believed it was not the time for such things. I didn't want to contaminate her mind with my degeneracy, but she suddenly made her grip tighter and hastened the pace. Whack, are you okay? She asked. Why, yes, your hand is very strong, but I am resilient. I said, Oh, there, fap, ag, ooh, how is it? She asked, licking her lips. Wait, this. Did not continue, or else I will. What? She asked. She suddenly kissed me passionately, putting her tongue inside of my mouth, as I couldn't resist her moving hand, and I ended coming. The exhilarating sensations covered my entire body. I felt like my entire body got paralyzed for a second, only to encompass myself with a tremendous feeling of relief. Benladen saw as my semen came out, getting surprised. My hand got all sticky. So this is your seed? She asked cutely. Indeed. You made me come. I sighed. I see, she said, as she stuck her tongue out and licked it. What are you doing? I asked, flustered. It's sweet, she said, as she licked all of the semen in her hand. As she's really lewd. You drank it all. Benladen smiled as she showed me the interior of her mouth. It was clean. Yeah, I just wanted to taste you a bit more. I think we are already adults, right? So we should try this stuff. I want a baby, she said. A baby? Mom said she wanted a grandchild. She said, a grandchild. Are you sure? I asked. Benladen was nervous. I could feel it in her. She wasn't capable of advancing further than this. This act already cost her a lot. All right, I just have to be a man and do it myself. I love you. I want to do it, she said. Very well. No need for another word. Suddenly, Benladen noticed that my dragon has once more raised into the heavens. Endless libido has kicked in. That bastard of Azahan. I bet he's laughing at me in the afterlife. This is your damn curse. It's so big again, she said. It is for you. You're so sexy, I said, as I moved towards her and stuck her body to mine. Her breasts began to press over my chest as I started to pass my hands across all of her body. Drake, you got so bold out of the sudden, she said. I can't resist it anymore. I've been holding back, but I will just do it. I grasped Benladen's butt cheeks strongly. They were so deliciously squeezable. Drake, you're taking me as if I belonged to you. You're my woman after all, right? Not only a girlfriend, but my wife. I said, wife. Indeed. Come here. I lifted her chin upwards as I began to kiss her passionately. Her tongue began to touch the interior of my mouth. As my tongue touched hers, it was an incredibly lewd and lascivious kiss. My dragon began to slowly rub over her belly. It was incredibly hard, and she was feeling its warmth. "Ew, Drake, it's so big," she said. "Let me return the favor first," I said as I turned Benin over while we were still being bathed by the warm water and began to slowly insert my fingers inside of her female parts. As I thought, her lower lips were warm and sticky. She was very excited. "Aha, Drake, don't worry. I will be gentle." I want to give Benin her favor back, so I decided to also masturbate her a bit. I don't know if I'll be able to make her orgasm, but I will do my best, or at least prepare her for what will come later in bed. "Oh, Drake, why you're touching there?" she muttered. The muscles in her belly, her butt, and her back tensed up beautifully as I began to slowly touch her lower lips with my fingers. Her interior was warm and sticky, as I expected, which means she was quite excited. Even more, she was leaking a bit of the liquid already. "Do you want me to stop?" I asked her. I grew a bit worried. She seemed in pain. "And no, don't stop. Touch me. I want you to touch me more," she said. That only made me harder. I continued to tease her lower lips as I inserted my fingers deeper. Her delicious and warm interior was a bit slippery, but I could feel that she was containing her moans as her butt cheeks tightened out of the sudden. My dick, which was close to them, was caught by them, and that felt quite anticlimactically good. Why you're rot," she said. "I will rub a bit, but I won't do anything yet. We'll do it in the bed, all right?" I asked. "Okay." I continued to touch her interior as my fingers got deeper. I suddenly decided to do something quite bold, converting the tip of one of my fingers into slime and extending it inside of her lips, licking her vaginal juices in the process, and making her moan louder. What is this?" she moaned. I slowly began to touch her deeper, as her body started to tremble in pleasure. Her mouth was wide open, as she was even drooling a bit. I moved her lips to mine and began to kiss her delicious mouth. Her tongue licked my mouth as mine greeted her rather quickly after. Our lips continued to separate in short yet intense kisses, our tongues continuing to lick each other, even while our lips were separated. You're so delicious. I can't get enough of you. Drake, you're also so tasty," she said, kissing me deeply. I quickly pushed deeper in her lower lips with my finger, making her tremble once more. She moaned inside of my mouth as suddenly something came out. A little river of stick liquid. Oof. "You came?" I asked. "I don't know. It felt. I'm a bit dizzy," she said. "You might have orgasmed. Coming, I guess, is when you feel so good in your lower female parts that you have ecstasy for a few seconds, giving you an orgasm." I said. Oh, that must be it." It felt so good," she said. "I'm glad you liked it," I said, as I kissed her a bit more. I licked her sticky juices out of my hand, as I quickly carried her like a princess with my arms. "Let's go," I said. "Yeah." I rushed outside of the bathroom and into our room once more, without anyone noticing, thankfully. "Drake," she muttered. "Let's do it in peace over the bed." I said. Sure." She rested over the bed. She was a bit confused about how it was done. After all, she barely knew about sexual stuff and had no experience in watching doujins or porn as I used to do in my previous life. Naturally, as a virgin, I shouldn't have much experience either from just the norm of sticking it inside. I positioned her gently over the bed as she rested over it. Her legs were tightly shut down. She felt nervous. Will that rod gets inside?" she asked cutely. "Indeed. Let's make sure to make a baby together," I said. "Why, yes." I slowly moved her legs upwards. Her cute and delicate feet rested over my shoulders as I began to slowly sit in front of her wide-open legs, as I moved my dragon near her flower. She looked at me nervously. I moved my torso near her and embraced her in a kiss. "Don't worry, I'll do it slowly." Drake. My rod slowly began to rub its tip over her lips, as I began to gently force it inside. I can't deny that it felt incredible. The warmth of her interior felt like it was devouring my rod with each inch. It's getting inside, she muttered. It really is. Mcha. It took some time because she was incredibly tight even with my previous foreplay. The hard muscles in her stomach made it even tighter, but my rod was incredibly resilient as well. I slowly forced my way in, deflowering her in the process. I had hurt a bit, but it also felt nice, she said. The warm and tight interior of Benliden greeted my dick as I began to slowly hasten the pace of my thrusting while kissing her and holding hands with her. She used her legs to quickly lock me from behind my back, tightly. I won't let you go now, she said while smiling cutely. I would never go away anyways. You're the only one for me, I said. Plap, plap, plap. I began to quickly pound Benliden's interior with great speed and hastening strength. My heart was pounding fast. I was really having sex. I was doing it with the one I loved so much. I just couldn't be happier now. And the feeling of exhilaration, the warmth, everything was making me feel dizzy. The jolts of pleasure of her delicious and warm interior, the slipperiness, everything. I kissed her so passionately that she barely had time to breathe. I was really unleashing all of my draconic instincts. My wings and tail suddenly came out, scales surged in my arms and legs a bit as my nails grew like sharp claws. Even horns grew over my forehead. Wow, said Benliden, as she saw me transform more into a half-dragon ice giant, and this actually made her more excited. Plap, plap, plap. D-Drake. I think I am. Ooh, same. Let's do it together. We locked our lips and held our hands tightly, as I pushed as further as I could, feeling her womb getting filled with my seed. Ichiminjiji. Benliden released a little last moan inside of my mouth. As I slowly pulled out my dragon, a river of white milky seed came out. Oh, the room was filled with our sweat vapor, making everything a bit misty and fuzzy. You filled every inch, she moaned. We continued doing it for the rest of the day, hours after hours. Our libido couldn't be contained, and Benliden's amazing physique as a high ice giant made it so she could easily keep up with me. She became more and more passionate as the day went by. I had lost count of how many times I had impregnated her already, and she continued to ask for more. I couldn't deny the requests of my wife. I love you so much. Drake sniff. She began to cry in happiness. I couldn't help but hold her tightly. I love you too. You're the most precious thing in my entire life. Let's make a big family together. I want many children. We will. I am sure you will be an excellent mother. Drake. Day 125. When I woke up, it was already the next day's morning. We didn't even eat anything. We just the entire day yesterday. We just breathed like rabbits. I never thought we would do it so soon. I was already prepared to wait a few years for it to finally happen, but it just happened on a whim. I guess you never can really predict nor calculate such things as love. Benliden seemed more eager as she started the whole thing, I guess. But I'm not blaming her. I was quite eager too, very. I couldn't contain myself after her hand job, so I had to do it. I feel so relieved. And yet, I'm so exhausted too. Benliden drained me of all my energy. Is she secretly a succubus? I also feel like my precious pearls have been emptied of their primordial milky nectar. The entire bed was a mess too. We will have to wash everything. Benliden was resting peacefully at my side. She seemed to be having a nice dream. And she was also a mess. What kind of monster am I? Even her belly is covered in my cum. I quickly began to clean her a bit. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed in my animalistic behavior yesterday. As I cleaned her with a special spell named Substance Killer of the Death Attribute Magic, Benliden slowly woke up. D-Drake. Good morning. I was, cleaning you a bit. Sorry for yesterday. I kneeled before her, asking for forgiveness. I had exceeded myself. 1 or 2 times was enough, but I had continued for way too long. I had abused her body. I am such a shameful man. Don't worry. It felt very good, she said. Really? Even if I got a bit too animalistic? I asked. Not at all. In fact, I liked it more that way. I never see that facet of you outside of battle. It was very exciting. She chuckled. So she likes it when I am rough. Damn, I suppose I ended thinking that she was more innocent and needed to be taken care of more gently. I see. How about we have some breakfast now? We never actually had it. I sighed. All right, let's go take a bath first. We are a mess. Sighed Benliden. Sure, come with me. I held her with my arms to the bathroom. Why you don't have to carry me like that? She said. Fuyu, can you clean the dash? Right away. Thanks. Wait, did Fuyu saw everything we did? After all, we are inside of her, and she can see through any part of her interior too. Oh, I guess we always have a spectator. It will take some time to get used to this revelation. I better never tell Benliden, or she will get too shy to do it again. We washed thoroughly in the bathroom, but Benliden got horny out of nowhere and began to do lewd things. In the end, we did it while taking a bath until I filled her up once more. I believe she has most definitely become pregnant at this point. Ah, I feel so good. She moaned, resting her head over my shoulder as I was grabbing her, but with my arms while she locked her legs over my back while I stood. It was a very peculiar way of doing it. Let's go eat for now, all right? Sure. After washing for a second time, Benliden's lust has been satiated and we moved downstairs. Ah, you too. You're finally back. So, how is it? Asked Dragan. The old grandma had woken up early and was drinking some tea while eating sandwiches with grilled meat. Fway. Dragan, you know? Asked Benliden. How? I asked. We didn't hear anything, but it was pretty obvious. If you two were locked inside the room for an entire day, it doesn't take a genius to guess what happened. Oh ho ho ho, laughed Dragan. W what? Fwee. Benliden got all red and rubbed her face on my chest. Dragan, stop mentioning it. Look how my Benliden got. I complained. Sorry. Okay, don't eat me, cried Dragan. She saw my aura shaping as a furious dragon and got stiff like a log. It's so embarrassing, sighed Benliden. Ah, she was cute when she got like this. I petted her head and kissed her forehead. Calm down. I know it is embarrassing, but let's eat something. I am sure you'll feel better. I said, oh, okay. She didn't separate herself from me as we enjoyed a breakfast we cooked together. We ate what was worth a battalion of food. The old Yetis were gone in seconds as she liked them a lot, and she had suddenly gained a lot of appetites, way more than even if she had missed a day of eating. So, how are you calling the baby? Asked Dragan. Baby, cried Benliden timidly. Yeah, you'll have one for sure if you did it for so long, Gry. Dragan cried in fear as she sensed my presence. I told you that you shouldn't mention it. Do you want me to throw you from Fuyu down the ground? I roared. GYH. It was a joke. A joke. Calm down, sighed Dragan. Sigh. Do not get so angry, it's fine now. I guess it is an important thing we have to address eventually. Nom. Benliden continued to eat, even when I had my fill. Something inside of her was constantly draining her energy produced by the food she ate. Her metabolism had accelerated greatly. I don't know. Maybe Kana. I asked. Kana, asked the two. Well, I shouldn't tell them that it is the name of a cute dragon girl from my world's anime, right? It is a cute name, right? I asked. Well, I guess so, said Dragan. I like it, said Benliden. And if it is a boy, perhaps Aragon. I asked. Ooh, sounds mysterious, said Benliden. What about you, Benliden? What names would you like? Asked Dragan. I would like names like my tribe makes them. Half of my name and half of Drake's name, said Benliden. Oh ho, right, that's a possibility. Names in the Ice Giant tribe, where Benliden came from, were made by combining the first halves of the two parents' names. That's why you got weird names like Dragan, Benliden, Benla, Ladan, and so on. They do sound quite strange when you compare them to names on Earth, but that's just it is done. Though, quite honestly, I wouldn't really like to name my child like this, because what would come out of my name and Benliden's name? Benladra? It doesn't sound good. Bedra? Bender? Yeah, it sounds awful. At least the names of the others sound nice, but our combined names sound quite bad. So what would it be then? Wondered Dragan. I was thinking on Benladra, said Benliden. Gay. It doesn't sound good, said Dragan. Right? I asked. Yeah? Then what do you want? Said Benliden while pouting. Something cooler or simpler sounding. I said, I don't know, sighed Benliden. Come on, you don't have to make it so perfect. Just take some letters from each name and, I don't know, Psy Dragon. Psy. Well, that's for the far future anyways. Let's leave it for another occasion, I said. All right, I don't even know if I'll ever get pregnant to begin with. Drake is a dragon after all, and I am an ice giant, so we're different races, said Benladin. Well, he could take an ice giant form, right? If that's possible, then I am sure that his seed should be capable of GH. Dragon glanced at my darkened face as my dragon-shaped aura emerged from my body. Let's better talk about such things on another occasion. All right, Grandma? I asked. All right, I don't want them to talk about my seed. But isn't it strange? You're eating way more than before, girl, said Dragon. Am I? Benladin was already on her 34th plate of food. She was devouring our reserves without stopping. Indeed, you've eaten more than I do. I am already satiated, yet you have continued eating. I said, I didn't realize. No, so weird. What's going on with her? Why is she eating so much? I decided to check her status. Name, Benladin. Race, Hydraconic Ice Giant. Jotun, female. Mana core cultivation. Rank 2, upper stage dash, peak stage. Status, pregnant, eating. Average estimated vitality, 5637/5637-18544/18544. Average estimated mana, 7702/25660/25660. Average estimated strength, 5805-19549. Average estimated dexterity, 4112-17300. Average estimated magic, 6432-23200. Abilities, unique skill, mold, suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Emer's descendant. Cold immunity, ice resistance, hastens self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance, ice dragon skin, or skin, cooking, butcher, crafting, sewing, mana manipulation, giant's great physique, superhuman strength, magic genius, hasten mana recovery, magic enhancement, acrobatics, dexterity enhancement, forger, hunter, fungokinesis mold, mold-assisted telekinesis mold, mold magic mold, mold bullet mold, mold tentacle mold, axe technique, shield technique, armor technique, unarmed fighting technique, half monster, thin ice dragon bloodline, freezing ice aura, berserk mode, mold enhancement, divine dragon mark, chaos, dragon breath new, dragon scales new, chaos magic new, draconic might new. I see, so that's it. I fell out of the chair as I couldn't believe what I just saw. How couldn't I detect it before? But she didn't even change. She had already reached upper stage a lot of time ago, but didn't evolve, but now she suddenly got to peak stage. And her stats increased a lot. And she became a high draconic ice giant and gained new abilities. She got dragon breath, dragon scales, chaos magic, and draconic might. Okay, Benladin, did you just realize you ranked up? I asked. I did, she asked. Indeed, and you're W what? I didn't saw it before. Her status. Pregnant. That fast. I mean, I'm happy that I was able to do it with her, but that was too fast. It was just yesterday, and she already got pregnant. Are my sperms incredibly fast? Why didn't they calm down a bit? Are they doing a speed run or something? You just ranked up to peak stage, evolved into a high draconic ice giant, and you also got the ability of dragon breath, dragon scales, draconic might, and chaos magico. And you're pregnant. I guess this explains why you're eating so much. The baby, which must be as small as a cell, is somehow asking for a lot of energy. PP pregnant. Benladin also fell unconscious, but she remained stable and continued eating. That fast. And I guess it worked, said Dragon. It indeed did. It worked. I said, I'm going to be a father already. That was quick. But I can't help but feel fuzzy all over. It feels strange. I just feel really happy. This is very sudden, but we're going to have a child already. I said, Fuyu? But we just did it yesterday, said Benliden. I know, but it just happened fast, I suppose. I sighed. This is more than I can take, said Benliden, getting all stressed out. And you even got some new abilities I just told you, I said. I see. Like this. Benliden showed me her arms as they suddenly grew scales over them. Her claws also got sharp like those of a reptile. Wow. Phew. And when she released some wind from her mouth, an icy gale came out. I'm really part dragon now. Whoa, said Benliden with a happy smile. I indeed. Does this mean that if you do it with Drake, you become half-dragon? Asked Dragon. Shut up for once. I roared. Wag. Okay, don't kill me, though, cried Dragon. Everything is a mess. I sighed. I even got no magic? So weird. Let's see. Chaos, chaos, chaos. Flash. Suddenly, a dark sphere of spiraling darkness coated by purple and red colors emerged before Benliden's hands. The sphere flew through the air and crashed over the wall. Boom! A lot of smoke came out, and Fuyu complained. Oi, that really hurt now. Author note. Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying the story. I was wondering which names could we give to Drake and Benliden's child, so I was wondering if you could suggest names for them. Anything goes, girl or boy. I'm sure that they might have more than one along the line. After all, Drake must spread his ice dragon bloodline. A lot of things happened this day. Benliden was now resting because she suddenly felt very sleepy after eating a million things. I checked her body. She didn't seem to be sick or anything. She was just resting, I guess. Seeing her sleep over the bed peacefully fills me with a desire to protect her even more. Apparently, she had increased her cultivation stage through the accumulated mana in her mana core, which is of the highest talent possible, coupled with all the training we did with the group cultivation, and I'm guessing that what we did last night had something to do as well. I don't know what it could have been, but it was certainly something special. Maybe I was able to pour my mana into her, but I already do that regularly and not through sex. I don't want to believe this is some Fate series thing where they pour mana into their servants through sex. Maybe it is that other thing, dual cultivation, yin and yang refining each other's essences through the act of sexual intercourse. But we don't know any technique like that. Certainly, something regarding this could have happened. But oh well, nothing I can do over it. And it's not like it is bad either. I am glad she could get stronger, though it surprises me now that she can get some more dragon-like powers. Is she really going to become a half-dragon? She's already draconic. The last thing she needs is to just get a dragon transformation skill or something. And I don't know if that would excite me or not. It would certainly be interesting to see. Nonetheless, there was another surprise. Her stats skyrocketed tremendously after the increase in cultivation stage and her evolution. I suppose her bloodline of dragons was enhanced, and she got more power out of it. She certainly flows with power now. I can touch her muscular legs and feel how incredibly hard as steel they are. Her skin is still so soft and nice. Anyways, I better let her sleep peacefully. Alright, that other thing she got, chaos magic. I have no idea what chaos magic is, but she used it. Maybe she got it from the dragon mark? Gasp. So my theory about dragon marks giving a secondary attribute without the need of a new mana core was true. She really got a new attribute through this way. Most likely her mother also got poison attribute, and so on. Interesting. I wonder how she can develop this some more. There is no mana core telling her how her progress in this element is. Maybe it is very limited, or maybe not. System, can you tell me anything regarding this? I explained to the system what was on my mind. Answer. It might seem like dragon marks infuse a new attribute into the soul. Oh, I see. So people are not limited by their mana cores? Answer. Most likely, there could be also several artificial ways to acquire new attributes as well as just mana cores. However, mana cores is the easiest and most reliable way to develop an attribute. Attributes are also infused into souls, and mana cores do have a connection with the soul too. Benliden's current attributes seem to be ice and chaos, not mold. Mold appears to be chaos and is also a unique magic without an attribute other than chaos. Do you mean that she had chaos before? Analyzing. It might appear that Benliden's soul always had the chaos element. It was somehow dormant. The mold is an external materialization of her last desires, using the surplus energy she acquired when her soul reached a spiritual and physical world from a former physical world. What? So you're telling me she had the talent beforehand? Correct. Benliden's soul composition is very unique. It keeps growing stronger the more she develops in every field. Her soul is already enormous, as big as an abyssal sea of darkness. I got a very strong girl. I decided to analyze her soul with the help of the system in more detail. And indeed, comparing her from before, her soul had grown almost 20 times more. It was gigantic, as she's beating me so easily, even when I eat souls daily. Sniff. But it can't be normal that her soul expands at such a rate, right? Answer. Her soul composition might be unstable. To an extent, it is like a cloud of dark and abyssal essence combined with chaos, which continues to expand like a storm. Her ever-growing mana pool seems to relate to this. Benliden is not normal at all. Is this because of the experimentation? No. The power of her soul might be more ancient than her previous life. It was there before she was born in her previous life. You're telling me that her soul had it before? This doesn't make any sense. Answer. There's not enough data to analyze further, but this is the information I was able to reach. Her soul seems to originate from somewhere else. Somewhere else? What about the mold? An addition. So it wasn't original. I guess it is something that she got after that. Benliden, is she going to be okay? Answer. Although her soul keeps expanding at an alarming rate, she seems to be fine. Her status as of now is okay, and her pregnancy seems to be doing well. However, things could become better if she were to find a way to refine her soul and make it less unstable. If she keeps growing stronger, she can quickly adapt her body to her soul's power as well. Helping her grow stronger is crucial to her survivability. Even if dim, there is a possibility where Benliden could die as her soul explodes due to the overaccumulation of soul mass and mana. Benliden. I hold her hand tightly, thinking about a way to help her soul. Do you know some ways to help her refine her soul and make it stable? Calculating. There are several ways within your disposal. As Benliden slept, her dreams carried her elsewhere, far away from Yggdrasil. Endless darkness called upon her, with the tender voice of a motherly woman. You finally awakened it, my child. Who's there? Phew. I was so tired after eating. It seems that I even evolved without realizing it. What's with that? I was so tired after last night, but I got very hungry out of a sudden. So I ate and ate and ate and ate. But for some reason, I never got stuffed. It was as if I had a vacuum on my stomach. Weird, right? And then Drake drops the bomb that shocked me. I am pregnant. What? Not even I realized it. And so fast. We did it just yesterday. All day long, though. I can't believe I was such a degenerate. Poor Drake. I ended hurrying up this stuff. It seems he wanted to wait, and I accelerated everything because I am too selfish. But it's not like he didn't enjoy it or something. After all, he was being so intense. I've rarely seen such a facet of his personality. I liked it a lot. Just remembering that makes me want to do it again. I think I should calm myself down. This is not something that should be always in my mind. I cannot bother Drake with wanting to do it all the time. Wait, am I sleeping? I do remember that we walked back to the room with Drake, and then I rested over the bed and cuddled with him. Fufu, cuddling with him is so nice. He's such a sweetie. I am really dreaming. I can only see darkness now. Am I inside my soul? Is Miranda here? Miranda. I wouldn't believe it before, but we really did got somehow along. It was hard and slow, but we somehow managed to get a hold of each other without more discussions, nor her acting overly possessive either. She said that Drake scolded her very harshly, and she ended understanding more of my feelings. We got along after talking for a while in between days, until one day, we even managed to share a bit of consciousness without any pain whatsoever. It seems that my mold magic is connected with her, and she can aid me in conjuring it pretty well. I couldn't really hate her as much as I wanted. I was distant with her, but she asked for forgiveness so much sigh. I am quite a weak woman. I couldn't contain myself when I saw her crying and so lonely. It reminded me of myself. I didn't want her to be that way, so I held her hand and hugged and kissed her. As long as she can change, there's no point in getting angry for eternity. And now, I think we're slowly improving our relationship. Although she's still quite jealous of Drake, she respects him. Benin? Miranda emerged at my side. She was confused. Oh, did you call me? I was sleeping. No. Strange. Then why was I brought here? Well, more importantly, why you did it with him? Why you did it? Sex. I did. Huh. Sorry. I should have told you beforehand. Jeez. It felt very weird and lewd. Miranda is now more connected to me. If she's not sleeping, she usually shares my body senses. This way, she can experience the world with me and the people with me, though she's too shy to talk with them yet. Due to that, well, when I had such a passionate day yesterday with Drake, it seems that she wasn't sleeping because she experienced it with me. Sorry, but it felt good though. I said, I never thought you would be such a degenerate, she said. Geez, why are you being rude again? I sighed. Sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but... still. Sigh. Well, you got so red. I bet you liked it anyway. If not, you would have told me to stop midway through, right? I asked. Yeah. I didn't do it to not bother you, she said while averting her gaze. Fufu. Have you started to like him? Who? Drake. I don't like that stupid lizard. Even after yesterday's love? He was so lovely. I stopped talking about that. Miranda gave me her back as she crossed her arms. I began to tickle her back and shoulders. Her appearance was like my previous life, a beautiful young girl of around 17 to 18 with pale white hair and long black hair, wearing a black dress. Her eyes are crimson red. Fufu, you're the only one I will ever allow to be with Drake aside from me, so we can share it all you want. I said, shut up. I don't like him. She said, I don't know about that, Fufu. I just like you. I only love you. Miranda looked at me with puppy eyes and hugged me. You're so cute now that you're so open, Miranda. There. I also love you, I said. Oh, really? Of course. You've already proven to be nice and to have changed. Benin. Miranda approached her lips towards me and suddenly gave me a brief kiss. Wait, what is this dum-dum doing? I didn't mean it that way. Like sisters. I sighed while face-palming. Sisters do kiss too, said Miranda with a cute smile. She got all red, and her crimson-red eyes gleamed eerily. She licked her lips after kissing me. Fui, this is a bit strange. We shouldn't go further than this. I don't feel it is right to be kissing Miranda. In the other case, her kiss was very sweet. Okay, I will let it slide because we are sisters. Yay. Then kiss, she said, offering me her tender lips. Ooh, no, I only kissed her forehead. She pouted angrily and looked even cuter. Come on, you can't get used to that. I prefer to kiss Drake. I said, Drake. Well, his kisses are indeed nice. Oh, so you like him too? I knew it. It's not that. As we talked about stuff, suddenly another presence emerged. We thought it could be Drake who sometimes sneaks into my dreams, but it wasn't him. It was something else, completely different. Endless darkness called upon me, with the tender voice of a motherly woman. You finally awakened it, my child. Who's there? I didn't know that Miranda could get so close to me that she would dare kiss me. Really, it felt weird, but now that I kind of love her like my sister, I can't help but think that it was okay as long as nothing else happens. Well, not like anything can happen. She doesn't have a physical body anyways. But still, she loves me romantically and likes me? Maybe that's why she's so jealous of Drake. Though she's beginning to like Drake, and she's falling for him too. Does she like both of us? A romantic trio? We better not think about this. As we talked about stuff, suddenly another presence emerged. We thought it could be Drake who sometimes sneaks into my dreams, but it wasn't him. It was something else, completely different. Endless darkness called upon me, with the tender voice of a motherly woman. Ah, you finally awakened it, my child. Who's there? What's going on? Miranda stuck to me as we held hands tightly. Whatever was speaking to us wasn't normal, nor Drake. It wasn't even from this world. This entity whose power was tremendously high. Whatever it was, this thing was completely out of anything, of any boundaries we had ever seen or comprehended. The darkness opened up to something wondrous. Space and time cracked open before our eyes as a portal to a strange place emerged. The seductive voice of this entity spoke to us and called us her child. My child. Who are you? Asked Miranda. We don't know you. Ah, are you an enemy? I have to wake up. I said, wait for a second, girls. Please. The woman's voice grew desperate as she asked us to stop. Who the heck are you? Roared Miranda. It seems that you've divided yourself in two. Or, it is you yet not you. How interesting. A part of your own power that has become a split of your own self, she said. What? Asked Miranda while raising an eyebrow. How could you tell that so fast? I am your mother. That's why I can see and know this. You're my daughters, part of my own chaos, or well, part of the chaos of one of my daughters, Karina. Therefore, you're also my daughters, something like Karina's little sisters. She said, Who's Karina? That's an awful name, said Miranda. I didn't know who Karina was. She spoke about her as if we should know about her, and it only made me madder. She even said we were a fragment of her. Can you clarify it better? And you're my mother? But I never met her, and the scientists said that I was created in a laboratory. I also have a new mother here, and I love her lots. Her name is Benla. I said, That's true, but I am the mother of your soul. It is hard to explain in this little window of time. But let's go to the point. I am chaos, the primordial deity of chaos. My children are all those that come from my primordial body. Karina was one of them, and through a conflict against an enemy, she fragmented into many chaos pieces before being sent to Genesis. The world where she currently is, her main core remained, but these pieces of chaos and miasma, some of them turned into sentient beings, sentient and chaotic souls spread across the universe. As someone that wants to redeem herself, I cannot possibly let you all be there without any aid. Even if, as of now, I am chained, I want to aid you in any way I can. She said a lot of stuff. It is like Drake often says, an info dump. But she means to say that I am a part of her original daughter pretty much. A primordial deity of chaos whose power by mere presence is overwhelming. She told me that I am part of her daughter, and therefore, I am also her daughter. It is very weird, and I don't like it either. So, I am but a piece of your real daughter? I asked. No, of course not. Benliden, right? I would never consider you just a piece. And you want us to fuse back with your real daughter, right? So the real one can be complete again, said Miranda. Yoa, why you're misunderstanding everything. I didn't mean that. I am quite bad at wording my intention. If you're really our mother, why don't you come to us and talk to us directly instead than in a dream? I asked. That's because I am chained by those beings. It is not something I should talk to you about at such an early stage of development. Chained? Did you do something bad then? Asked Miranda. And no, I didn't. Or did I? Perhaps. My existence is something bad. Miranda was being too aggressive, and the entities speaking to us seemed to be honest. Calm down, Miranda. Okay, I'll trust you on this one, because it's not like I got another choice. But what can we even do for you? Nothing. I don't want you to do anything for me. If even, I just want you to survive and be happy. I just love you. I want the best for you. Please, take it with you. Chaos suddenly gifted us something, a strange black mass that merged with us. Flash, this is a special gift. It brings forth a path for you to grow even stronger. Your soul is very delicate. It is in a state where it requires nourishment, so it can grow compact and not burst like a balloon. Although it possesses a lot of power, this power might explode away. Due to this, you need to refine your soul. I think the dragon that is with you might aid you. He is blessed with interesting abilities that can adapt to anything, asked for his aid. I am sure that he must be aware of your soul, and must be concerned too. She said, My soul, be careful and take care. I will be watching for you, wherever you are. She disappeared as she came, suddenly. What was that? Asked Miranda. I don't know. Just what was that just now? Our mother was this mysterious entity that came out of nowhere. By Emer, I really need a break. She's gone, but we can still talk within my soul. We have done it before. This is a very convenient space to practice magic and abilities. Despite not being physical, it seems that I can emulate the experiences and knowledge I get from being here to the real world outside. In this way, I had managed to learn many mold magic spells with Miranda in just a few days, surprising Drake a bit. So, she was our mother? So strange. What's a primordial deity? Asked Miranda. Probably something stronger than in here. Primordial is definitely something. Well, primordial. So I guess it is very important and strong that has existed since immemorial eras. She did say something about our soul, that it would burst like a balloon if we didn't refine it and nourished it. That's scary to think about, said Miranda. Indeed. I wonder what it is. I do remember that Drake said my soul was very strong. I added, it is strong but vulnerable at the same time. Geez, it is rather painful to know about this just when I know I am pregnant. It really is. Maybe you should wake up for now and tell Drake, said Miranda. You're right. See you later. I hugged Miranda and gave her a small kiss on her lips. It is just a little show of affection between sisters, right? I guess. I quickly decided to wake up, finding myself alone in the bed. I looked at the window, and it was night already. Fuyu, where did Drake go? I asked. You're finally awake. Drake is currently in his laboratory, doing something sketchy, said Fuyu. Sketchy. Drake's POV. After learning about Bin Laden's soul, I couldn't stay here just sitting and wasting my time. I quickly moved to my laboratory and began to gather wandering souls across the forest below by creating a semi-transparent net made of my own soul. Soul and phantoms can cross through solid objects without problems, so it was easy to set a net without even moving from my position. It was like net fishing that modern fishing boats do on Earth. They just lay a giant net and grab anything that passes through. A very cheap way to do it, but it works quite well and easily. After an hour, I already had a dozen of the monster's souls, which I slowly pulled back and began to inspect one by one. To know and learn how to refine a soul, I must first investigate how to do it, of course. And how about doing it with these random souls from animals and monsters? I had caught the soul of a person, which I let go of, but I took the monster ones because they barely kept any consciousness after dying due to not possessing enough intelligence to harbor enormous emotional grudges that keep their personalities even after death, so they're like masses of phantasmal energy. I began to inspect one that seemed bigger than the rest, the composition of a soul and everything. I had inspected my own soul composition multiple times, but you can go only so far before risking damaging your soul. I inspected the soul through my special soul abilities and also the death magic spell Soul Analysis. With that, I was able to see the many wondrous anatomies that a soul could have, although it would take me days, if not weeks, to fully comprehend the entire composition of something so simple yet so complex as a soul. Apparently, souls are made of a major composition named primordial essence, which I had already discovered before. This primordial essence is in every soul, even on mine. The more souls I eat, the more I get. There are also other methods of getting it, such as cultivating the mana core, which also enhances the soul as an after effect. Primordial essence was explained to me by the system when she fully analyzed the component. Amazing. She analyzed everything so well. System, you're really amazing. You're even cuter than I remember you. Don't say such things of me. I am only a system. Is she embarrassed now? Well, it should be better to go back to the topic. We continue to inspect the composition of a soul in detail. I dived deeper into it, reaching a mystical area inside a soul named Primordial Essence C. This C was vast, and one could directly extract primordial essence from a being from this. This bare soul had 1,000 primordial essence, which wasn't even a single point in any stat. However, there are deeper layers within the soul. It is incredible how complex such an aspect as souls is. Such a thing that we give for granted is so complex. It is as if the whole soul is like an enormous realm by itself. Every single soul is. As you dive deeper into it, you find deeper layers where the primordial essence becomes more complex. It is as if it was being refined into higher levels of energies. But because this soul is too weak, I cannot cross this. It is impossible for the soul's complexity to develop. And therefore, if I press too much, poof, it explodes. Souls, their complexity is mesmerizing. And the worst part is that in this world, at least in the mortal world, their investigation is non-existent. People don't even research souls at all, mostly because they cannot see them begin with. Perhaps immortals can see them, but we clearly cannot. So what can we even do in this situation then? Well, I've been researching the soul this entire day. Many souls exploded into pieces when I did so, and I stitched them together to keep looking. Stitching souls together seems to create bigger souls. But the more broken and repaired they are, the stranger and more twisted a soul becomes, resembling an immense labyrinth of endless and unnecessary complexity. Someone with a broken soul which had been reformed has a soul like this. When I checked my own soul, I found that my soul was becoming bigger and stranger too. The more souls I ate, the more these labyrinths were formed, and the larger my soul grew, the more it would resemble not a soul but a mass of many things. But I don't feel particularly bad over it, but maybe it wouldn't be the same for others. Nonetheless, the more I refine my soul and then rank up its cultivation, the soul receives a cleansing of impurities to strengthen itself. Perhaps this is what Benin requires, or not. I checked over my soul many times and inspected the stitch soul as well. Using the system's help, I had dived deeper into the investigation. The day passed without me realizing it. Perhaps Benliden's problems lie within her soul composition and the way it is structured. Maybe her own primordial essence is way too much compared to what her soul is made to take. Answer: there might be such a possibility. By analyzing previously achieved data about her soul, it seems that the composition of it is abnormal compared to normal souls. What do you mean? Her soul wasn't made like all other souls, including the host soul, was made. Her soul was created by a different method. A different method? But how are my soul made? Or that of others? Usually, souls emerge in different ways. However, more investigation and information need to be gathered to reaffirm this theory. Nonetheless, the system believes that souls are naturally formed in places with large densities of primordial energy. They form naturally, as if it were a natural phenomenon. There is also the other possibility of souls being born from other beings strong enough to create them. And the last theory is that all souls originate from a single entity whose soul is being divided endlessly. All of them sound crazy, you know? But I guess they're plausible within our theory of a world dominated by essence and powerful beings. After all, there's an outer universe aside from Yggdrasil. That I came from another world already confirms this. What might lay within the outside universe? I can only imagine beings that defy the very logic I am basing all of my theories and investigations on. Knock, knock. The door suddenly opens as Benliden gets inside, snapping me out of my own world. Ah, Benliden-chan, how was the nap? It was good, but there's something we need to talk about. What Benliden told me just now was way too aligned with my own theories, but it still ended blowing me off. I can't believe it. She really had such a dream. She told me she dreamed about an incredibly powerful entity that lived in the outside universe named Chaos, the primordial deity of chaos. And this deity said that she was her mother. What? And to boot, she said that Benliden's soul was originally a fragment of chaos from her original daughter, named Karina. Her daughter ended in a different world after an event fighting an enemy capable of defying the power of universe-level entities, and through such travel to this world, the intensity of space itself tore her body, which was composed of chaos and miasma, apart. One of such fragments of the many fragments, there was Bin Laden's original soul component. I knew it, the system was right. But this story is way too insane to believe so easily. But it makes sense, that's the worst part. It actually makes sense within the context. She said that Bin Laden's originally came from her chaos within her existence. So that's why her components are different. Her whole soul is different from the get-go. She originated from chaos. The same chaos that her new magic affinity is. It makes even more sense now on why she awakened such a strange attribute. So her origins are so mystical. I looked at the beautiful young woman in front of me. She seemed a bit concerned. I couldn't believe that she was such a thing deep down. But it was the truth. Well, whatever she is, I will always love her no matter what. Her mother had given her something before departing. Before she went away, she left a gift, a present of sorts. Something for me. I don't know what it really is, but she said it would help me grow stronger and nourish my soul, that it would bring me to this path. Sniff. Bin Laden began to cry. I am sorry. I am such a bothersome. I never stop having problems. Sniff. I don't want to trouble you with even more than we already have. Sniff. Bin Laden. I moved towards her and hugged her tightly. There's no problem at all. You're not a bothersome thing to me. You're a reason for me to keep striving. Before even meeting you, the only thing I had in mind was having a dull life where I would only sleep and hunt. But you give me a reason to improve, to keep moving forward. You're not a bother, Bin Laden. I love you so much. Doing this for you is nothing compared to the happiness you've brought to my life. D. Drake. Oh, really? Of course. Let's work together on this. I held her hand tightly as she kissed me. I love you too. And, yeah, let's do it together. It was already too late to continue investigations, so we left things for the next couple of days. For now, we decided to go eat and forget about everything for a bit, relaxing and making her happy. She fills my heart with so much energy. I am never tired when I am with her. We decided to have a nice dinner together. The news about her pregnancy was kept a secret from the rest to not make too much of a fuss yet. After the large feast where she ate a lot and laughed a lot with everyone at our side, we went to bed. I love you lots, she said, hugging me tightly as we rested below the blanket. I love you too now. It is time for you to rest. You're a mother now, so you have to sleep earlier. Yeah? I don't think that what moms do, said Bin Laden. Well, but you're a... Bin Laden smiled seductively at me. Her eyes seemed coquettish, releasing a charming gleam. I hadn't realized she has gotten so sexy recently. Or is it because of what happened yesterday? Her beautiful body pressed against mine as she whispered into my ears. Let's have some fun, all right? But let's forget about everything for a while, she said, slowly touching my undergarments and massaging my sleeping dragon. I swallowed saliva. Mom, Dad, sister, I am a weak man. Day 126. Last night was truly one to remember. We really did go all out. And we also had decided to just forget about anything in that little time, which lasted several hours. She has become very intense as well, which only excites me more. Lust is hard to contain when you have such a beautiful, cute, and sexy wife sleeping at your side who is eager to do it with you. I fear that this might become an every night routine now. While she slept cutely, I brought her breakfast and woke her up with a nice meal in bed. She got surprised. It has been a while since I surprised her like this. Of course, I had brought seconds, thirds, and fourths because her hunger cannot be easily contained. Yesterday and past yesterday, the dungeon has been occupied by my sect. My group already knew how to get there, so they were led by Bin Laden's parents, Tisha and Pekora, alongside one of my true clones, a larger clone I've made which took me several days, which is encompassed of many little slime clones fused together through synthesis. I can connect my mind with this clone and give it some small orders. It is quite strong because it inherited several of my powerful skills, and I've packed it with mana cores. This clone, of course, has the nature of slime, so it is nothing like it will try to kill me or something that clones do in movies. This clone made of many small slime clones can shapeshift into more complex forms, but the ice giant form of mine is enough. I had also given it my sword and spear, so he had no hard time dealing with the goblin dungeons, and the party brought a lot of food by that. Of course, leaving the trash items as the contribution without problems. As of now, I had no plan in going to the dungeon yet, as I wanted to go to the next dungeon after the Goblin Dungeon, which I will delay for Benin. So for now my clone is going into large excursions, while also dividing itself and leaving more slime clones around to scout the area and spy on anyone. They have stealth and other abilities with them. Although they are weak in other areas, they're useful enough. 2 of them, however, were found out, but the sect members that found them thought of them as normal slimes. It seems that slimes are common house monsters like rats, who sneak into houses and eat the food that people leave on shelves or eat the bedsheets and so on. They're a plague. But they had been suppressing it for a while. Nonetheless, that didn't make a fuss, and I just made that slime clone kill itself, its little soul returning to me. Like this, even if they're found, there's a way to escape. The amount of meat and other resources have been butchered and stored into spatial shelves, which I constructed using Ice Smith and bathing them with spatial inventory runes. This way, they could be accessible for everyone and store a lot inside. Most of the materials are gathered together. The mana cores are for me, as I'm using them for my other project, which I had begun to assess using another set of slime clones with the alchemy magic and synthesis skills added into them, alongside a group of specialized alchemists that I have recruited from the former slaves. They're still newbies and have to use alchemy bracelets crafted by me infused with these 2 skills, but they're handling it fine as personnel. This is a long-term project, so it will take a while to flourish. Fuyu had already built a specialized and enormous laboratory for alchemy stuff, so they're working there, leaving my personal lab only for my own investigations and experiments. There is apparently no limit to the number of clones I can make, but they're obviously weak and cannot grow stronger nor cultivate, but they're fine as they are for the tasks I give them. Nonetheless, making too many means splitting my soul a lot, so I have to take a long break and eat a lot more souls if I don't want to end up stagnating my soul cultivation. Lastly, to make money, we are selling my failures of equipment in the shop of that which woman inside the sect's walls. The money we make is decent there, so we are just selling her all of it. Oh, and Ruby has been visited by the kids the last 2 days. They were brought by Benliden's parents and Dragon, and the kids are growing closer with the little vampire girl Ruby. Everything is moving fast despite only a few days having passed. All right, are you ready? I asked. After a bath, though. Together. Sigh. All right, and we did it while bathing, too. Benliden is very intense. After we had breakfast, she made me do it with her while taking a warm bath. And with this endless libido skill popping up whenever I feel tired, I have effectively become a sex machine. Nonetheless, we eventually finished doing it and took a relaxing bath. I suppose this passion might be temporary. We're just starting her sexual life. Later on, maybe she'll finally calm down and do things slowly, especially after our baby is born. First of all, the first thing we assessed was, what the heck was Chaos Gift? For that, I check her status. Name, Benliden. Race, Hydraconic Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Peak Stage. Status, pregnant, eating. Average estimated vitality, 18544/18544. Average estimated mana, 25660/25660. Average estimated strength, 19549. Average estimated dexterity, 17300. Average estimated magic, 23200. Abilities, unique skill, mold suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Emer's descendant. Cold immunity, ice resistance, hastens self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance. Ice Dragon skin, or skin, cooking, butcher, crafting, sewing, mana manipulation, Giant's great physique, superhuman strength, magic genius, hasten mana recovery, magic enhancement, acrobatics, dexterity enhancement, forager, hunter, fungokinesis mold, mold-assisted telekinesis mold, mold magic mold, mold bullet mold, mold tentacle mold, axe technique, shield technique, armor technique, unarmed fighting technique, half monster, strong ice dragon bloodline upgraded, freezing ice aura, berserk mode, mold enhancement, divine dragon mark, chaos, dragon breath, dragon scales, chaos magic, draconic might, chaos divine protection new, soul refinement new. She got chaos divine protection and soul refinement is her new abilities. How interesting. Chaos divine protection. The divine protection of the primordial deity of chaos. It enhances the user's growth and all of its capabilities exponentially, giving it the ability to develop the chaos attribute to greater heights. Soul refinement. A special ability that grants the user the ability to refine its own soul through the absorption and assimilation of energies. It also grants the power to devour souls. I see those gifts are very crucial. With this, she should be able to grow stronger and even enhance her soul power. Wonderful, these gifts are actually very good. Try eating this. I gave Benin a small monster soul. She grabbed it as I had made it materialize through the death magic spell visualization. She touched it and then put it into her mouth. Like the same vacuum that eats all the food, she ate the soul like a noodle and realized she got a bit stronger. I ate a soul, she muttered. It seems that the ability works properly. That's a relief. Now let's begin. I made Benin sit down over an ice table as I told her to close her eyes, and trust me. I'll leave it to you then. Thank you, good night, dear. She closed her eyes and began to sleep quite easily. She told me she was able to do this some time ago, transporting her mind into the place where Miranda was. After she began to sleep, I used my powers to inspect her soul with great detail. I dived my soul eyes into her soul and entered the abyssal dark sea that her soul was, so immense it resembled an endless cloud of darkness. I shaped my own soul and created a small avatar of my soul, still connected with my soul. I dived into this darkness within a new perspective, as if I had entered a new world inside of her soul, an unexplored one. With the aid of the system, we began to inspect the components of her soul. The first thing we found was a large quantity of miasma. Miasma is corrupted energy that becomes almost radioactive and therefore dangerous. It can infect things, souls, and more, and mutate them. It also produces dungeons to emerge naturally, and it even can mutate normal animals into monsters. This is why normal animals are incredibly rare. If exposed to it, people might mutate into monsters too, or end up dying or weakening. My soul too might take damage, but I was guarding my own soul with a powerful death magic spell named Energy Absorption Barrier, which does what it says, absorbs energy, even mana, or the blows of attacks. It is not all-powerful, but can guard me against things like these. We began to inspect the soul component deeper as I traveled through it. I found out that there was larger and more chaotic darkness, which I have dived into. My barrier began to crack and fade away, but I reinforced it with my great mana pool. Not enough deeper. I moved deeper into the entire thing, using everything I had at my disposal. Quickly after, I reached the darker darkness. Chaos emerged before my eyes like spirals of eternal destruction. This was inside her soul. No, this was part of her soul. I touched it and my hand began to disintegrate. I quickly pulled back. It wasn't something I could fight against yet. It was too dangerous. I moved back a bit more and inspected everything. I quickly decided to pull back after that. What do we got? I asked the system. Analyzing. Apparently, Benin's soul is mostly composed of 3 major components: miasma, chaos attribute divine energy, and corrupted primordial essence. Her soul was really not normal. What do you think we can do? The thing that could be done as of now is let Benin devour more souls that can become soul mass, something that she critically lacks. After that, with your help and death magic, a soul membrane can be created, and through her soul refined, this membrane can be refined and fused into the soul, and therefore strengthened by eating more souls. It is an arduous task, however. Seems easy enough. As long as it is within my grasp, I can do it no problem. I woke up Benleden after a bit more investigation and let her have her way with hundreds of souls I had captured all night long using my soul net. She was happy because she found herself growing stronger by eating them and was quite gluttonous as well. I never thought souls would taste so refreshing, she pointed out. Day 130. It has been 4 days since I began the soul treatment with Benleden. These days I've made her consume souls of monsters every day by the hundreds. Eating souls was something she wasn't capable of doing naturally. I had thought about making soul puree and then add it into her soul manually before, but now that she got the ability to eat souls thanks to her mother's gift, things were faster than I had expected. After 4 days of eating almost 1,000 souls, her soul mass and soul density had reached a good enough amount to cover the entire area of her soul after I compacted it a bit using my soul hands to squeeze her soul a bit. Using this soul mass, I used my newly acquired death magic spell, Soul Membrane, which could be used when connecting my soul with another, and it let me create a soul membrane using the target soul Massachusetts. It was a very specific spell. And then, like putting a very fluffy mass of fur inside a tight balloon, I began to extend the membrane around her soul and tried my best to fit it inside, but it still needed some more soul mass. I could sweat it was enough, and the system had also calculated it was enough. Perhaps her soul had just grown a bit larger now out of the energies she got by eating souls. Damn it. All right, I'll just do my plan B. I extended my own soul and cut a large chunk of it after taking out any consciousness within it and added it into the soul membrane. The pain was quite horrible. It was as if you were having your entire body shredded into pieces while being alive. Anyways, as I was used to pain, this was nothing compared to my love for her. Using my piece of soul, her membrane finally was able to enclose the darkness within her soul, and it was done. I pulled my consciousness back as I fell over the ground. I was exhausted. My soul had reduced its mass massively due to what I did, but I had a lot of souls ready to eat at my side, so I began to consume them for a few hours while Benleden slept. Oof. It was close. I sighed. You could have waited some more. You didn't have to sacrifice part of your soul like this. Don't worry about that. And if I had resettled everything, we would have to wait even more days for her to get enough soul mass. And there are too many variables, such as her soul sometimes expanding progressively without any explanation. Now that it is enclosed within the membrane, she has to use her soul refine and fuse it together. With a compact soul, her power won't risk leaking out nor busting or dissipating into nothingness if she gathers too much. Like having a layer of very tough skin over her soul. Sigh, I had managed to block your stats from dropping due to the large loss of primordial essence. But this will only keep you for a few hours. Eat as many souls as possible to regain mass before you lose stats permanently. All right, thank you for your care. Seriously, why do you always put other people before you? I know that Benleden is your partner, but even then, what you did could have killed you. You've gotten very expressive. I forgot you're just an idiot. A good-hearted idiot. I think you're exceeding your protocol by insult your host. Anyways, continue consuming souls. What I did was what family would do, I said. Or are you going to tell me that a father sacrificing his life so his child can live is something an idiot would do? Or that a husband protecting his wife with his life is something wrong? That it's bad to love someone so much that I am willing to give up my life so she and my child can live on? It is not just Benleden's life that I am saving now. It is also my child's life. If she dies, I am sure that my child will also die with its mother, and I would rather die instead of them. Drake, I guess I'm being a bit melodramatic there. Anyways, things went well, and we were all fine, so let's just relax. The system's AI had developed complex emotions and a personality at an alarming rate, but I suppose what she said back then was because she was worried about her host, me. What I said to her was the truth. Something wrong could have happened to Benleden's soul if we had waited too much. The soul mass. She could lose might affect her soul even more, and I didn't want to risk so many variables that could lead to her doom and that of my child. I'm not pretending to be a hero or anything. In fact, eating souls is already something that would be considered monstrous. After all, they're literally like lives, future living beings that I am making disappear forever for the benefit of myself. and my family. Isn't that something that only villains would do? Indeed, but they are just necessities. Wild animals also do this. The parents sometimes are willing to give up their lives fighting a predator to save their young. It is a natural instinct to want to preserve your offspring, even if it is still a small clutch of cells. I'm so tired. I continued to eat souls without stopping. Although at some point my soul recovered quite nicely and it was filled up with a lot of mana where the wound was recovering quite fast. Perhaps I might be able to extend part of my regeneration abilities from a mortal body into my soul, but only limitedly and temporarily. As my soul was slowly repaired, I suddenly felt dizzy and ended falling asleep on the floor. While sleeping, I suddenly felt something wrap around my soul. It felt so tight, but it was probably the soul membrane that Drake had been talking to me about. It seems that things were going nice. The soul membrane wrapped around my soul, and apparently my soul had grown bigger. The membrane wasn't capable of extending enough to wrap my soul completely. Ugh, we'll have to do this over again then. However, suddenly something strange happened. I couldn't describe it well, but it was so warm. A blanket covered the area of my soul, which the membrane could not cover. It was warm and filled with a strong desire of love. This blanket merged with the membrane quite fast, and everything wrapped up my soul nicely. It felt so refreshing. Was this what my soul was missing? I closed my eyes and began to use Soul Refine to refine the membrane into my soul. By using mana and this ability, I slowly began to merge the membrane with my soul, letting the membrane become a part of the soul permanently and reinforcing it as well. It seemed to be slowly working, and I spent I don't know how long doing it, until I woke up. I opened my eyes and stretched my arms. The light of the sun was coming from the window. I was in Drake's laboratory. Where's Drake, though? I sat down and I found him. Drake. He was resting over the floor. He looked pale, too. What happened? I rushed towards him and checked him. I infused my senses into his body as he had taught me to do to check a person's life signal. He was alive. Drake was very unique. He had a body that was immortal. So how could he be pale and sickly? What happened? Flash. When I regained consciousness, I had gained some strange abilities because I suddenly felt his soul. I saw it, a brilliant and beautiful soul as if it were made of liquid gold and icy winds. But it was strange, a large piece of it was missing. It was like looking at a piece of bread whose someone had taken around a third of it. That blanket that helped my soul. Was it his soul? He tore apart so much of his soul to heal mine. Drake. Drake, are you okay? Wake up. I hugged him tightly and tried to wake him up, but nothing was working. Was he asleep? What was happening now? Could his soul be weakened, had put him into a state of coma? My Drake, you dummy. Why did you do such a thing for me? Sniff. I couldn't help but cry because all of this was my fault. I was always so filled with problems, and I always had Drake put his time and effort into aiding me. Benladin, there's no time to cry now. Quickly carry him to the bed. Miranda snapped me out of my daze. My muscles tightened as I grabbed my husband with my arms, carrying him out of the laboratory and rushing to our bed. There, he rested peacefully. His face seemed so serene. Was he dreaming? Is there a way I can help him recover? I wondered. Maybe feed him souls like how he made you eat them, said Miranda. How can I do that? Our soul had already developed strong enough. Look, we can do this. Miranda suddenly showed me a power I had not thought possible. My soul came out of my body like a pitch-black tentacle of ethereal essence. Wow, Drake showed us how he fished for souls like this. Miranda aided me to quickly respond to the situation. I was too stupid and clumsy to do things myself. I was thankful I had a clever sister to aid me in such a situation. I did as she said and began to expand my soul. Her guidance and the sleeping face of my beloved was the only thing I needed to arm myself with courage and do it. Although it looked disgusting and strange, my soul extended like black and oozy tentacles resembling a bit of the mold. They went through the floor and formed a net. I did it. Souls slowly began to pile up in the net. As I decided to call everyone and tell them about what had just happened, my parents rushed first. They knew that my soul treatment was going on through these days and understood what had happened. Everyone inside of Fuyu, including her, was worried about Drake now. Many were looking at him as he slept. Some suggested feeding him herbs or something, but they were not going to be effective. "You have to feed him souls?" asked my mother. "I have to. That's what he did to repair my own. After eating enough souls, soul mass is made. He used that to make my soul membrane. But that wasn't enough. So he used his own soul, a third of his damn soul, to heal yours." "Is he crazy?" said Dragan, almost falling over her butt. "Drake, sorry for not being as supportive as I should have. You're an amazing man. To think that you would do such a thing for my daughter. You're really my son-in-law," said my father. "Drake, wake up," cried Yuki. She seemed concerned and was even crying. He never had gone through anything. He was always the strongest and was always protecting us. Seeing him like this, it fills me with so much sorrow, sighed Scotty. Even a living spear who often only hunted beasts was sorrowful. "Sniff, idiot. Why do you like to be the hero so much?" cried Yuki, hugging him. "Papa, Drake Papa." Flair and Morin were next to him, holding his hands. "When will he wake up?" asked Tisha. "I don't know." I sighed. "Damn it. I wish I could know something more about souls. I should have studied them more when the elder had offered me that damn book," said Pecora. Apparently, her tribe had secret ways of using souls. I gathered a few dozen souls, but this clearly was not enough. I moved them upwards. They were wild and didn't let me grab them correctly, but I forced my way into them with Miranda's aid and crushed them into bits. With these bits grind into dust, I began to slowly sprinkle them over Drake's soul. His soul slowly absorbed these sprinkles. It was working slowly. I held his hand tightly as I continued to do this for hours. "I'm not going anywhere, Drake. I will always stay with you. We will heal you, and you will be back soon. I promise you." Suddenly, while I was slowly healing his soul, small slimes began to jump into the fortress. "A slime attack? What's that?" Wait. "Don't kill them." Fuyu suddenly stops most of the people. "These slimes are not monsters. Those slimes are similar to me or Scotty. They're clones that Drake had made with pieces of his soul. There is more underground working inside a laboratory. The Drake that usually goes to the dungeon is also a clone. Some of you might not know that," said Fuyu. "I didn't know that, but I didn't know he had made so many." The army of little slimes rushed towards Drake, fusing together into a massive creature. Main body. Several clones that Drake had made suddenly came rushing here. They combined together into a larger slime and looked over his resting body. Main body. They looked over Drake's sleeping appearance as they suddenly began to fade away into magic particles. What's going on? Flash. Suddenly, I was able to see something. An ethereal mass emerged from within the mass of slimes, fusing back with Drake. I saw as the clone souls merged into one, which then merged back with Drake. Drake's soul healed a lot from this. Around 50% of what was lost was restored. His soul was blazing with energy. Maybe this was his backup plan? Drake really thinks about everything. Will he wake up? Yuki asked this as we looked over at Drake. But he wasn't waking up. After a few minutes, nothing yet. His soul was still recovering. Maybe he should be able to be mostly okay now, but maybe something was forcing him into sleeping. Perhaps even if his wounds are healed partially, the exhaustion he felt was too much. I decided to continue giving him souls as he slept for hours. The night came, and he was still sleeping. Most of the people couldn't stay here forever. I let them go and do their own things. Some went hunting, others to train, and others to make some food. I stayed here with my parents. I wasn't going to stop until his soul was to be healed. However, I myself was feeling quite sleepy. In the end, I fell asleep without realizing it over the chair I was resting on. Drake POV. I had fallen asleep while devouring souls. My soul exhaustion might have hit critical levels, so I ended falling asleep at the end. Where am I now? I look around my surroundings, but I can only find darkness. A dream? Perhaps. I kept walking through the darkness until I saw masses of pink-colored smoke. This reminds me of something. I continued to walk through it, but I quickly got lost. Ugh, wait. This place. It is the inheritance entrance of the dream fox demon venerable. I came back here without even realizing it. But I don't know if I am ready for it. I require a stronger soul to even dare to get inside of this labyrinth. And since then, I haven't trained my dream traveling abilities because I've been busy doing a myriad of other things. I didn't realize it, but despite wanting to live a relaxing life, I'm always doing so many things. Oh man, ugh, I should get out of here and wake up. But no matter how far I try to walk away from this, the pink clouds continue to absorb me into it. Wait, this is acting strange. I don't remember it being so oppressive. It really wants to drag me in. Fufu, you're back. Suddenly, the voice of a mischievous fox girl emerges around. No, I came here by mistake again. Can I get out? By mistake? You're saying that you've entered my glorious inheritance just by mistake. Once more? You're quite arrogant for a measly mortal, dragon. She got a bit angry. I see. Venerables are incredibly prideful of their creations, being told that I just slipped into her inheritance without even wanting to might had offended her. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. You're venerable. Don't get so childish over a slight remark. I said, see, childish. I am not childish. The fox girl appeared in front of me while pouting. She was quite cute. You're right. You're a majestic venerable. I apologize for calling you like that. I said. I decided to kneel and throw away my pride. If she wanted to, she could end me at any time. Despite just being a recollection of her consciousness left behind after death, I am sure that she was still strong enough to destroy my soul. Oomph. You better mean it. But seriously, what's so special about you, dragon? How can you slip accidentally inside of my inheritance twice? Oh, I see. In the end, there are no such things as a coincidence. The fox girl smiled mischievously at me. She was planning something. What is it? Fate itself has guided you here. It's probably Yggdrasil's well workings. It wants to destroy you while it still can. Letting you inside of my inheritance is a very easy way to destroy your soul if you end up slipping inside one of the dream worlds inside and then losing the challenge of the dream. Your soul will be easily consumed, said the fox girl. Fate? Yggdrasil's will. You probably don't know much, huh? Fate is what maintains order in the world. It is an all-powerful element that Yggdrasil's will uses to dominate everything. Even our lifespan is decided by fate. You cannot fight fate, and fate will always decide what will happen to you. Yet, after many reincarnated people came into existence, fate weakened. After all, we possess souls from the outside while having bodies from this world. Fate only affects half of our future, said the venerable. So that's how it is. This is quite hard to believe, but you're a venerable. You must know more than me. Wait, you were a? Indeed, I was a reincarnated person. I met some of them too, you're one, right? Most of you always talk about coming from worlds named Earth, though I didn't come from such a world. She said, really? Foo-foo, but why would I tell you more than that? Where would the fun be? She asked. She's really like a fox. The fact that my consciousness remains alive in my dreams is the fact that I am defying fate. I remain half alive, waiting for the moment to revive after fate is broken. Many venerables are doing so as well. She said, wait, hold up. You gave me a big reveal there. I kind of like you, so I did it on a whim. Hey, Cham, how about this? I'll give you a little challenge. If you can complete it, I'll let you go back, and with a gift included. After revealing something important right in front of me, such as the venerables coming back to life, the fox venerables smiled cheekily at me. The venerables are planning to come back. These are indeed incredible big news, though. But I feel like I shouldn't talk about this to anyone. It might incur the world's wrath. But when I asked her why she revealed something so important to me, she answered me as if she truly were like a child. I kind of like you, so I did it on a whim. Sigh. She's very unpredictable, like a wild card or a jester of sorts. And then, out of nowhere, she smiled back at me once more. Her fluffy, pink-colored fox ears twitched cutely as her fluffy pink fox tails waved around. Her eyes shone brightly. She had come out with some devilish idea, I bet. HM, how about this? I'll give you a little challenge. If you can complete it, I'll let you go back, and with a gift included. What? So she's not letting me go. By just saying this, she implied she has me captured here. Ugh. And a challenge? What challenge? But if it is inside a dream, she had said that when someone fails a dream challenge, your soul is slowly consumed. Maybe if I had a stronger soul, I could take a few hits, but as of now, a single bite is enough to destroy it. This is very dangerous. I have slipped right where Yggdrasil's will wanted me to. And she, somehow, is playing along with it despite having implied that she disliked this entity. What is she planning to do? Why? I asked. Fufu, don't think that it is because I am aligning with the world's will. That's not it. I simply want to test you. I am quite surprised by how you've entered my inheritance like nothing, not once, but twice already. So I want to see if you're truly someone promising. Fufu, it is not like you have another option, right? She smiled back at me. Her eyes were as deep as the abyss. She acted cutely, but she was after all a demon venerable, someone who had slaughtered millions of innocents and caused chaos all across the world. She wasn't a good person at all. I couldn't expect her to do something nice to me out of pity. Like a fox, she might as well want to just play around with her prey, just for fun. Ow, is this challenge? I asked. I had no option. It was either the challenge or staying here forever, I would suppose. I don't want to keep my soul trapped in here. My body will eventually wither away without proper energy intake from food. After all, the immortal body is fueled with energy, which I take by eating. If I sleep, I cannot eat, and therefore, it won't work properly. I have no option than to ask her what she wants me to do. If I ever grow strong enough, I will teach her a lesson, though. I like that spirit. Fufu, it is a simple task. You'll get inside one of my custom-made Dreamlands. They're like mini dream worlds. You must complete this story within this small Dreamland correctly. If you reach the proper storyline and complete the dream accordingly, you'll get to leave, and I will even gift you something very nice. She said, the only dreams I've ever entered before were those of Benin, and I have only seen them. They are often incredibly realistic, resembling a world by themselves. But I've never entered inside a dreamland. I don't know what to expect inside. Apparently, she said I must complete the storyline, whatever that means. Can you explain to me more about it? I asked. That wouldn't be fun. I cannot find out if you're truly talented if I guide you through it, right? But I'll give you a clue. You must die at the end. What? At the end? But if I die inside a dream, won't I lose? I asked. Fufu. Who knows? Now let's go. Poof. The fox girl waved her hands, and I was sent away elsewhere. I opened my eyes once more. Did I found myself somewhere else? I glance around my surroundings and find that I am inside a leather tent. There's the smell of burnt wood and flesh coming from outside, and then I begin to hear the screams of people. I look at my own body, finding myself in the small body of a girl. I had fox-like ears and a tail of orange-brown color, and I look to be around 6 years of age. I'm a young foxkin girl? Wait, is this the Venerable's past? Correct. You've been transported inside one of her dreamlands. System. You're here. Your unique skills are part of your soul. When you enter a dreamland, you enter with your soul. I have managed to finally reach up to you. Before her presence, it was impossible, but I can do it here. So you're telling me I am here in the past? Correct. I don't know the details. I am still analyzing this dream, but it appears that you must complete certain tasks and go according to the story to win in these dreamlands. The only clue we have is that you must die at the end. But how do we know when is the end? Nice. At least I have some tools. What about immortal body? Ack. All right, let's walk outside. I slowly moved outside, timidly to not find someone that would kill me instantly. What I find is an entire village of foxkin being burnt to the ground by humans. I walked outside of the tent to find the entire village of foxkin being burnt. There were foxkin burnt into the ground, all charred up. It was a horrible sight. The flames consumed several tents and the forest around the village, and there were several humans around. They looked just like Earth's humans. Their presences emanated strong rank 2 and above mana cores, and they wore magic armor and torches alongside magic weapons. The foxkin in this village were all weak, barely at the initial stage, some of the middle stage of rank 1. This body hasn't even awakened its mana core yet, so she was a very weak mortal. However, I suddenly realized something. Despite being immortal in this dream, the dream fox venerable was a reincarnated soul. Due to this, she possesses 3 unique skills at her disposal. Those are dream magic, advanced calculation speed, and spirit creator. These unique skills already sound overpowered, but I have no idea how to use them. Apparently, dream magic has been created in this world thanks to that unique skill. Advanced calculation speed aids her as a passive skill that enhances the speed of her thought processing and calculation, and Spirit Creator lets her create spirits through the use of mana and imagination. Wow, she could just create spirits. Nonetheless, our usage of it is very poor at this stage. I knew it. It was going to be hard. As I lurked outside, I saw how the humans were fighting against a few foxkin. They were using everything they could, but the humans overpowered them and slaughtered them. Ah, this is terrible, even as a reincarnated person. Suddenly, my own body began to move on its own. Tears began to flow out of her eyes as she saw in disbelief the foxkin man that died before her. Father! It seems that it was in auto mode because she rushed back to her father who had received a sharp spear made of wind into his chest. He was bleeding and had a terrible wound, a whole hole on his chest. I don't know how he was still somehow alive. Belle, run. Or run away. No, I can't let you die. Papa, I can. I can heal you. The girl suddenly tried to use Spirit Creator to create a spirit that could help her heal, but her mana pool was abysmal, and she failed miserably. Suddenly, I gained control once more. A human noticed us and pointed his finger at us. A blade made of shadows was materialized and fired directly towards me. Fucking monster, she's a little girl. I had no time to help her father. I quickly ran away and jumped out by releasing icy winds from my legs, which I managed to evade. Boom! The shadow blade reached her father. However, as it exploded, and his entire body was splattered across the entire floor. A horrifying scene that a little girl shouldn't see. The girl's expression changed in horror. Her eyes were sinking into her skull as she gritted her teeth, anger pouring into her heart as she glanced resentfully at the human. You bastard! TCH, what an annoying kid. The mage slowly walked towards us as another came at his side. A little girl? We could sell her for slavery. I bet some eccentric old man would like her in his harem. You're right, she's quite pretty. Shit. I gained control of my body once more and ran for my life. I ran and ran without stopping. However, these 2 bastards were incredibly fast. They reached up to me in no time. Come on, don't make this difficult for us. They surrounded me from behind and in front. The girl suddenly got in 4 legs, roaring and groaning like a wild fox. Her hair became sharp, and she looked feral. Grah! She went berserk, as I suddenly gained control once more. Fuck! Winter magic! I used whatever mana this girl had and conjured a spear made of ice, firing it directly into the bastard's face. Clash! Wag! The spear wasn't strong enough, and it was small, but impaled his left eye and made him cry in agony. The other was left surprised as he tried to catch me. Because they wanted me alive, they were not going serious on me. This gave the girl an opportunity to get through it. However, the girl chose to escape, jumping over the wounded man's head and leaping deep into the forest. Looking back at her burnt village, tears didn't stop pouring from her eyes. And I too shared her sorrow. As I dive into the forest, I seem to have lost control once more. The girl continued to escape across the forest, surviving however she could, sleeping inside hollow trees, hiding from grizzly bears, and hunting horned rabbits. So there are scenarios? How many? I see, thank you. You're very useful. Without you, I would be a goner. You're also skilled, Drake. Now, by reading the signatures and fluctuations of the Dreamland's cloud, it apparently is about to begin a new scenario. Be ready. And it started right away. After the girl survived for around 4 years in the wild, she suddenly found a human town right next to the outskirts of the immense forest where she was living in. Was the fox venerable born in Midgard? There are a lot of humans. She had trained a lot in these 4 years, and had even grasped the ability to finally create up to 2 spirits, but their power doesn't exceed hers, so she has to be very intelligent in how to use them. Her dream magic had barely developed, though. Even with her powerful mind, they're confusing and make her dizzy. She cannot employ them correctly yet. She looked over the village, and then I gained control of her. What should I do? Apparently, her name was Belle. The Fox Venerable's name was very simple. It surprised me. I really thought she came from a royal family or something, but despite being a reincarnated person, she had very bad luck. Her entire family was killed in a human raid. They just came and exterminated her village as if this peaceful foxkin were a nuisance to them. Perhaps they enslaved some of them as well. Well, they were not worse than ice giants. I suppose all races in this world are rotten in some way or another, not just humans. There are always people that just want to take advantage of the weak, suppress them completely, and use them for their own goals or to merely pleasure themselves. I'm all down for punishing and slaughtering bastards mercilessly, but I'm not into torturing or killing people that honestly don't deserve such fate. The dream essence fluctuations seem to have created an invisible path. Through the use of the dream magic spell Dream Guidance, you might be able to see it. Perhaps by following this path, you can find what to do. Dream Guidance. By willing it, I used the magic of Belle. Suddenly, a flash of pink light emerged before my eyes. A faint trail of pink-colored smoke led me directly into the village. So I have to get there. I slowly walked to not be noticed by many. It was quite early in the morning. Not many people were walking around. I reached the village and suddenly hurriedly hid behind a house. Something was coming. A carriage carrying people inside. There were not only humans in there, but also demi-humans. Beastkin were visible, even elves, dwarves, and rare ice elves. Are you kidding me? More slaves? Is this world fascinated with slavery so much? Belle gritted her teeth in anger, looking at the people. Damned humans. You're all monsters, she thought, her sharp fangs showing up. Suddenly, the door of the house where she was hiding behind opened, and a young kid came outside. Shit. I tried to run away, but I couldn't. This was a fixed event, it seems. Belle was startled. She fell over her, but clumsily. Are you okay? The boy, however, instead of screaming that a wild foxkin had come to the village, rushed to her aid and extended his hand towards her. Grr. However, Belle had become very wild and feral as she survived wild. She slapped away the hand of the boy and groaned at him. Calm down. I was just trying to help you. Who are you? Asked the boy, walking away a bit. Belle squinted her eyes as she looked at the boy. He looked like a simple human boy, short brown hair, aquamarine eyes, white skin, slim body, of around 10 years. The boy suddenly went to look for something, bringing back a loaf of bread and dried meat. Are you hungry? Belle looked at the food. She had not eaten much in a few days. Only acorn or roots. Horned rabbits had become rare around these areas due to humans overhunting them into almost extinction around here. Belle swallowed saliva, her eyes locked into the food. The boy extended her hands gently, smiling at her. Belle grabbed the things and began to eat them wildly. Grog, nom, gulp, cough, cough. She was eating so fast, she ended choking herself. You have to eat more carefully. The boy gave her a glass of water, which she drank. Belle looked at him shyly. Thank you. So you can talk. I have to go. Belle stood up after eating and decided to go back to the forest. Staying here was too dangerous. However, wait, please, you can stay here. Belle looked at the boy worriedly. He seemed gentle. It must be cold outside. Belle ended entering the boy's house, and she was given proper clothes. The boy apparently was alone. After talking with the boy, where she barely spoke anything, she ended falling asleep out of exhaustion. I knew it. She was too naive. I woke up inside a cage, being carried inside a carriage. There were several other people in cages at her side. Some were outside of cages, but they had strange collars. These were enslavement collars. What? Where am I? They tricked her. I can't believe it. A 10-year-old boy was such a bastard. He ended selling her off for money. I remember that while she slept, he had said that he needed the money for his family. I don't really know what to think. Belle was quick to understand. She realized the truth and began to cry. Sniff. Sniff. The first human she trusted ended betraying her. I suddenly gained control once more of her as she cried sorrowfully. I glanced around my surroundings. System, what now? You must escape. This is the task, I would assume. The fluctuations of the dream are changing constantly. This is a quick event. If you don't manage to escape, something bad will happen. Shit, how can I escape? I am still just a little girl? And this weight, I don't have a collar yet. Is this why I am inside a cage? Then I can escape somehow and not be found. The people around me look moribund, all depressed. I wish I could help them, but this is a dream. I cannot. Boom. Suddenly, something happened. A loud, shattering blow reached the front of the carriage. The ground trembled. Uler. Ogres. And that's a mountain giant? Shit. Run. Boom. The carriage was suddenly assaulted by wild orcs and mountain giants. This is bad. I see why I must escape right away, or I will end inside the belly of these monsters. The mountain giant's footsteps were slow but generated loud tremors that made everything tremble. It was terrifying. Come on. Ah, a spirit in the shape of a knife, of the earth element. No, wait, that won't do. What can cut steel more easily? Nothing. It is metal after all. Wait, I have an idea. I had read somewhere that when something is frozen a lot and then burned, the temperature changes will easily make the materials more fragile. And so, I froze the bars with winter magic, and then I created a little spirit of fire, too, in fact, because one wasn't enough. Boom. The fire burned my face a bit, but I managed to generate a change in temperature that made the metal very frail, enough for it to crack and shatter. The people around me begged for my help, extending their arms towards me. Help me. Please. I have a son. Save him. Take my child. I gritted my teeth. I couldn't help you. You are not real. This is just a dream. I rushed outside the carriage and jumped out, running in 4 legs far into the forest. The orcs and the giant didn't notice me, as I heard the screams of the people being eaten alive. Belle gritted her teeth tightly, crying desperately as she ran away. Her heart was pounding so fast, I thought it would burst out of her chest. She went through so much. It was as if fate itself was trying to kill her. Since her childhood, that Yggdrasil's has been targeting her. Time passed in auto mode. Belle flew into the forest and never came out, but this forest was another one, filled with deadly monsters. She evaded most of them, but there were so many events where I had to survive against groups of goblins armed with blades or knives, or even fight and win against a blazing bear by myself. At some point, I was sure I would die, but I managed to pull out a victory barely. Winter magic came into clutch many times. It was my best ally and helper into this, alongside the system aiding me in many things. At some point, Belle understood her dream magic and learned the ability to absorb mana cores into her own dreams and increase her dream attribute mana core cultivation rank. At the end of 3 years of surviving, she was able to reach rank 1 peak stage, but she had been forged differently. She had become even wilder than before. I cannot really see her becoming the playful and mischievous girl she was in the inheritance. What had changed her into such a personality? Perhaps she changed later on. Venerables live very long lives. Her ability to absorb mana cores into her dreams was unique. She did this through her dream cloud storage spell, capable of storing physical objects inside her own dreams. She later grabs the mana cores while sleeping and eats them in her dreams. When she wakes up, those mana cores had become energy fueling her soul and mana core. When Belle had reached 13 years of age, she came into a large human town. Wearing leather clothes, she sneaked into the night, and I finally gained control once more. I had somehow managed to get inside the town, but what was the purpose? Belle wanted to free the slaves she found today. A greedy merchant was behind it, of course, and the slaves were being held captive in a large tent outside town. I had to do it. The dream trail guided me there as well. I moved inside the tent stealthily. Through the shadow spirit I created, I was able to cover myself with shadows and meld with them more easily. When I got into the tent, I found 2 guards at rank 1 upper stage. I had to kill them. I created a knife-shaped earth attribute spirit and leaped over one of the men. In an instant, I pierced his neck with it. Gag gag. Dead. Why, you shitty brat. The other guard noticed me and slashed at me with his magic blade. A shockwave of flames reached up to me. Winter magic. I generated a wave of icy cold winds, countering the fire and then rushing down the man's ankles, cutting them with a knife spirit. Slash. Slash. Ag. I jumped over his back with my amazing and dexterous body and cut off his neck with a knife. Gee. Dead. Ha. Ha. Belle was panting. She had killed many goblins and orcs before. They were like humans in shape, but it was different to kill a person. It impacted her. She gritted her teeth, however, and forgot about the strange sensations inside of her. The slaves were left shocked that a little fox girl killed 2 powerful guards in less than half a minute. Who are you? I have no name. I come to help you out. Belle quickly used the keys left by the guards and freed the caged slaves, while destroying the collars of the other slaves through the use of her disrupting dream cloud spell, which made magic items that touched it malfunction, enough for her to take them out without killing them. Hey, what's going on in here? They're running away. Catch them. Hurry up. 3 other guards entered the tent and made a fuss over it. Belle let the people run away while she confronted them. However, some of them remained and joined her, grabbing the weapons of the guards she killed previously. A young black cat man, a tall and muscular bullkin man, and a beautiful elven woman. We'll help you, little girl, said the black catkin man. No, you must escape. No escaping here. I will repay your favor by a 10-fold, said the bullkin man as he grabbed a shield and a blade. But don't worry, if it wasn't because of that annoying anti-magic seal, I would have blasted them into oblivion long ago. Behold my magic, the magic of the witches of the Black Forest, the elf woman said, as darkness poured from her hands like whips made of shadows. Her skin suddenly turned charcoal black. She was in fact a night elf in disguise. Fine, but don't die on me. Belle had suddenly gained 3 unexpected companions. Drake, the dreams are connected to these individuals. You must not let them die. They seem to be very important. These 3 former slaves, they seemed somehow special for Belle's life. But who were they? They just came out of nowhere. Were they destined to meet her? The 3 guards rushed at us without waiting for us to say anything else. 2 of them released their magic attacks. Flames and winds came towards us, forming a deadly vortex. Flash. Shadow release. The night elf suddenly released a bombardment of shadow from her entire body, as if the entire place was shrouded in it. Boom! The shadows reached the attacks from the guards, and they were easily neutralized. She said the truth. Her magic was indeed amazing. Weg. However, right after, she fell over the ground, tired. Don't tell me she used all her mana. The 2 guards were left speechless, but they still could fight. The black catkin man took a dagger from the ground that belonged to one of the guards I killed previously, as he overcharged it with lightning, his element, and fired it towards one of the guards. Flash. UAGH. Clash. The sagger hit his face and pierced through his nose into his brain. But it didn't stop there. The overcharged dagger exploded, blowing off the entire head. Boom. Oh, I haven't gotten rusty. How did this guy got enslaved? Maybe he was blackmailed into it? Why, you damn beasts. The 2 remaining guards reached us as the bullkin man charged with the shield he grabbed on the way. Infusing it with stone and rocks, he pushed forward into the enemies and crushed them into the ground. Boom. Clash. Grugag. SSO strong. He seemed to be able to enhance his body strength with magic. I jumped into action and killed the guards while they were dizzy from the impact they took head on. We made it. Boom. Suddenly, a man with long red hair, blazing orange eyes, wearing magus clothes emerged into the tent, burning everything with endless infernal flames. You beasts seem to think you actually have the right to fight back against us humans, despite knowing that we are the superior and dominant race of Midgard. Foolish beasts, is not belonging anywhere something that you cannot comprehend? Asked the man. His entire body emanated a powerful aura of flames. Rank 4. He was a rank 4 fire attribute mage. He could blow us into ashes in an instant. And I'm still in control. I have to somehow win against him. This place is as much our home as it is for you, humans, roared the black catkin, enraged. There's no point talking with him. Boy, he's a human supremacist. You cannot speak with these idiots, said the bullkin man. Let's escape while we can. We are strong together, but we cannot possibly stand a chance against a rank 4 magus, said the night elf. Cuckoo, you're not going anywhere. The man with red hair released a deadly bombardment of explosive fireballs towards us. His mana seemed completely endless. He continued to attack us without end. The bullkin man created several walls of rocks, pouring all of his mana into it. Each wall was melted into magma due to the incredible intensity of the fire. We managed to run away, however, but he was tailing us from behind at an impressive speed, shrouding himself in flames and flashing like a living meteor. How the fuck do we defeat this guy? Ha! You cannot escape. I will burn you and all your filthy kin to ashes for daring to escape. There is no worth in beasts that don't know their place. Was he seriously going to burn the entire forest? But the people went through it. Drake, the Dreamland is slowly being consumed. I think we have jumped straight into the last scenario. What? Do I have to die against him? He's chasing us down, damn bastard. Leave me behind. I will distract him, said the black catkin. Wait, don't. I will do so too then, said the night elf. If he continues like this, he'll burn the entire forest where the people escaped to, said the bullkin man, stopping too. Shit. All right, let's play the hero. You three keep going. I have a special ability that could defeat him, but I don't want you to stay here. What? But you're just a girl. Shut up and go. The three gritted their teeth as they began to run. Admirable of you to dare stop me. You're strong for a little girl. Despite being a beast, you've reached peak stage at rank 1 at such a young age. How about this? Become my slave, and I will make you my personal guard, said the man. His charisma was annoying. I would rather die than serve you humans. Bell roared wildly as the man squinted his eyes. Then die. Flea wash. Ra'ea. Flames clashed against dream clouds, as the man was suddenly shocked by it. What kind of magic is this? Hypnosis. Truum. The dream clouds burned through Belle's entire body. She was being grilled alive, but her dream clouds reached the man in time and enveloped him. Dream was a new attribute that no one knew about. She could even beat those of higher rank with its surprising spells. Gryagaf. The man cried in agony as he was suddenly thrown into a nightmare where he was devoured alive by countless beastmen. Belle fell over the ground, completely charred alive, while the man's soul was crushed into bits. I was able to faintly hear the cries of the trio that had decided to come back for her, and then darkness enveloped me. I woke up, finding myself within the same darkness and pink clouds where I was previously. You did it. The fox girl in front of me was surprised. You thought I wouldn't be able to? Indeed, being burned alive felt horrible. But I made tough. Ha! Ha! Ha ha! Unbelievable. You're really something else, dragon. So how is it? She asked. I can't say I liked it. Was it your past? Why show it to me? I asked. Because it is part of my inheritance. Now, time to wake up. Oh, someone has been healing your soul all this time. Here's your gift. The fox girl gave me a little pink jewel. What is this? You'll see when you wake up. I blacked out right after that. And when I woke up, I found myself inside of my room, inside of Fuyu. Ben Laden was tenderly sleeping at my side, sitting over a chair. I am back. How long did I sleep? That dream truly felt like I lived years in there. Flash. Suddenly, pink light emanated from my chest, slowly moving and positioning itself right in between my chest and my stomach. This pink essence felt very familiar, like something I'd seen and experienced in that dream. What could it be? I felt something crystallizing within it. What is this? A gift of a venerable of dreams. Wait, don't tell me. Ding. You've created a dream/illusion attribute mana core. Rank 1, initial stage. A third mana core. This was the reward. A third mana core. Unbelievable. I didn't even know a person could have more than one, but now I possess 3? I quickly and hurriedly checked my status. Although my main mana core was still stagnant, my power had definitely increased. Name: Drake Fafnir. Race: Spectral Death Winter Dragon. Titles: Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher, Herald of Fafnir. Mana Core Cultivation. Ice/Wind Mana Core. Rank 3, Initial Stage. Death/Null Mana Core. Rank 2, Initial Stage. Dream/Illusion Mana Core. Rank 1, Initial Stage. Soul Cultivation. Soul Core, Nourishment Realm, Middle Stage. Status: Satiated. Vitality: 30.400/30.400-35.700/35.700. Mana: 71.000/71.000/91.000/91.000. Strength: 26.000-31.000. Dexterity: 19.000-24.000. Magic: 61.000-71.000. Unique abilities. Unique skill: Immortal Body. Unique skill: Winter Magic. Unique skill: System. Unique skill: Ice Absorption. Unique skill: God Sealed. Magic: Storm Magic, Level 5. Death Magic, Level 6. Null Magic, Level 2. Dream Magic, Level 1. Illusion Magic, Level 1. It did, and I got 2 new magic skills to boot: Dream and Illusion Magic. Illusion Magic seems to be related to emotions as well, and it is part of an ancient attribute. I don't know if it is original from Yggdrasil or not, but Dream Magic, it definitely isn't. Wait, wasn't it originally a unique skill? But how was she able to convert her unique skill into a mana core that she could gift to someone? And how did she make the mana core activate for it to work properly? Putting mana cores inside my body from ice giant bandits or monsters won't suddenly make them mine. They'll be just there. There's certainly some magic behind this, a very amazing ability or technique that only someone that has reached rank 10, a venerable such as her, could have done. Or maybe it is a widespread ability that immortals have. Maybe, but I cannot imagine how she could easily just gift it to me, even less through a dream, which isn't physical. Well, she was the best user of her own unique element. Although there have been more wielders of this attribute, she was the first one that got it to rank 10 and made it widespread when she filled the world with dreamlands. This was an era known as the Era of Dreams. Many people getting abducted and trapped into their own dreams, getting their souls consumed by it, and more. She was able to somehow infuse this new element into the world, and then crafted a mana core with such an element. Those that put it inside their bodies would gain the power of dream and illusion too. Although I've gained a lot of experience in the comprehension of dreams and spirits through a dream, I still have to put this new power into practice. I looked over Benin and decided to use dream projection. I saw within her dreams that, she's talking with a fox girl. What? Did she get pulled there? Benin, I have to help her out. She can't possibly jump into a dreamland. Benin POV. I don't know how long I lasted awake, probably 3 or 4 days, but in the end, I fell asleep out of pure exhaustion. Sorry, Drake. I promise to give you more souls whenever I wake up. But instead of my usual dreams, I found myself within pure darkness. Is this where Miranda is? I am here too, but I don't know what this place is. It is completely alien from our soul. Said Miranda, emerging at my side. This is maybe just a dream we are sharing? I asked. I don't know, it doesn't feel like it, honestly. Said Miranda. Then what could it be? I wondered. As we walked through it, we found strange, pink-colored smoke everywhere we went. What was this? The smoke seemed illusory and strange, dreamy, even. It seemed filled with a strange, spiritual essence. Another one. Suddenly, the voice of a little girl greets us. We don't know where she is, but she did speak to us. Where is that voice? Asked Miranda. Where did it came from? Reveal yourself, protested Miranda. You're being quite rude with me. Young lady, I am but a playful little fox. A pink foxkin girl appeared. Her fur was pink, fluffy, and glossy, and she had bright yellow gold eyes. Who are you? Asked Miranda. HM. Who knows? I am but the guardian of this inheritance. You can call me however you want. She said. How do we end here? I asked. That is a good question. You ended here by mere chance. But this means you're fitting of my inheritance, said the fox girl. What's an inheritance? Something that others leave behind? Why would she want us to enter it? This sounds fishy. We don't want anything to do with your inheritance. Let's go, said Miranda. Foo-foo. You're cheeky, aren't you? You don't truly realize who you are talking to? And why don't I ask you something first? Just as, why are you two in a single soul? She asked. Well, we don't have to tell you that. I said. True. Then, I don't have to tell you anything either. Maybe I can tell you something if you enter a little dream I got for you. Want to give it a try? She asked. And what if we don't want to? Asked Miranda. Well, you'll stay here, and slowly, your soul will be destroyed. She said. What? Is this a trap? Why would that happen? Asked Miranda. By the ancient gods, you're slow, girl. Isn't it obvious? Dreams consume souls to fuel themselves. If you stay for too long inside this place, or end up losing inside a dream, your soul gets chomped, said the fox girl. No, I don't want that. Why must we stay here? I won't do as you say. I couldn't let her do whatever she wanted with us. I didn't know what she was, but I wasn't going to go down without fighting. After all, I wasn't alone in this. You're foolish to think you can even defeat me. I wasn't going to let this fox girl have her way. I cannot let her have her way with me. I will reinforce my spirit, as my soul began to blaze with my mana. A pitiful quantity of mana. With that, you can't even take away a single hair from my tail. She said. Just let us go. We don't want to fight, said Miranda. No, you're staying until you do what I want, said the fox girl. Why she likes this? Then you don't leave us another option. Miranda roared as she suddenly exploded, only to transform into a mass of black mold, extending into countless tentacles and firing several mold projectiles at her. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, that's certainly something I've never seen in my life. Your soul is truly weird. The fox girl didn't move away. She waved her hand, and pink winds came out of her swing. The dreamy pink winds enveloped the mold and dissipated it into nothingness. Pitiful. This is the most you can do? I could just eat your souls if I wanted. There's nothing much you can do against me. You either do what I say or die. Simple as that, said the fox girl as she slowly moved towards us. Here, I'll make her go away for you. Must be annoying, right? Suddenly, the fox girl waved her hand again. Miranda began to turn into pink winds and dissipate. Be Benladin. Miranda. Before I could grasp her, she was gone. Deeded she died. Foo-foo. She attacked me first, so it's fair, right? Why? And Miranda, after we began to get along. She's gone? No, this cannot be real. This must be not real. What's wrong? You're the original mind of your soul, right? I thought you would be thankful of me for having taken down such an annoying parasite, right? As she was not a parasite anymore. She was my sister. Sister? So pitiful. Why, you're pitiful. HM? So now you're going to just talk nonsense, I suppose. Miranda? I shouldn't have doubted. I have to fight too. I have to use the chaos within my soul. Flash. I recall upon the words of chaos, the entity that spoke to me. She said that I came from chaos and that I was chaos too. If so, like chaos, let me consume everything. Darkness enveloped my body as spiraling colors emerged chaotically everywhere. The entire place shook immediately. What? How didn't I realize this earlier? Incredible. No, it can't be. Why, you're the thing that the venerables have been looking for so long. Chaos. Chaos. The fox began to look at me with surprise. She began to repeat chaos as if she had gone insane. I seeped my hatred into my own soul as I inserted it into the floor, and everywhere I had to break down this place. chaos magic, according to Drake, was capable of disrupting all attributes, then even this place must be run by one attribute. Crash. A sudden crack emerged in the floor, followed by many more. I was doing it. A wilder of chaos. Someone that can actually survive the chaotic void sea and escape this damned cage of a world. The fox continued to speak things I couldn't understand. Did she mean that something important was related to me? I knew that even with chaos I cannot beat her. I will simply escape. Ha! You're not going anywhere. Now that I found someone that has fully assimilated chaos, how could I let you go? You're worth more than anything in this world, girl. You're my ticket out of this damned cesspool, she laughed, flying towards me. Her pink smoke shape-shifted into countless spirit-like foxes attacking me. Does she plans to use me as some kind of ingredient to her stupid plans? I won't let her. No, Flea wash. My chaos surged from my body as if it were endless. A storm of darkness impacts her and her fox spirits, which begin to turn black and dissipate. Ah, truly, chaos is such a wondrous attribute. However, she was completely fine, somehow. But I have to quickly put a stop to you, or you'll destroy the inheritance. Let's see. Dream seal. Poof. Suddenly, I found myself inside a pink cloud. It was suppressing me and making me dizzy. I cannot move either. I was losing consciousness. No, I am not going to be used as a test subject. I don't even know why I ended here by just sleeping. Drake, I cannot go before you wake up. Not yet. Come on. Chaos. I look over my very soul. The depths of my soul emerge as a black slime throb. Wait, that's... Splash. Black and slime mold began to come out of my body, splattering all over the dream cloud. It was working. This is my mold. Miranda? I won't be defeated easily. Miranda's voice emerges once more from within me. She's alive. I was so worried. Don't worry. I am more resilient than I seem. Miranda's mold began to consume the cloud. Slowly, I was beginning to be freed. But how long will it take? Clash. Suddenly, I heard a loud crashing sound. The fox girl is shocked. You're back again? I am busy. Where is she? Where's Benin? Drake. I don't know who you were talking about, said the fox. Drake, I cry, as Drake suddenly hears me, somehow. Benin. Unsealed dream. Poof. The dream cloud dissipates in an instant. What? That was fast. Benin. Drake suddenly hugs me. We found each other inside a dream. What is going on? Do you know her? I asked. It is a long story. She's the dream fox demon venerable, or well, what remains of her, said Drake. You know her? Seriously? Sigh. So you're even with a chaos child of all things. Don't you know the value she has? I don't want to kill you, so let's do this. I'll give you my inheritance if you give her to me, said the fox. I would rather eat shit, roared Drake. Let's go away while we can. Drake suddenly waved his hand as a portal emerged. We stepped forward as the girl screamed at us, but before she could catch us, we were gone from there. She had to admit it. Perhaps she acted a bit too aggressive there. Perhaps. I shouldn't have tried to attack them. Well, that girl's other mind attacked me. I was bound to get angry. Though, I suppose I should try a more peaceful approach this time around. Just going ham on them won't work. She began to ponder what to do and recalled the power of Benin and then Drake. Her soul really did have chaos, and that thing within it, a strange element related to it. It was capable of easily melting my dream attribute. Incredible. After the Venerables had sought such power as being able to assimilate chaos, someone finally did it. But how can she be born with it? Strange. Could her origins come from the outside of this world? The chaotic void that encompasses our world like an endless sea of all-consuming darkness? Wondered the fox girl. Her tails waved around playfully. But then again, how is it even possible for us, otherworldly souls, to reach this place? We have to get through the chaotic void sea, right? Or the reincarnation might be part of the ingredients necessary to escape. Escaping the world. Since ancient times, since the beginning of all of it, The first Venerable had explored the confines of the world as the most unparalleled existence. One of his strongest desires was to explore the beyond. However, he could not, and the next Venerables could not either. All of them failed. Why is it impossible to escape the world and met the outer universe? The secret lies within the confines of the world, the chaotic void. The chaotic void would consume anything that cannot assimilate and become one with chaos. Yet that girl's soul, she was already chaos itself. She's my ticket to get out of here. I know, I must calm down. I cannot screw this up. She began to ponder about the dragon, whom the girl named Drake. It seemed that both were related somehow. She had offered him her entire inheritance, a rank 10 inheritance of a venerable. Yet, he decided to keep the girl instead. Does he already knows about her ability? About the chaos? Then, that dragon is more knowledgeable than I first thought. Perhaps he could be someone from before? The reincarnation of the will of a venerable. The fox woman began to ponder ridiculous theories because she didn't figure out something as simple as Drake having a romantic relationship with Benin, the chaos girl. No, that would be way too ridiculous. Then what? Don't tell me a dragon is in love with her? Quite poetic. But then again, his ability with dream magic was outstanding. The very gift I gave to him to reward him ended going against me. Did he gain inner comprehension of the dream attribute through my dream? But even then, Dream Seal is a rank 9 divine spell. How was he able to break it as a measly rank 3? Perhaps the girl's chaos helped? Sigh. The fox girl continued to fly around the entire place, resting over pink clouds and sighing. This won't do. What should I do then? Ugh. I have to just be friendly and try a peaceful approach then. Yeah, that might work. Or will it? I certainly just want to force my way into that chaos girl, but even as I am now, can I even do something with her? Fate is not allowing my full reincarnation, and theme as of now is but a mere accumulation of my mind and thoughts, a part of my consciousness which I divided into this dream long ago. I am very limited in what I can do. Sighed the fox girl. For something as incredible as breaking fate, the fox girl couldn't do it as she was now. The demon venerable of dreams was but a fragment of her former self. And who is more promising than that girl to destroy fate, though? Fufu. Yeah, why should I try to forcefully make her my ally if I can just be friendly over it? I could even feed them everything they want so they can grow strong enough and break fate. But even with my resources, it wouldn't be enough, not at all. The dream fox demon venerable pondered many questions as she walked in circles, wondering what she should do. But in the end, she ended with a conclusion. All of his planning would end in nothing if he planned to never come back here. He has dream magic now, so the possibility of him merely blocking this inheritance from letting him inside would be possible. She sighed. She began to regret her actions. Being so rude and aggressive didn't end being the best approach. Things could have been way better if she were nicer. But as a former venerable, she was arrogant and believed she could take anything she wanted with brute force, just as she always did in the past. I shouldn't be so arrogant. I am nothing but a fragment of my former self. I have become bored and insane, a little bit more than I already was. Now the only thing left for me is to pray for them to come back and prepare a good apology before they escape before I could say any other word. She sighed. I blame this world for making me how I am now. But it wouldn't have been possible for me to become a venerable without all of this suffering and hardships either. I suppose I am the one to blame for letting my power get the best of me. I've already lost everything that made me my former self. I do wonder, though, how is my soul doing? And where could she be right now? The gates of life and death are tightly shut. Only an event of cataclysmic proportions could open them again. And what will that be? She rested over a bed made of pink clouds as she sighed. I might as well sleep until then. When I woke up, I found Benin at my side. Drake. She jumped over me and hugged me tightly. She was crying over my chest. We are back. I sighed in relief. Yeah, it was so weird and scary. Who was that? It can't be Venerable of Dreams. She was dead, right? And what are the odds of us meeting her from all things? She asked. Well, it's a long story. I dedicated a bit of time to explain to Benliden who was that fox woman and what was going on now. It was a bit complicated to explain this to her, but I managed to get out everything. From my first meeting with her to how I completed her dream and got a mana core of her element and all of that. All right, you were asleep for like 4 days, sighed Benliden. 4 days. And yeah, now I kind of understand it better. That woman is evil. She wasn't a demon venerable for nothing. She might try to capture us again, as she wants to use me because I have chaos in my soul. I don't want to be a test subject again. I don't, cried Benliden. I will never let anyone take you away from me, and I won't let anyone use you. We'll get through all of this together. I promise, I said as I held Benliden's tightly. Drake, I missed you. Why did you sacrifice so much of your soul to heal mine? Asked Benliden. I had to. You're my wife and the child inside of you. I couldn't possibly let you two end up even more weakened. If I failed to create the membrane, it would have broken, and your soul would have continued to worsen. I miscalculated the quantity, but it wasn't much of a problem to use a bit of my soul if it is for you. For you and the baby, I am willing to give my life, Benliden. I don't regret what I did. D. Drake, sniff, but don't do that again. I don't want you to sacrifice yourself. I want you to stay with me. I don't know, what would I even do if I were to lose you, you know? I don't even know. Sniff, what I would become. My precious little treasure. I love you more than anything. Don't worry, we are together now. I love you too. You're also my most precious treasure. Benliden kissed me as she moved her lips closer to mine. It was a warm kiss filled with emotions. We looked at each other's eyes as we hugged tightly. I began to conjure dream, attribute magic. I knew this spell should work to guard off against dreams that can abduct a soul. It is a simple spell, but it is still of a pretty high cost, but as long as I activate it, it should work. Dream Guard. I spent approximately 90k mana to make it. It was costly, and it left me with almost no mana. It began to recover, though, slowly. Flash. Pink colors coated Benliden's soul as a rune emerged within her soul. What is this? She asked. A dream guard. It will fend off bad dreams, and it can also help you not be abducted by malicious dreams or those that want to take you away from other dreams. I said, amazing. You can use dream magic now. She really made a mistake by gifting you such a power, said Benliden. Indeed. She didn't know we were related until later. We rested over the bed while I waited for my mana to refill. She told me about how she fed my soul with Soul Sprinkle, how she developed some new soul abilities similar to mine, and more. It seems that fusing my soul piece into her made her capable of develop powers I have but adjusted to her own. Although it is still yet to awaken, I think that by doing that, I've given even more potential to my beloved Benliden. I missed you so much. I want to stay like this forever, with you and nothing else. She sighed. We'll be together, don't worry. But we cannot slack off yet. This incident only gave me more drive to grow stronger and find ways to do so. I've been doing a lot of investigation. Although some clones fused back with me, the ones in my underground laboratory are still working diligently. What I will develop could revolutionize the world, but it will be only something for our own sect. I said, what is it? Asked Benliden. Cultivation potions. Cultivation potions, special potions that will increase cultivation slowly by drinking them while also cultivating normally through group cultivation. They're very special, you see. It will be similar to my ability to eat mana cores. After eating many of the same rank or lower, my abilities are enhanced and my cultivation increases. So, rank 1 in her will has to drink a dozen of these potions while working hard in group cultivation, and in some days, they'll be able to break through into higher ranks. I said, that's too broken, said Benliden. That's the power of alchemy. I said while laughing. Indeed, although it won't be as fast as my own ability, these potions could hasten the cultivation of everyone a lot. Of course, they will only work for potions of the same rank as the user, and possibly of the same stage, but lower stages can work. Of course, someone at rank 2 will only be able to get a boost by drinking rank 2, and someone at rank 3 will require rank 3 potions, and so on. Due to that, The demand for more mana cores has increased a lot. We should go down to tell everyone you're back, said Benliden. Indeed, let's go. I am quite hungry myself. I feel like my stomach has been eating itself. I sighed. Yeah, that's gross, said Benliden. Alert. Your stomach will begin self-digestion in 10 minutes. What? System? Is this true? Answer. No, I was joking. Oh, thanks. Glad to have you at my side, too. I looked at the many people that greeted me. Everyone jumped over me. It was a bit overwhelming. Yuki was crying the most. Actually, well, she was my very first partner, so I can understand it, although she never really shows this part of her and only acts as a cheeky brat. Blah. Drake, I missed you. Hug me tightly. The adorable chinchilla beast girl wouldn't let go of me, and she was honestly cute when she acted more lovingly for once. Don't worry, I am here now, I said as I petted her head. Drake. She looked at me cutely and almost lovingly, blushing, even. However, I felt the presence of Benliden behind me. It was strong as if... Wait, was she jealous? Isn't it nice to meet with Drake again? She asked with a smile. Yuki smiled bitterly as she moved away from my embrace. Huh, why yeah, she said while nodding obediently. I'm also quite happy to have my husband back, said Benliden as she hugged me. Benliden, Yuki is like my little sister or something. You shouldn't get jealous dash. Jealous? What are you talking about? I'm not jealous, laughed Benliden. Sigh. Anyways, everyone was rather happy that I was back, but we decided to not tell them about the whole dream thing. It was perhaps too much to talk about with all of them. But at the very least, we decided to one day tell them. In the future, of course. All right, now that we are done here, what shall we do? Wondered Benliden. Eat, I am starving. I sighed, falling over the ground. Drake! A large-scale feast began when I was awake at long last, and I ate as much as I possibly could. There was the meat of the dungeon. Most of it was stocked meat from this place, which was delicious and filled with mana, so it healed my mana quickly. Benliden had been taught cooking by her mother pretty well, so she was now a true housewife as she cooked me all sorts of delicious plates. After a few hours, it was already night, and tomorrow there were many things I wanted to do, so I decided to go sleep with Benliden earlier. Of course, as we reached our bed, we didn't just sleep. Let's make up for the time you were gone. All right. Benliden looked at me seductively, approaching me as if I were her prey. If she were to have a tail, she would be waving it around playfully now. Ah, you're very thirsty tonight, aren't you? Fufu. Don't tell me you don't want to, she asked, as she began to massage my nether regions. My dragon down there quickly rose from its slumber. In a swift second, she took out my pants and began to taste it a bit. This was new. I think it was the first time she was trying this out. But her warm tongue, meaty and soft lips, and her warm saliva and breath made a killer combination. She was timid at first, but quickly got more active and began slurping on it lasciviously. God, she looked so lewd while looking at me while doing it. She hastened her pace, and I couldn't contain myself anymore, quickly coming inside of her mouth. She began to swallow it all while slurping the last remnants and cleaning the tip. Why you drank it all? Huh, I wanted to do that. Since you mentioned such a thing the other day. She said, why you shouldn't have forced yourself. I wasn't. I can be lewd too, said Benliden pouting. Let's see how lewd you are then. Let's do it all night. That's a very tempting offer. I have to admit it. I embraced Benliden on the bed as we began to do it passionately for hours to come. Her moans of pleasure were not shared with the outside world through my soundproof wind magic spell. Ugh, Drake, you're being so intense. I can't get enough of your body. I love you. I love you too. Kiss. Kiss me. NNGG. Phew, it was a long night of never-ending mating. Day 136. How long did I spend having sex? I woke up almost at 4 p.m. Ugh. Well, our passion was rather obvious. We had to make up for all the time lost. So it ended up being long and sweaty. I woke Benliden up. She seemed a bit exhausted, so I ended giving her some good massages across her beautiful body while we took a warm bath. Ah, dear, your massages are so good. She sighed. Your shoulders seem very strong. Such a strong warrioress. Fufu, you like my developed muscles? She asked. Of course, the pride of the ice giants are their amazing muscles, isn't it? I inherited them from Papa. He's very strong too, said Benliden. Well, I guess. For some reason, I imagined her like her father's level of musculature. I didn't mean it in that way. Benliden combines the perfect things between a female's curves and the firmness and beauty of well-developed muscles. She's the ideal ice giant woman. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Anyways, after breakfast, I invited her in my underground laboratory, and we met with my slime clones there. They looked like little versions of my ice giant form. Yoa, little drakes. Benliden liked them instantly. Oh, main body. They said, how is the development of the potions going? Excellent. We already got some prototypes. These are rank 1, and these are rank 2. Why not let the wife test them out? They asked. Oh, for me, Benliden grabbed the rank 2 potions and drank them without waiting for further explanations. Wait, don't just drink them. They're prototypes for a reason. Gulp. Phew, they were sweet. You are. Benliden suddenly began to release a powerful mana aura all around her body. As her mana core began to receive all the power, she just drank. Flash. Benliden's entire body flashed with bright light, as her entire being was shrouded in pure mana. Her mana core began to upgrade itself instantaneously after drinking the potions. It worked amazingly well. She gained a lot of instant power from it. She drank what was worth 5 rank 2 potions made with the rank 2 mana cores I have gathered as saved up from the slime raids, and from the very rare rank 2 monsters that appear in the dungeon or the wild. I feel like I was given so much power. Benliden felt a bit dizzy, so I caught her with my arms. Are you okay? Why, yeah, just a bit dizzy. The mana made me drunk or something. My mana core feels bigger. She said. It worked as expected, oh? She's rank 3 now. Rank 3. Indeed, she leaked the powerful aura of a rank 3 mana core. Incredible, my wife is so OP. Well, not as OP as me, but she's growing pretty fast. Although it took her some time to catch up, she finally did in terms of rank. Well, I still got like 2 more cores. I don't know how I can make it so she can get more. In fact, it would be cool if everyone could get many mana cores, but whatever. Incredible, it worked, Drake. The potion really made me stronger, said Benliden in disbelief. Indeed, it worked amazingly. You've really grown stronger. I decided to check her status and see for myself. Her stats had once more increased. Name, Benliden. Race, Hydraconic Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Title, Ice Dragon's Wife, Dragon Mother. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 3, Initial Stage. Status, Strengthened. Average Estimated Vitality, 18544/18544-23500/23500. Average Estimated Mana, 25660/25660-46000/46000. Average Estimated Strength, 19549-27000. Average Estimated Dexterity, 17,300-20,000. Average Estimated Magic, 23,200-38,000. Abilities. Unique Skill, Mold Suppressed. Unique Skill, Charm, Active, Effect Strengthened, Charm Bond Boost affecting you. Ice Giant's Bloodline, Emer's Descendant. Cold Immunity, Ice Resistance. Hastens Self-Recovery. Parasite Immunity. Status Effect Resistance. Ice Dragon Skin, or Skin. Cooking. Chef new. Butcher. Dismantle new. Crafting. Sewing. Lovemaking new. Housework new. Mana Manipulation. Giant's Great Physique. Superhuman Strength. Magic Genius. Hasten Mana Recovery. Magic Enhancement. Acrobatics. Dexterity Enhancement. Forager. Hunter. Fungokinesis Mold. Mold-Assisted Telekinesis Mold. Mold Magic Mold. Mold Bullet Mold. Mold Tentacle Mold. Mold Super Enhancement Mold New. Monstrous Mold Beast Mold New. Axe Technique. shield technique, armor technique, unarmed fighting technique, half monster, strong ice dragon bloodline, freezing ice aura, berserk mode, mold enhancement, divine dragon mark, chaos, dragon breath, dragon scales, chaos magic, chaos enhancement, new, chaotic soul, new, draconic might, chaos divine protection, soul refinement, phantom body, new, phantom materialization, new. Binladin's status was like a giant library, and she got a lot of new skills to boot. She got some new mold abilities, such as mold beast and mold enhancement, and she also got stuff like chef, housework, and she got that. She acquired the legendary love-making ability, the one her mother also had. Is this something to do with our nights of intense mating? I suppose. Maybe this is the skill you get by breeding intensively. Well, it might be an equivalent to my endless libido, but for ladies. And her stats increased a lot. She even got 2 titles. She didn't have any before. And they're related to me too. I do remember that other people without systems didn't have titles. Yet she has one? Can you explain that system? Answer. The system has affected Binladin to the point that her power progression has been enhanced thanks to it. The acquisition of titles is part of your relationship. It is an ability, and yet it isn't. These titles enhance her ability and stats rather generously. I can already see it. She's a dragon mother? Answer. Her child is part dragon. So yes, she's considered a dragon mother. Her growth has been enhanced due to that. I see. Can you analyze the baby? Can I see it? Answer. I can, but it is just a mass of cells slowly forming into a fetus. You won't see anything. But by analyzing its genetic material through close-up observation, it is easy to see that it will become a half-dragon and half-ice giant, a unique being. Amazing. The baby will really be special, isn't it? Anyways, apparently, Binladin's charm is giving me power now. Can you explain me why? Her charm unique skill has been enhanced after her recent evolution. She acquired an ability within it named Love Bond Boost, which passively enhances your stats and stat growth permanently. Additionally, other abilities enhance your power and vice versa. So her charm has evolved into something more? Interesting. Binladin, you've really grown stronger now. Anyways, let's rest for now. I said, okay. Fuyu. She was a bit drunk. Could we call this mana drunk in a way? I don't know, really. But whatever the case, now that Binladin was rank 3, perhaps in the next days we could adventure together into the rank 3 dungeon without many problems. Or maybe not. Who knows? It is a special dungeon where only elders and their strongest disciples go. But I don't know if we could go and complete it. Or can we? Well, the potion was a success. Keep making more. I will take these rank 1 potions to enhance my new mana core. Understood. We'll keep making more. The clones are like robots. They were created for a purpose, so they do it incredibly swiftly, but I should give them some breaks from time to time. Maybe. I rushed upstairs with Binladin and deposited her in the bed. She rested over it and quickly fell asleep. She felt exhausted. I looked over her soul, and the dream guard rune was there. So no weird dream fox lady should try to attack her now. Day 140. We rested for a few days while fully preparing to go to the dungeon. I had taken a few visits into the town this time around, as I had to negotiate the way to enter the dungeon. The elders seemed to not mind after I paid for the entrance. We were allowed in for a whole week, and then I had to buy again. Of course, a week of pass into this high-level dungeon didn't cost cheap. It was around 5 million mana stones. Nothing to scoff at, and it was honestly ridiculous. I felt like they were ripping us off, but the gains will be worth it. Oh, how did I get enough money? Every day, slime clones are making new items using my ice smith and crafting skills. So it was possible to make something up these days and constantly sell batches of equipment every day. I had considered selling my own scales or potions with my blood, but that would give us away, so I decided to sell byproducts of them being used as ingredients. Therefore, equipment without much power aside from the basics being infused into it worked just well. I had also tested the waters and sold a spatial leather inventory bag for approximately 600k mana stones. That one lady that always bought everything was filthy rich. She apparently was a powerful member of family. She held a lot of money and invested the capital of her family into buying my stuff. She had sold it all every time I come back to sell her more. She even said that they were using this equipment to give it to newbies so they could be able to easily defeat monsters of their same rank, kind of like babysitting them. Well, whatever's the case, that equipment was made by me, and I, as the creator, didn't let them without surprises, such as an automatic destruction rune that responds to my command. If these people ever try to attack me with the same things I make, they'll die a painful death, that's for sure. And even more, as I sold such items, every day, I accumulated great capital. Of course, I wasn't doing it all the time by myself. I have already made a new, true-looking clone that goes to sell her the stuff with a group of my sect members before diving into the Rank 1 dungeon, which has become a daily routine for meat to feed our growing population. With this, I had made approximately 6 million through all these days of just selling items, so I had to invest it mostly into this. But don't worry, it won't go awry. A week in the Rank 3 dungeon won't be lasted. Not at all. I will grind like there's no tomorrow. Anyways, the mass production of cultivation potions is still in development, but I'm planning on using ice smith and crafting alongside alchemy magic to make a special artifact that can generate them automatically by just pouring the ingredients into it. But first I need to figure out the advanced inner workings within it. Ice Smith doesn't just make whatever I wish for. An intricate alchemy artifact that does very intricate stuff is very different than just a spear infused with a lot of mana and power that has a piece of my soul. Very different, in fact. So due to this, I have to make the item piece by piece and then assemble it together through a lot of magic power. It is a complicated thing to do, so it will take its time to get done with. But I've increased a bit the number of laboratory clones, while also beginning to introduce those with talents into alchemy, using special alchemy bracelets I've created, which grant the user the ability to use alchemy magic. I made these through Ice Smith and by infusing the alchemy magic and synthesis skills into them. They would sell well too, but these are only for us. With this new increase in non-combatants that grew interested in this, the amount of alchemists has more than doubled, and there's way more personal than before. I've also made a specialized crafting team that uses rings infused with the crafting ability, and there are new chef assistants with the cooking skill infused into their necklaces. The investigation of the undead has gone fine too. Unlike how necromancers are in games, in this world you can't just bring undead out of thin air. I gotta have some corpses and souls willing to obey me. I'm still trying to make something of a death charm to make them obey me. But unlike a certain damper boy from Earth's light novels, undead souls don't seem particularly fond of me. It honestly depresses me a bit. I seem to have a terrible charm with dead spirits, unless they feel very grateful like the girls that I rescued from Azon. And talking about them, they've been grinding and cultivating, so they got and evolved into higher stages. I used their material bodies to do some experiments which they were willing to take, and I ended reinforcing them and making them even stronger. The mannequin ice golems, which looked like beautiful mannequins made of ice resembling a very thin woman, and the ice beasts received the ability to fly after I infused float runes into them, and their power was enhanced with many other runes. This is the advantage that they have as material-based beings, unlike us who cannot even do such a thing yet into our own bodies. Sadly, after their enhancement and renewal as powerful warriors, they had been going around the wilderness hunting and trying to not be seen by hunters. I had planned to introduce them as some sort of spirits or something. Maybe summon magic is not as rare. Hopefully? I mean, an ice mage without his own ice golem is not really an ice mage then. You gotta have the ice golem army and snow beast army behind me, or it won't feel real. Anyways, for now, things are mostly done. Phew, we have been doing more than I ever thought possible through these last days. But the best thing is that we can finally get going. All right, the kids have been visiting Ruby every day without failing, and I honestly want to get there and check out how things are going with that little vampire girl. I do wonder if she had grown stronger or something. Oh, and I have been enhancing the cultivation of my mana cores through the eating of mana cores, which is more efficient for me than potions, and the death/null mana core was enhanced a bit, while the dream/illusion was also enhanced a bit. Due to that, my stats increased a bit more. Name: Drake Fafnir. Race: Spectral Death Winter Dragon. Titles: Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher, Herald of Fafnir, Dream Walker, Beloved by Chaos. Mana Core Cultivation, Ice/Wind Mana Core, Rank 3, Initial Stage, Death/Null Mana Core, Rank 2, Middle Stage, Dream/Illusion Mana Core, Rank 1, Upper Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Core, Nourishment Realm, Middle Stage. Status, Satiate. Vitality, 35.700/35.700-47.000/47.000. Mana, 91.000/126.000/126.000. Strength, 31.000-37.000. Dexterity, 24.000-32.000. Magic, 71.000-96.000. Unique abilities. Unique skill, Immortal Body. Unique skill, Winter Magic. Unique skill, System. Unique skill, Ice Absorption. Unique skill, God Sealed. Magic, Storm Magic, Level 5. Death Magic, Level 6. Null Magic, Level 2. Dream Magic, Level 4. Illusion Magic, Level 2. The saddest part of all of this is that I cannot evolve through cultivating and ranking up nor increasing the stages of my other two mana cores. Only the main mana core can evolve me, and that one have been slacking forever. I've carried Dream and Illusion Magic to a decent level overall. Being level 4 looks pretty okay. However, I have barely got a hold of the Illusion attribute. It feels strange to make one, and I have to tame this strange awkwardness for once. Anyways, my stats increased way more than I had originally thought they would increase. These were amazing news, of course, and I could feel the power of mana guiding my path towards greatness. Okay, let's stop. I have a lot of skills accumulated as well. I kind of want to fuse them, but I have been saving them to fuse later. It has been truly a while since I've been able to fuse skills, but I feel like I require more and more. So we'll go eat some rank 3 monsters. Their delicious mana cores will nourish my rank 3 mana core, and maybe after a few days, maybe a week, I could get to rank 4. Who knows, right? Everyone's ready. I decided to go with anyone that has hit rank 2. Those were my 2 crows, Hugin and Munin, my loyal steed wolf, Frost, Yuki Dragon, my spear Scotty, and my blade Uler, and that was it. There was no point in bringing those that were too weak. Rank 3 monsters emerge from the first room of the first floor. They would have a very hard time trying to kill a being 2 realms above them. And of course, my beloved Benin will come with me. Time to work out these bones. Dragon said she was more filled with stamina than ever before after drinking a few of my blood potions. My blood seems to have amazing restorative powers. Old people get pretty youthful and energetic by drinking it. Wolf. Frost seemed just as excited. Rank 3 monsters. Have we ever fought anything like that before? It's going to be tough, said Yuki. Definitely, but let's work together on it. I will make sure to lead everyone with Drake, said Benin. Well, she's pregnant, so I would prefer her to not jump into the front lines as much, but she has gained several long-ranged methods of fighting now, such as using her Phantom Body skill to create chaotic soul tentacles and also using a mold of all types. She can even create mold beasts that have a power equivalent and based in her mana core. So it works too. Benin has gotten pretty strong, and it's finally time to show off how strong she has truly gotten. We flew down below and walked slowly through the snowfield surrounding the city. Reaching the outskirts, as usual, we moved towards Ricasha's house. I left a new clone there, an upgraded one which I sent with the kids that go met and play with Ruby. Alright, we also came with a few of the kids, led by Flair and Miranda. They brought her some gifts this time. Apparently, Ricasha had given them a new task to bring a little something to her, and in return, she was going to craft things for them too with his help. These little something was accessories of Ice Smith. I made for them by picking little items they had found or saved for themselves, such as the fangs of a wolf, the bone of a frost goblin, the claws of an ice lizard, a rare rank 1 monster from the dungeon, and so on. When we reached Ricasha, Ruby rushed towards her friends. "Hello, I missed you guys." She was especially fond of Flair and Noren. "Ruby-chan, how have you been?" asked Flair. "Good. And how have you guys been doing?" she asked. The kids began to chat with her. She was a very talkative, ladylike girl, so she enjoyed speaking all day without stopping ever, so she was very good at speaking. Yeah, that. Anyways, because she just loves to speak so much, we ended waiting for a bit before they could gift each other. "Thank you for bringing your kids every day. Really appreciate it," said Ricasha. "Here, I brought you a few things." I brought Ricasha a few bottles of my blood, alongside other items. I have been giving them to him just because I felt like them. I mean, if we got food and things to give to those that need it, why wouldn't we? It doesn't hurt us, nor does it hurt the other person. Thank you, Drake. I already got my own funds, but your help is really appreciated. Ruby loves the blood you bring to her. I just hope it is not so costly. He said, Don't worry about it. I literally have an endless supply of it. After leaving the kids with Ruby, while I keep an eye on them using my clones within their equipment, we decided to walk back into town. This damn dungeon better be worth it. It cost us almost our entire funds, said Dragon. It will, Grandma, don't worry, I said. Don't call me Grandma. I'm not your grandma, complained the old woman. Haha, I miss Dragon whining. Everyone was so gloomy when you were sleeping, said Benladin. I wasn't gloomy. I knew he would wake up, said Dragon. It's under a grandma. The people were watching over us, not just me, but Benladin as well. After all, she was exuding the power of a rank 3 mana core. Her power was admirable. The two of us were not to mess up with it. I carried Scotty and Uler with me as well. They were acting like normal weapons, but I would let them go wild when we get into the dungeon alone. Huggin and Munin were calmly resting in each shoulder of Frost. They already had their tamed monster collar, so no one should tell me to not bring wild monsters inside. And certainly, they might try to take out their eyes with their sharp beaks if they're yelled at. Yuki was still being looked a bit worse, but her rank 2 mana core was still quite respectable by others. They only just found it very weird that a non-slave was so strong within the Beastkin tribe. I guess Ice Giant supremacy goes hard in these lands. I do wonder, though, where do Beastkin originate from? System, any clues? Answer, some theories could be that they originated from a monster race that grew intelligent and evolved into them. Therefore, their children would be born as their evolved forms. Yuki is the proof that certain monster types can evolve into Beastkin if given enough time and met the criteria needed, which is often high intelligence and high mana and magic stat, which Yuki had. Another theory was that their creation comes from an ancient god. Perhaps one of the more mysterious Vanir gods could have created them. As they were highly related with nature and wild beasts, it can't be possible that they just created the elves and fairies. And the last theory is that they originated from an ancient, reincarnated person that had a unique skill that either let him become a beastkin of various races or to evolve normal animals and monsters into beastkin, spreading the tribes. Wow. All right, you're good at having theories. Very true. That's why I was wondering where they came from. They already existed when the Dream Fox Demon Venerable was born after all, and were widespread, although treated as a plague and something humans loved to enslave and kill, almost treated as monsters. We would need to investigate further. Perhaps your next mission could be entering a library within this city. Oh yeah, maybe. We are here. We reached the area with the dungeon entrance to the rank 3 dungeon. 2 guards of rank 2 were standing at the entrance, and there was even a rank 3 elder that welcomed us. I guess you gotta keep this dungeon entrance well guarded. It is way more dangerous than the other dungeon. We have finally reached the place we had actually come for. So many things happened before that. Now that we are here, let's get in, said Benladin. Hello, Elder Drake. We have been waiting for you. You've reserved the entire week for you this time around, isn't it? We appreciate your support, said the elder of this sect. A greedy smile emerged on his old lips. Yes, we did. Now, let us enter. This place belongs to me for the rest of the week. I said boldly. Yes, please go on. Remember, though, 50% of your gains will be ours, said the elder, provoking me. I know, old man, now move. Old man, he roared. Aren't you old? I am right. Well, yes. But, just move, said Benladin. Her aura of darkness fused with her char's skill. A gleam of pink and black light reached the man's eyes. He felt a strange fear and also the instinct to obey. Why, yes, please go on. We finally were left to walk inside. That annoying elder was really here to just annoy me or something? Or maybe seeing the combined auras of 2 rank 3, such as us, made even a single rank 3 tremble. Whatever is the case, I don't think we are weak for any of these stupid elders to bully us. Sorry, cliches of Shinsha novels, but in here it won't apply. We quickly entered the dungeon as we passed through the vast initial corridor that led to the vast interior. Unlike the other dungeons, this dungeon was completely different. When we got inside, we didn't find a labyrinth maze made of bricks and covered in ice. What we found inside was a forest. Yuki looked around. Everyone did. We looked at the sky. There was a sky. We looked at the floor and our surroundings, and there was just an open field. It was all green grass. The sky was clear, and there were even clouds and a glowing sun above the skies, warming the place. The trees were tall and made up an immense forest darkened by the shadows of the tall trees. Are we sure this is a forest, and we just didn't teleport elsewhere? Asked Benladin. I really don't have an idea. Report. You've entered the rank 3 dungeon. This dungeon is of a higher level of power. The dungeon core has developed the ability to create an artificial biome inside, resembling a large forest. The entire dungeon has approximately 10 floors, each floor with large and realistic biomes. The sky is made through magic, and it's not real. There are invisible walls if you walk away from the forest far enough. However, the trees are genuine, and so is the grass and everything growing on it. Amazing. It's like a pocket world within a dungeon. When we entered the dungeon, what we found was truly incredible. We reached a place with an enormous sky, vast forests, grasslands, and even a warm sun. Yet it is an illusion. I flew into the skies using wind magic to see by myself. As I flew above, suddenly a wall, invisible, blocked my path. I touched it with my claws and slashed at it, but it was impossible to destroy. The system inspected it for me. This seems to be a spatial wall within the dungeon. Dungeons of this level can create small pocket spaces where a biome can be generated. The sky might be an illusion, and so are the clouds and the sun. But its warmth is real. Some divine-level magic is taking place into this dungeon. So that's what it is. Drake, what are you doing? Asked Benladin curiously. I flew down below. I was checking it. It appears the ceiling is an invisible space wall that creates the illusion of a sky and a sun. It even makes up wind, light, and warmth, I said. That's crazy. Only gods can do that, said Dragon. Indeed, this magic appears to be godlike, I said. So dungeons are so amazing, said Dragon. Woof. Suddenly, as we spoke and walked near the forest, Frost immediately spotted some enemies. I guess we were already starting. I took out Scotty and Uler. Come out, guys, time to slaughter, I said. Finally, muttered Scotty. I'm not particularly excited, but I am a sword, so I guess that's what we do for a living, said Uler. The 2 weapons floated in midair as our adversary came rushing from the forest. Gruor. Boom, boom. Its footsteps were loud, and it was moving away from the trees with ease. This roar, I recognize it. Clash. A giant surged from the forest. It had clear green skin and a muscular yet fatty appearance. It was a wild and monster variant of giants. A mountain giant, a monster that is not the same as the ice giants, fire giants, and normal giants born from Ymir. However, they seem to also have been originated from him. There are several monsters that carry the giant blood with them because Ymir created them as an army to fight the gods' army. Many of them were disposable. And after the chaos came and the gods died and the world reformed, it was said that these children of Ymir were corrupted and became monsters. They even spawned inside dungeons, so it is already proven they're monsters. This one big guy was around 12 meters tall. He carried a large wooden club with him. Ungrea. They roared furiously. I checked his status to find out he was a rank 3 initial stage monster, right off the bat. And he was a variant known as Forest Ogre Giant. We are already starting with something nice right off the bat. Let's begin. Binladen and I rushed to the front right away as we released our powerful magical auras. Dragon, Yuki, Frost, Hugin, and Munin, and Scotty and Uler remained behind us as they prepared long-range attacks, although Scotty just wanted to slice it up and went ahead of us. Slice C. She roared like a complete maniac as the ogre giant noticed her and swung his club at a surprising speed, throwing her away. Clash. Yeah. Boom. She was blown into the ground and shattered into 3 pieces. She was fine. She began to slowly regenerate with her self-repair ability. I told you to be careful. I sighed. T.S. Amazing. It can really fight, laughed Scotty. Everything she fights always dies too fast. Something that can actually blow her away was surprising for her. Indeed, this big guy was strong, but we were also ranked 3. I grabbed Uler as I infused him with my aura of ice and death combined together, creating an icy cold and deathly aura that made even the ogres step back. I also generated several ice blades around me and fired them to test them out. Binladen, on the other hand, summoned 3 mold beasts, which resembled wolves and bears, which rushed towards it. Grah! The ogre giant swung his club as he blocked the majority of my magic attacks. While some of the weapons of ice and icicles pierced his arms, the damage wasn't so enormous. They barely managed to penetrate the muscle. I have to put more intent then. Meanwhile, Binladen's mold beasts jumped over it with fury, extending their mold tentacles and aiming to infect it. Roar! The ogre roared in anger as he manipulated earth. This was his element, and began to pierce the beasts with large blades made of rock surging from the soil below our feet. Clash! 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 The mold beasts inflicted some damage by biting and infecting their mold into his wounds, but they died after the initial wave of attacks. He's strong. I smiled wickedly as I raised my blade. I jumped over it and began to release several slicing attacks over it. Slash! 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 Each slicing attack carried my blade technique and other abilities infused into it, all combined together. The slices shaped as roaring dragons of ice and death mana aura. Clash! 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 Boom! The ogre giant roared in anger. He took all my blows and barely managed to stay standing. I moved my blade near its arm and sliced it off. Slash! Griyuya! He roared angrily and kicked me. Clash! He barely moved me, however, as he realized my weight wasn't how my body looked like. Yeah, I weighed the same as an over 10-meter-tall dragon. You can't just kick me around. Chaos Ray. Binladen released a powerful, long-ranged chaos attribute magic spell. As a ray of chaos reached the ogre, the ray reached his stomach and penetrated it, leaving a deep hole within it. Boom! Grua F. Now, I called upon the rest as they rained the monster with attacks, quickly weakening him into almost death. Let's see now. Scotty came half prepared for vengeance as she pierced the ogre's forehead. Clash! Gruag! Boom! The monster died at long last. The biome around us was quite beautiful and large. It encompassed an immense amount of land too, perhaps several kilometers. And this was but the first floor. Just what exactly was this place? Honestly, I don't have any idea, but it is just gigantic. It was a space within the dungeon, I know, but why? Just because? Any other purpose or point behind it? Aside from the deadly beasts, it looks like a nice place to stay in. Aside from the deadly monsters, those are too scary for most of the normal folks. Even rank 2 people would get killed by rank 3 easily if they're not well coordinated. And because they spawn out of nowhere, they really don't know where they might be. I quickly picked up the monster's corpse for now and saved it in my inventory. That wasn't so bad, said Dragon. Well, of course, we only attacked from afar, and we didn't really get into total danger. Look, even Scotty got shattered. Is she going to be fine? Asked Yuki. Yes, I am fine. I am a magical weapon. One of my traits helps me in the ability to self-repair myself. Look closely, said Scotty. Yuki looked closer at the blade of Scotty as she saw the ice slowly growing back, magically. Wow, you really just self-repair. You can't die then? Asked Yuki. I can die if my durability reaches a certain value. such as 0, I break completely and die, said Scotty. Interesting. So weird. I guess weapons don't really work the same as us living beings, said Yuki. We certainly don't, said Scotty. Their conversation feels awkward, said Benliden. I know, and I don't know why exactly it feels like this. Maybe the two are too different, or perhaps they had never spoken with one another before. Anyways, one monster wasn't going to stop us for a break. It was just one, even if it were rank 3. I quickly expanded my senses through the use of my skill, such as keen senses and so on, as I saw a mental map of the entire dungeon. Wow, it expanded across all the forest. I was able to see across the forest. There were large sections around it, openings that led to groups of wandering ogre giants and ogre warriors. There were also hobgoblins gathered in large nests, and even giant crows named shadow crows, who hid within shadows. Ogre giants were rank 3 initial stage. Ogre warriors varied between rank 2 upper to peak stage. Hobgoblins varied from rank 2 initial stage to peak stage, and shadow crows varied from rank 2 upper stage to rank 3 initial stage. I was able to easily analyze them. They were strong, but didn't have any particular tricky ability aside from shadow crows being able to dive inside shadows to do surprise attacks. We decided to hunt them all down, so our group followed my orders as we dived into the forest. What'll we kill first? Asked Benliden. The closest area is a small hobgoblin settlement. They're all below rank 3, so everyone should be capable of handling them way better than the giants. I can detect them close. Be careful now. We reached the hobgoblin settlement as we found the many hobgoblins roasting a large ogre. Some were inside their huts made of branches, and others were discussing. There was one discussing with another, and there was 2 fighting with each other, punching each other. They're very chaotic. I thought that as hobgoblins they would become brighter. Are they stabbing each other? Asked Benliden in disbelief. Yes, they are. Well, let's kill them. I entered the battlefield with a boom. Literally, I transformed into my dragon form and roared loudly. Using my claws, I began to slash through anything, bulldozing the settlement. Roar! Boom! One clash. Krayash! Gryav! Guru! Gray! Many hobgoblins were crushed to death by my initial onslaught. Then came Benliden and the rest, and started to bombard them with their magic. Benliden used her chaotic bullets and mold tentacles to blast them into pieces or grab them and hit them over the ground several times. Dragon was just a good mage, so she generated a domain of coldness around her that enhanced the power of her ice magic and conjured large icebergs, throwing them over the hobgoblins. Frost and Hugin and Munin used their claws, jaws, talons, and beaks to fight, with some magic sprinkled through their battle. Frost was bigger than the hobgoblins, and the hobs were confused too due to my catastrophe, so they became easy prey, getting their heads crushed by his giant maws like nothing. The crows used their sharp beaks to do the same, but they broke their skulls wide open and feasted on their sweet brains. Scotty and Uler were slashing and piercing through them without any problems. They were tough, but not as tough as a giant. Scotty pierced their heads, slashed their chests, and laughed eerily. Meanwhile, Uler used his enormous blade to slice them into pieces or in entire halves, although he didn't laugh maniacally and was rather uninterested while doing this. Yuki used her agility and sharp venomous claws to slash the hobgoblins. Due to my surprise attack, the hobgoblins didn't stand a chance. Although they had pretty strong techniques and other abilities, they were wasted because my presence scared them too much. In the end, the 30 hobgoblins here were all slaughtered smoothly. It wasn't a challenge, but it was very satisfying and refreshing to just crush things like ants without them being the weakest rank 1 monsters there are. These were all decently strong at rank 2. I saw many at peak stage 2. I quickly picked up all the loot, including the roasted ogre, which we decided to eat for a quick break. It wouldn't be nice to waste it. The ogre meat was actually tender. The hobgoblins used some kind of herb picked up here to give it a very refreshing flavor too, and we sprinkled some salt and accompanied it with some fruit juice. Delicious and smoky. After eating the delicious roasted ogre, we continued our journey across this beautiful forest. I didn't get any skill because to get skills I must consume their mana cores. The flesh does have mana if it is fresh, but this one wasn't fresh and had been roasted for a while. Nonetheless, this ogre warrior was pretty good. I honestly can't wait to taste the giants. The ogre warrior had tender meat after being roasted for a while. The fat it had given it a nice juice, and the flavorful juices went well with the pork-like tender meat. Even the bones were tasty, and they had tasty bone marrow on them too. Now enough of talking about food. Phew, that was so good. I feel refreshed, said Benin. Let's go kill the other monsters now. We are still on the first floor. I don't want to spend too much time in here. So let's hurry and do a speed run. I said, speed run, said Benin. Well, it's when you do something very fast and efficiency to finish something at time record. All right, let's do a speed run then. Everyone seemed to agree. As they followed me from behind, I rushed towards our next targets, which I had detected beforehand. A large flock of shadow crows which were currently attacking a group of hobgoblins led by a few ogre warriors. I sneaked into the scene by converting into slime and digging underground. And then, as the parties were fighting, I transformed into a dragon. Boom! The entire earth shook as the ground cracked open. I surged from within it and began using all my strength to slash them all into pieces. Slash! Clash! Boom! Kreia! Gria, Gruor. I managed to crush around 4 shadow crows right away, ending splattered over the ground. My tail acted as a deadly spear as I pierced the goblins and ogre warriors' heads and killed them right away, and the power of my magic created a giant storm of ice and wind, blowing away everything around for the rest to pick up easily. Benin began to battle 2 ogre warriors by herself, as she used her chaos magic to fire spears of chaos, piercing their bodies and then detonating them into explosive bombs of magic. Boom! Boom! Gruak! The 2 ogres were one shot. Benin Chan is way too overpowered. The shadow crows who were more intelligent caught up to us and began to meddle into shadows, shaping them as projectiles and firing them against me. Boom! 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 The explosive shadow spears were not so painful, but they were quite annoying. My scales were strong enough to take them no problem. I decided to fight by creating giant phantom tentacles and using them to enter into the shadows. Surprise. Cry. Yeah, they were surprised. They don't know that their own shadow storage ability can be abused because it creates a pocket space open for anyone who can enter it. So I just used my phantom tentacles and caught them, entangling them with my soul and crushing them as a boa constrictor would do. Crash! 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 I threw the corpses away as I began to imagine KFC made with these giant and meaty crows. If the rule for monsters applies with them too, then they're probably the tastiest birds we will ever eat. Monsters are filled with mana when they're born in dungeons, so their meat is actually not bad, but incredibly rich in flavor. Even a creature as ugly as a hobgoblin, an ogre, and so on are tasty due to this. Come on, there are more of you out there, right guys? I continue to take more crows. 5 more came out. One of them emanated a stronger presence and actually cut down my phantom tentacle with his beak. Oh, a rank 3? Kreia! The angered shadow crow rushed towards me with fury clear on its crimson red eyes. Its wingspan was around 5 meters. It was a massive bird. Hug in, mun in, come join me. I asked the 2 ice crows as they flew at my side. They were killing some moribund hobgoblins. Cry! The shadow crow cried once more as it flew towards us, firing feather projectiles. The difference between a rank 2 shadow crow and a rank 3 shadow crow was clear in just its presence alone. I decided to use my own powers more interestingly. I had already eaten ice crows before, so why not become one? Flash! I used body transformation and became an ice crow. Modified to my own liking, it gained scales and horns too, and it was around double the size of Hug-in and Mun-in, my body being over 5 meters tall. I rushed towards the rank 3 shadow crow with the twin crows as I impacted with the shadow crow and began to slash its body with my talons. Fighting like a crow was really unique. I had to keep flapping my wings or I would fall, but I just used wind magic to keep myself afloat. The twin crows came from both sides of the shadow crow. I worked as the tank, as the twins use their light and darkness dragon marks to suddenly coat themselves in large auras of darkness and light, each one shining differently. Flash! Their power was enhanced by a tenfold, and so did their bravery. The shadow crow couldn't move properly as I was grasping it with my claws while it slashed on me. I didn't mind getting wounded. My body could regenerate easily after I accumulated a lot of energy. Clash! Clash! Hugin and Munin used their elemental power to put the shadow crow in danger, damaging its wings, and then its head. They used their sharp beaks to tear it down. I let it go as it fell over the ground. The twins tried to kill it as it tried to fight back, but ultimately, my crows were the ultimate victors. The shadow crow laid over the floor motionless. It was a strong enemy for these twin crows. You guys had gotten pretty strong. I'll make sure that you get to rank 3 soon. Crow up. Now that the crows got their own personal fight and character development, we continued through the rank 3 dungeon. We fought a lot of rank 2 monsters with some rank 3 mixed into them. There were several hobgoblin settlements. Some of them specialized in using powerful magic, which surprised us. They even had very strong elemental variety. Some specialized in using weapons. There was a hill with ores that they mined. We stole everything, and also I decided to cut the entire hill in my dragon form and put in my inventory. Call me an opportunist, but that was a treasure trove of magical ores. The shadow crows lived in nests atop the trees. We had found a particular nest with many of them. They were raising their eggs, which we got to make omelets. They were enormous, like ostrich eggs. There were 3 rank 3 shadow crows, though, but Binladin and my crow form took care of them alongside the twin crows. Honestly, rank 3 monsters were a fine challenge, but if I go all out, I can kill them without any problems, of course. That only applies to the crows who are more physically frail. When we finished most of the forest, we already reached the last area with monsters on the first floor. We had picked up a lot of dropped items, too. Rank 3 monsters drop, even mana potions and health potions. I can already see why the bastard of the sect wanted me to handle so much back to them. They would die if they were to see me getting all these valuable things for myself. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I just want to crush this entire sect to the ground and conquer it as my own territory. But I remember that I won't stay here forever, nor I am too chaotic to do such a thing. I like to live in harmony if possible. I guess I don't fit any of the criteria of a Xianxia main character, though it would be nice to have that stupid requirement revoked. I already took away the contract from my main soul, leaving it in a split soul I don't even use, so all of the contract requirements don't apply to me. I will just share some crumbs and say that that is what we managed to get barely, implying it was very hard to kill any monster. This way, they won't ask us for more while we fill our wallets with resources and items. So many ogre giants. We looked in front of us. There were around 10 rank 3 ogre giants resting. They were camping, roasting several shadow crows over whole trees they used as skewers. It was already night. This family of ogre giants seemed to be just chilling. For a moment, I wondered what it could be to be in their place. Were monsters truly inherently evil? Or were these guys chilling really wild beasts? They were even groaning, speaking some kind of language. They seemed more eloquent than hobgoblins. Did they have dreams? Did they appreciate the bonds of family? I know they do. I've tamed my own monsters, and I know how much they appreciate everyone. One of them was so intelligent she evolved into a beastkin, to boot. But we really shouldn't worry about that. We are here to slaughter them, so we can grow stronger. It sounds very crude, but this is how it is. And we also paid 5 million mana stones, so it better be worth it. I jumped straight into battle with all the fury of having paid so much, transformed in my dragon form. The ogre giants were scared out of their lives. Ruruar. A single of my roars made them all tremble and jump away in surprise. I fell over one of them immediately. My claws and jaws did the job easily, slashing and crushing their flesh. I sliced away his head in an instant and threw it away victoriously. I rushed towards the next one as I called upon the rest of the party. As they began to attack the one I had left damaged right now, I had cut down his legs. Binladin, in the other case, joined into fighting another one by herself. She used her soul and shaped it as large claws, intercepting the powerful blows of the ogre giants with them, and then attacking back with her axe, which she was wielding around rather eagerly today. Slayawash! Her powerful axe slashed through the ogre giant's shoulder, and his arm fell off. Grua! The ogre shrieked in agony as it fell over the ground and began to conjure fireballs against her. Binladen easily blocked them with a wave of her chaotic aura, as she generated several chaos bullets around her and fired them spectacularly towards the ogre, filling it with holes and instantly slaying it. Boom! 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 Honestly, quite incredible. All right, and me? I was opening the chest of an ogre giant with my claws and freezing him from the inside out. Nothing too special. He fell over the ground like an ice statue. My mastery over my ice magic had become pretty good. Winter magic is overpowered, and it is finally showing it off even more than before. I froze the legs of another ogre giant for the rest of the party to abuse. They had already killed a rank 3-1, and they continued to do so with this other one. Binladen on the other side also killed another one and suddenly infected the corpse with mold. Miranda's consciousness took over it as she was experimenting with this new method of undead raising, kind of like necromancy, but with mold, I guess. Miranda used her new temporary body and began to battle an ogre giant. Their fists clashed against one another and created shockwaves, but she ultimately lost. Her body was already damaged. She went back to Binladen, and she finished the weakened ogre giant with a few powerful blows. We worked hard for a few more minutes until they were all slain. Phew! After finishing the first floor of this damn dungeon, we continued after taking a quick break of half an hour. Each floor was simply an extension of this biome, and they were connected by a single staircase that led downwards. When you reached the next floor, the stairs were still there, resembling a tower that connected with the sky. Quite bizarre. There were no particular changes in the environment of the dungeon, nor any of that, although there were things such as lakes and rivers too, which sometimes came with surprises such as giant catfishes, all of the rank 3, mind you, and deadly thunder eels, also rank 3. There were interesting monsters that zapped me a lot, but I caught them and killed them. Eating them roasted was advised with a lot of sweet sauce, but we saved them for later. The monsters barely got any stronger and remained within the same ranges of power. We continued rushing through the dungeon at a fast pace. At some point, everyone got pretty tired except me and Binladen, so we just began to steamroll everything insanely. I put everyone over my back as we flew into the skies of the dungeon, and I began to completely wipe out the releasing powerful breath attacks using my death magic and ice magic combined, generating phantasmal flames that froze everything. An entire forest laid frozen before me, and Binladen used her strength to cut down the monsters and throw them at me. So I saved them inside my inventory. The next floor was the same, but this time I decided to bathe the place with magic projectiles, just showing off the might I had and the extent of my full capabilities. The rain of magic projectiles resembled the judgment of a god. Quite literally, I bathed everything with constant explosions. The entire forest was devastated. Damn, I could just do that, huh? It cost a lot of mana, though. Even Binladen was left with her eyes wide open. I think my power level might already exceed my current rank. I could probably fight it off against someone of a rank higher, though I'm not too sure about what rank 4 mages are capable of. The only rank 4 in here is the Sect Master, the mysterious Lord Ice Moon, which I will try to befriend in the upcoming days, if possible. After ravaging the next floors, Binladen wanted to try out what I did, and she began to expand her chaos all across her domain around her and infuse it into her axe. The power was like pure darkness and overwhelming. She used it to release several slashing attacks consecutively infused with this pure chaos. The results? The entire floor shook as the trees were sent flying. Explosions happened everywhere. Even little black holes surged in the spatial walls as her chaos consumed them. It was catastrophic. The monsters were also slashed apart. Many of them were even disintegrated. But after doing this, she felt pretty exhausted and needed to rest a bit. We called this one an ultimate chaos move of hers, which she should only do in emergencies. She still needed to train her chaos some more before mastering it. It was a very dangerous and powerful attribute. As we continued through the dungeon, we finally reached the final floor, and it was simply the same as the previous one, but with some variations in the structure. There were two large lakes where giant catfishes rested. There was a large catfish king and catfish queen at rank 3 middle stage. The two monsters had crowns on them. I tried to freeze the entire lake where they were, and that killed their weaker members, but the king and the queen resisted my freezing power and jumped out of the ice. They began to fight against me directly, throwing powerful water magic which resembled vortexes of water or spiraling spears of water. They also used earth magic, being the first dual-wielding monsters I've met. They were a deadly duo. They cooperated greatly and even boosted each other's powers. Benin helped me out with them, and then the rest of the guys atop my head bathed them with attacks to support me. They bathed them in attacks, but the two monstrous creatures were pretty resistant. They even had scales similar to dragons, for fuck's sake. Were they actually turning into water dragons? I gathered death magic within my palms and released several onslaughts of phantasmal flames against these two. Their bodies were resistant, but my death magic could seep through their flesh like a deadly venom. I used this power to damage their souls as we exchanged attacks. My breath attacks also affected them a lot, but they came back with powerful vortexes of water. The two fought while swimming in midair through the air-swimming ability they had. They even fused water and earth and generated mud magic, which was interesting as they used it to create a moldable slimy mud to entangle me and trap me in place, but I broke through it with some more force and used my claws to fight. My tail also worked well. I popped their eyes with them and made them more furious, but also made them lost their sense of sight. Benin attack. However, her axe infused with chaos was powerful and explosive, blowing off pieces of their bodies apart. While I continued to release my breath attack, slash, bite, and pierce with my tail. Clash, 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 clash. Our battle continued for minutes. These bastards had come out of nowhere, but they were clearly superior to anyone in their species. They were taking my blows like nobody's business, and Benin's chaos affected them, but not enough to destroy their own elements. However, I constantly used death magic to drain them out of their life little by little. While using my other abilities and Benin's amazing assistance, they began to struggle at long last. At some point, the two released a last roar, as their power was concentrated into their foreheads and combined together into a gigantic, catastrophic storm of water and mud, falling over us before they died. They really wanted to take us with them. Wow, that was actually quite the challenging fight, but we managed to pull out almost barely. Interestingly enough, those guys seem to have been the actual bosses. There were no other bosses after them. We swiftly cleaned the last floor of the dungeon and even carried out the trees we got, even the grass, the ground, and I cut down large chunks of ores growing underground too. After stealing everything I could, I began to inspect things out as the rest of the party was celebrating by having another snack. This time they were eating roasted eel and catfish. I wanted to see if I could find something like a dungeon core. I remember hearing from the elders that there was a dungeon core, and depending on its mood, the monsters would be aggressive, more passive, or stronger or weaker, and this mood was also unpredictable. I used my dig and mining skill to dig through all the underground, constantly expanding my senses. At some point, I reached the spatial walls below and couldn't continue forward. It was hopeless. We completed the dungeon, so how the heck can we find the dungeon core? Where the heck could it be? If we don't know about it, how did others knew about it? Who found it? Damn it. Clash. I used my claws to hit the spatial walls below me as I saw them tremble a bit. Benin, can you come down for a bit? Benin came rushing as I decided to do some experiments with her chaos. Benin, can you hit this spatial wall with your axe infused with chaos? You want to break it? She asked. Yeah, let's experiment a bit. I have the feeling that something could be done there. Sure. I hope nothing too bad happens, though. Benin accepted my proposal as she did as I asked her. Her axe was infused with her powerful chaos attribute, gaining a deadly dark red color fused with black. Clea asses. Benin hit it once, but nothing happened. Kill going for a bit? I asked. Fine. She sighed. Thank you, I said. Clash. 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 Nothing is happening. Huh. Benliden and I noticed that something weird happened. A crack, as if hitting glass, had appeared. System, what's this? Analyzing. Crack in space. The spatial walls that maintain this entire biome can be cracked through the attribute-distorting power of chaos, apparently. It might heal over time. Can you see something below it? Analyzing. There's a vast room below. A presence of unknown origins lay dormant there. Oh ho, Binlet and Sean, I think we hit a gold mine. I laughed. Keep smacking. I'll help you. All right then, dear. Clash. 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 We combined our efforts now, as both of us started to smack the crack. After 5 minutes, the crack expanded a bit more, and a bit more, and a bit more. After 20 minutes, it was expanding several centimeters. And after half an hour, almost a meter. And after a whole hour, crack, crack, crash. A large hole opened up. Ha 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 ha. We did it. Let's go. I laughed like a maniac that has done something unthinkable. It really opened? But what's down there? I hope we just don't fall into the void, said Benliden. Don't worry, I'll protect you, I said, as I grabbed her with my dragon arms and flew down below in my dragon form. By reducing my size, I managed to sneak in. We arrived in a place of complete darkness. It really felt like a void. The light from the crack simply didn't come down here. But as I flew down below, I suddenly felt physical floor, made of bricks. I can't see anything, said Benliden. Don't worry, my princess. I shall carry you like this. Dummy. I'm not a princess, she said shyly. All right here. Yoa. I dropped her on the floor as she fell standing, and realized there was a floor. See? There's a floor. I still can't see anything. All right, wait a bit. I used photon bullet, but maintained the bullet instead of firing it, and accumulated mana into it until... Flash! A flash of bright light emerged, illuminating a large amount of this place. It looked like a giant room made of black and blue bricks. Wow. There's something there, in front of us, said Benliden. Indeed, we walked towards it as the darkness dissipated. What greeted our sight was a watermelon-sized orb of white jewel. It shone with almost no luster. It was covered in dirt and dust. It even had some mold over it. A ball, asked Benliden. Report. It is a dungeon core. It seems to have been dormant for thousands of years since the dungeon's natural creation. To activate, probably infusing large quantities of mana might do the trick. I see. Indeed, I think this is a dungeon core. Let's infuse pure mana together. I said, okay. Flash. We touched the mana core as we infused our mana. The overflowing rivers of ethereal energy flowed through the ball as it slowly began to glow brighter, bit by bit. It is glowing. So amazing, said Benliden. She was sometimes so cute and innocent with her reactions. She was really the cutest wife there could be. Indeed, is reacting to our mana. Keep pouring. All right, we continued for a little while. After a few minutes, the entire room glowed. It was as if all the walls, ceiling, and floor grew brighter. There were several runic tattoos across everywhere. These signs activated and made mana flow once more everywhere. Flash. I'm getting a bit tired. She sighed. Here. I gave her an MP potion made with my blood, which was as high as B rank in quality. Oh. She quickly drank it off in a second. Her mana was recovered in an instant. This was the power of my potions as of now. It recovered almost 60% of mana in one single shot. Feeling refreshed, she continued to pour mana with me. And after 10 minutes, it finally happened. Something. Look. The flashing light coming from the orb made the dirt and other things it had over it dissipate into ashes, as the dungeon core was once more fully awakened. Flash. Flash. The dungeon core has been given life. The mysterious cores of dungeons, who are said to originate from an ancient, reincarnated person named the Great Devil of Dungeons, are special thingies that dungeons have. It is their heart, their true selves, their cores, and also somewhat their own seeds. Dungeons, I think, must be like trees. The mana core emerges somewhere else, and it converts the area where it appears into a dungeon. The dungeon might change the area or leave it as it is, but most of the time it is said that they create a labyrinth similar to the rank 1 dungeon we went to. Now, this one is being reawakened, like reviving the old roots of a tree that has lived for very long. The dungeon core shone brightly and gained its former splendor. "Is that it?" she asked. "I don't know dash." Truum. Suddenly, I felt as if the power of the dungeon was attacking my soul or something, and that of Bin Laden. What is this?" she cried. "It is attacking us." Answer: no. The dungeon core is making a soul connection. It has recognized Bin Laden and you as its masters. "Is that it?" "Calm down. Bin Laden, it is making us its masters," I said. "Yeah." The sensations were weird, but they ended quickly as the dungeon's connection with us was established at long last. Wow, that was certainly wild. And after that, we felt an instinctual connection with the dungeon. And it was done so easily. We just had to pour mana into it, and it's ours. What happened? I feel as if this thing were speaking to me. I instinctively know what it is, and its purpose at dungeon core, so mysterious. Said Bin Laden. "Ding! You have become a dungeon master. You acquired the dungeon master title. You acquired the dungeon operation. Level 1 skill. The system unique skill has been connected with the dungeon. A new system function has emerged. Dungeon maintenance." Whoa. A dungeon master in a cultivation world? And just like Bin Laden said, I just got the same infusion of info into my mind. I learned how dungeons were, and more. Everything I knew previously was enriched with this info. I knew that this dungeon originated here when a large amount of miasma was gathered in one place, and the dungeon core was naturally born. However, it took thousands of years to be made into a dungeon as it lay dormant, until a sudden burst of mana, like water over seed, made it blossom into a dungeon. A large rank 7 titan-like ogre giant had died in this place, and its decomposing body was leaking enormous quantities of mana. The dungeon core absorbed it, and it even generated offspring in the other dungeons in here, which are weaker. Using this power, the dungeon core became a large dungeon. It harbored monsters related to the mana it absorbed. Wow, that's actually very complex and intricate. But there is also something else. Divine energy? Dungeons of gods. The dungeon Tao inheritance? What is this? All of this info rushed into my mind. Divine energy was the divine version of mana that those at rank 7 and above wielded, which was what fueled the dungeon. It could naturally produce it through the refinement of mana and other energies. Dungeon of gods was dungeons, ancient dungeons which were born within the corpses of the ancient gods. There are dungeons such as those of even Odin. They seem to be connected. And there's another thing. It seems that powerful immortals acquire the power of creating dungeons. Certain devices in the world can let people create dungeon cores, and they're acquired by the gods, those that have reached rank 7. A good chunk of all the dungeons of this world is run by living gods of these ranks. They use them as convenient ways to acquire mana and other energies. Interesting. And the dungeon Tao inheritance, a strange place somewhere else in the world, a mythical inheritance left by the great devil of dungeons. In here, the Tao, whatever that is, of dungeons slumbers, and whoever acquires it will acquire amazing power. Over dungeons? I don't truly get it. Maybe it's a plot device to make me the master of all the dungeons in the world. Haha. I will take it then, someday. Drake, can you see it too? I can see info of the dungeon. I know how strong it is, and how many dungeon points it has. There's something weird like a store or something, and even a monster list. Dungeon quality? Huh. I'm so confused yet not, because I know it all. Ugh. Bin Laden felt very dizzy. She was confused, yet she wasn't, because info regarding all of this was already poured into our minds the moment we made the dungeon connection. Apparently, this dungeon never had a master, and dungeon cores automatically recognize someone as their master as long as it defeats the last boss and infuses mana into it. Many were before us, but we were the first to actually be able to get down here. I don't really know if it was necessary to break the spatial walls. I said, and just because of that we became the dungeon masters. This is crazy, said Benladin. Indeed, we began to inspect the dungeon maintenance function. Benladin wasn't able to see the holographic windows, but I interfered and through my system connection with the dungeon, I gave her the privilege. Oh, this is so futuristic, like a floating TV, she said. I guess so. Within the holographic window, we were able to see the dungeon's rank, which was 3, and it even cultivated like we do use divine energy as its main source, which is slowly absorbed from the monster's mana cores inside, or from anything from the exterior dying. Anything that dies inside a dungeon gets slowly assimilated into it too, so it gains power in such a way. It was possible to upgrade it using dungeon points, to buy traps, monsters to summon, and even treasures to deposit, but all of this seemed pretty far off. It wasn't cheap. I would love to see the face of these sect idiots when they see that we own their strongest and most valuable dungeon. Actually, this means a whole lot of new possibilities, more than we can properly imagine. We have taken over the major resource point for food, treasures, and more. And we can manage and make it even better through system points, upgrading it to rank 4, 5, and so on. Of course, it takes its time. We need to collect mana, refine it into divine energy in the dungeon, and make it into dungeon points. We slaughtered most of the monsters here, and the dungeon naturally absorbed their residual mana when they died. It seems to have gained a few dozen of dungeon points, but it is definitely not enough for anything much. It seems that the best way to gain dungeon points is by upgrading the quality of the dungeon and make more monsters emerge. The more monsters there are, the more mana cores they have, and the more mana they produce, which gets absorbed into the dungeon. There are special facilities that can help in the absorption of mana to make it faster or even multiply their efficiency, such as an item named Mana Converter that converts into mana any residual energy, even the kinetic energy made when we move, adding a bit more of dungeon points that can be made a day. The facilities can be upgraded using more dungeon points too. The Mana Converter costs 500 dungeon points and can be upgraded by 1,000. It multiplies x2 the cost with each upgrade. The max level seems to be 10 per facility. Very interesting, like a management game. Well, there's another way too. A dungeon artifact named Corpse Converter. It converts the corpse of monsters into mana the moment they die, meaning that they turn into black smoke and dissipate when you kill them, leaving the mana core behind in dropped items. This one exchanges the food you can get from them for more dungeon points. If we were to let the corpses be absorbed, the dungeon would have gained way more dungeon points. Maybe I could do this when we're done farming here, just to destabilize the economy of the whole town. Well, that would be way too evil, so maybe not. Although most of the food they get is from farming, cattle, and the rank 1 dungeon that can be easily farmed. Monsters are spawning slowly now that we clear the dungeon. In approximately 12 hours, they will get back to a good amount to clean once more. The Corpse Converter costs 2,000 dungeon points, though, so there's no way I'm getting it anytime soon. Oof! And there's a lot more of things we could add, but we cannot. What a pain. There are traps too, mini, guillotine traps, arrow traps, boiling oil traps, sinkhole traps, spiderweb traps, and the most dangerous and interesting teleportation traps. Teleportation traps are a hidden magic circle that after being stepped on, teleports those into a different place, usually a closed room filled with monsters ready to slaughter them. We could also use it to get inside the dungeon from Fuyu. It would be pretty insane. As a dungeon master, you can actually pick where you want a teleportation trap to get you to. I could just set one in Fuyu, and it would be done. We could enter the dungeon without having to pay ridiculous amounts to these assholes. But we cannot yet. Why not? Well, not enough dungeon points. A single teleportation trap of 2 sides costs 5,000 dungeon points. I see it as very costly due to its utility. And that's without even mentioning that to rank up the dungeon to rank 4, we would need 7,000 dungeon points. And at the pace that it earns it, it will take 1 billion years. Well, as long as I'm managing the dungeon inside of it, I can actually manually pick up corpses around and convert them. Maybe I could lure people inside and kill them with the monsters, and then I absorb their corpses and mana cores, and there it is more dungeon points. I can also just use the corpses of the monsters I hunt, but it needs to be done manually, unlike the corpse converter that does it automatically and with even more efficacy. I could also offer the dropped items and convert them back into mana. Dungeon points would be earned this way. I began to wonder if I could use my own flesh and convert it into mana. I mean, I am immortal, so how about I use my flesh to gain endless dungeon points and become the strongest dungeon master in history? Yeah, I don't think it will be that easy, but it was worth the try. I cut off my tail and offered it to the dungeon. It absorbed it, and it gained no mana. What? Why? Yeah, no thanks. I am fine with just my blood to make potions or my scales and crystals. Though I feel like by not abusing this, I am wasting my immortal body. Maybe I should really use my own flesh and give my people dragon steaks? Ugh, the sole idea still makes me feel weird seeing them eat me. I don't want to. Imagining Benin enjoying a steak made of my tail already terrifies me. Why did you cut off your tail? Did you want to let us eat it? Oh, I never thought about it. Maybe we could try out your flesh as steaks. Fufu. Gah. No. Ha ha. It was a joke. I would never do such a thing, said Benin teasingly. Ugh. Please don't joke like that. I almost had a heart attack. Seeing how we cannot do much for now, I decided to just go back home for the time being. As dungeon masters, we got a lot of new things we can do in the dungeons. One of them is teleport around the dungeon all we want, but only us can do that. It also costs us around 20k mana to do it once, so it is not cheap. We decided to close the spatial wall by pouring mana into it and molding it as if we were moving mud. It closed just nicely. We covered the scene of the crime with dirt and trees. I also did something interesting. I let the system AI become a dungeon manager. It is possible to assign someone to become a dungeon manager for your absence. And because the system will always be connected to the dungeon, she can manage it by herself automatically and will do it for us too. Benin seemed interested but wasn't fascinated with the idea of managing this. She didn't seem to find it. Well, I don't know how to put it, but she didn't want to. Leave things to me now, Drake. I will manage the dungeon for you and inform you about any changes. I can also expand my senses across it by sharing my senses with the dungeon. I had essentially become the dungeon, to an extent. Wow, you could do that? What? That's broken. So we don't even need to go back if we don't want to? That's right. But monsters and the like cannot be controlled completely by the dungeon, so you require to come to kill them personally. I will inform you whenever it is possible to create a teleportation trap. Nicely done, system. You're a very helpful sister-like figure now. A sister-like figure. Yeah, you become caring and also always want to aid me. That's just my duty as a tool, the system's a... Well, maybe I'm just an idiot to think these things. You are. But to be honest, I don't feel like you're a tool. You're someone helping me out. No matter what you were before or how you are now, that's how I see you. Not a tool. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Oh, never mind. Maybe you'll get it one day. After we were done with everything, we moved outside the dungeon and decided to go back to Fuyu. The night was about to come, and the people around the city were less. We moved right away to pay the 50% of what we have to give, of course. It was way less than 50%, perhaps around 20%, and just dropped items we didn't want. However, because it appears to be rare for elders to go into dungeons due to being lazy old men for some reason, the receptionist of the trade center was shocked as she saw all these wondrous items. Thank you so much for your hard work, Lord Drake. And we are sorry for having to take so much from your hard work. I personally dislike that the elders were so abusive with the deal, said the girl. She was so surprised that she felt pity for us. No worries, dear. We do what we have to do, said Benin. Indeed. Don't get yourself worked over it. Just live your own life and have your own difficulties, I said. I told her politely to just mind her own business. Oh, thank you. I will, she said, waving her hand as we walked away. Ha. We just gave them a small part of the actual loot, and the contract was taken out of my soul, so they will never find out. I just want to laugh out loud so much. But poor girl, she really thinks they're abusing me. Well, even giving them that many anger me a bit, even more if we consider the 5 million mana stones. When we got back to Fuyu, it was finally time to relax. Phew, we are back, said Benin. Welcome back. How is it? Asked Fuyu. It was something else, sighed Scotty. It was tough, said Uler. This is the first time I see Scotty tired, said Fuyu. Yeah, she got beaten a few times for being reckless, said Yuki. I wasn't reckless. Yeah, I might have been a bit reckless there, sighed Scotty. Well, she's used to kill everything easily, so meeting an enemy that can actually just punch her away might have been traumatic, I said. Do not make fun of me, sighed Scotty. I caressed her long and spear-shaped body. Don't worry, dear Scotty. We trust you that you will become stronger, I said. Why, you're making fun of me again. It's nice to see her break her character for some time. This night we celebrate with tons of delicious meat. Let's eat rank 3 monsters, I said as I wanted to eat everything. We quickly jumped into the kitchen with Benin. Using the butcher skill to enhance our ability to dismantle corpses, we began to dismantle a whole ogre giant and several shadow crows. I ignored the mana cores for the moment, saving them all inside my inventory. Benin prepared some oil made from the grease of old yetis, and then we began to cut large slices of meat from the giant legs of the ogre giants, pouring them with salt and other spices and putting them over the pan. The meat was red but had some fat on it too. It simply looked delicious, fresh, and juicy. The oil began to fry it nicely. We moved it upside down after a bit, and then poured some more salt and dried herbs for aromatic purposes. We added some water, and then covered it for a bit. After some minutes, we took out the covering, and a delicious fillet was done. It was fully cooked because that's how Benin liked it. The flavor was so rich and fatty, like a combination of the finest pork with Wagyu beef. Simply superb. Seeing my adorable Benin stuff her cheeks with delicious food warmed my heart. Life is good. Please make sure to check out my other novels. I am sure that you will like them. MYWORLDTRAVELINGSYSTEM. The Harbinger of Death, a story about a young man who is suddenly struck by lightning while sleeping with his phone. W. Hitch awakened his ability and the world-traveling system. DEMONQUENREBIRTH. I reincarnated as a living armor? A story about a demon queen who lost everything. In Tehi Last Battle, her soul W is split in half, and S he was reincarnated twice in her third life. EPICOFCATERPILLAR. A story about a mysterious man who died of a fever and reincarnated as a caterpillar in the middle of a forest infested with monsters. DW will have to show me how survive as a caterpillar in Tia's world filled with HCHOS. VAMPIREOVERLORD SYSTEMINTHEAPOCALYPSE. The story of a young and bullied man born in an apocalyptic world who is given the chance to become a vampire and dominate this world as he pleases with a malicious and scheming mind. EPICOFSUMMONER SUPREMESUINTHAPOCALYPS. The story of a young web novelist WHO is suddenly thrown into an interdimensional apocalypse, but given a powerful system that lets him summon his novel characters to aid him. EPICOFVAMPI REDRAGON REBORNASAVAMPI REDRAGONWITHASYSTM. The story of a boy born with strange and mysterious powers who was held cative and used said as a guinea pig through his entire life. On IL the day he died, and suddenly reincarnated as a vampire dragon chimera in a completely different war LD. Create D by an insane elderly CH that claims to be his other. Enjoyed a very large feast with the whole team, and we also invited the rest of the hard worker members of my sect into it, because why not? And by hard worker, I mean it. Everyone had not been slacking off at all. Every single person has been helping in some regard. They all had gone into the lower ranked dungeons daily to bring food for everyone's gluttonous stomachs, while also bringing rank 1 mana cores, items, and so on in the process. Another group goes hunting outside sometimes too. And then, those willing to do it have been enclosed inside the underground alchemy laboratories for several hours, usually almost 14 hours a day, helping my small clones there to craft cultivation potions and other types of potions, such as stat enhancement potions, to enhance a certain stat momentarily, which also requires special cautious and the materials of hunted monsters to make. These are more complex, however. There's also the big cooking team, led by Bin Laden's mother whenever she's not hunting with her husband. Her cooking is quite godly, I have to admit it, but nothing can beat the cooking of my beloved Bin Laden, of course. So if her mother's cooking is godly, Bin Laden's cooking is super godly, transcendental. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but I can feel the love she pours into it, so it always tastes better than anything. After all, eating the food your wife cooks for you so lovingly always warms your heart. Anyways, I guess I ended going elsewhere with the whole thing. Because everyone helps in maintaining the sect, there's not much to say other than being thankful for their cooperation. I am glad they're not lazy or something, and that they actually care about contributing. This is very important. Although I'm strong, it doesn't mean I can make food come out of thin air. No, I'm not going to give my dragon meat to anyone, nor money out of thin air, nor items out of thin air. So all of this requires a collective effort, even more if our group grows bigger and wider. All right, even the younglings are helping out. The kids from Bin Laden's village had grown stronger too, and are nearing rank 2. Quite amazing. Some of them are getting more proficient at fighting, so they go hunting, and others are getting better at using their unique elements in other ways such as cooking or alchemy. There are some even practicing blacksmithing. I want to use their more unique elements in some kind of way, but as of now it hasn't been easy to find ways to let them use runes. They have less mana than me, and cannot properly build one through brute force as I do. They need to cultivate more, I guess. Sharing my mana so they can create runes is taxing to their minds. But we'll get to it one day. I want to make life and earth runes around the crops we got outside so they grow bigger and faster. The project has been rather stagnant. Unless we pour some magical stuff, the plants won't grow as intended in such high altitudes. We subsist mostly of meat with the rest being bought down there. But things such as grains, vegetables, fruits, and the like cannot be produced properly to sustain the population. Of course, we are still expanding the whole castle and getting it bigger. The plan is to expand more areas where we can plant stuff. We are all mostly inclined to eat meat anyway. The only ones that get a bit annoyed and require their dose of veggies are the beastkin and elves, but those usually buy it for themselves with the money they earn in the dungeon. I always give them a part for their efforts. Anyways, that was mostly the recap. Everything is moving forward, and I just drank my 10th bottle of ale. I think I should stop now. Bin Laden, however, was different than me, and she didn't have immunity to toxins. She was drinking with me to keep up, so she ended drinking more than she usually does. Fufu, is it my idea, or you got more handsome? She coquettishly said, as she began to touch my chest with her finger teasingly. She had a flushed face with quite the fuzzy look in her beautiful eyes. Did drinking make her even sexier, or was that my idea? She even licked her lips mischievously. It must be your idea. But is it my idea, or you got sexier? I asked with a smile. Oh, really? She asked cutely, as she neared her face towards me and gave me a kiss. It tasted like liquor. Well, mine should also taste like that anyways. However, we were still with people here, so I calmed her down a bit. Come on, let's wait for it to end. She suddenly moved her mischievous hands down the table and grabbed my humble dragon, which was only recently waking up. She was being unfair there. You can't just do that to a man. I want it. Now, she said, her warm breath close to my face. Can a man resist such a woman in heat like this? I certainly can't. We decided to leave the feast as we told them that we were going to sleep earlier. Of course, that was an ugly lie, and they know it. Bin Laden held my hand tightly and led me to her room where the action began quickly. She was acting very dominant, as always, and she ended giving me a lot of pleasure with her mouth down there before we started our mating press sessions in bed for the rest of the night. The liquor certainly didn't make me drunk, but it really heated my body, so I was just as intense and passionate as her. I ended pounding her so hard she screamed my name loudly. At some point, we passed out after God knows how many times I came inside of her. I remember wondering if my days would always end with sex after our first time with Bin Laden, and it seems to be the case. I'm not unhappy about it. Day 141. That was a very intense night. I don't like how much I've begun talking about doing it with Benleden, but I suppose that there could be some interest in it more than others. Thankfully, this time, I didn't wake up as late as other days. Finding Benleden sleeping nude at my side had become quite the commonplace now. I don't know what she might think of doing it so intensively every night, but at some point, we should stop being so passionate, right? At that time, we'll finally calm down and settle peacefully as a pair of old lovebirds. Or will we continue as hard as every night for the rest of our lives? Well, our bodies are supernatural, so they can certainly sustain it. There is no better pairing for a dragon than an ice giant. Both races have tough and powerful bodies, so mating becomes possible. Ahem. Anyways, I inspected Benleden's belly. Aside from those beautiful abs, which are slowly growing softer due to her getting pregnant, which ends distributing the muscles and stretching them slowly around, the baby had grown bigger in just a few days. It is definitely no longer a few cells. It had developed into a full embryo already, the size of a human finger though, but it is there, growing slowly. It even has two tiny eyes, resembling small dots. So precious. This is my baby. I can't see if it is a boy or a girl yet, but I've heard that at first embryos are all females, and then they define if they will be girl or boy through genes, I think. Anyways, it looks like a red-colored embryo, but the tail it has is oddly large. It is also growing two protuberances over its tiny head. Perhaps those are my dragon tail and horns? Hopefully, its horns are not so developed when birth, so it won't damage its mother's womb. Well, if that ever happens, I will find a way to solve it. But still, as a man that has never thought about building a family before, this really excites me. Seeing a tiny baby slowly grow inside of my beloved Benleden is like the wildest dream come true. We are really a family now, you and Benleden. I can't wait for you to come to this world to meet us and everyone else. I whispered to her belly. Drake. Benleden suddenly saw me talking to her belly. I just woke up. I said, ugh, I'm a bit dizzy. What happened last night? I can't remember. She said. She doesn't remember her last night's self? I guess I understand it. She was drunk and all. Drunk Benleden might be her sexiest version so far, but classic Benleden is still the best. We had a lot of loving. You were a bit drunk and kind of forced me into it, but I don't regret it. I said, I forced you. Sorry. She sighed. It doesn't matter. I like when you act dominant. I guess I shouldn't have said that. I think I said something bad. Oh, she said, as a smile emerged on her lips. Wait, hold on. No, we already did a lot. Be Benleden? Foo-foo. Then let me dominate you, Drake. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, but we should go take a bath. All right. Sorry, I was just teasing you, said Benleden. Teasing me? Well, I can't help but like it, but hold on to it for a bit. I sighed. Let's do it in the bathroom then. You seem to like a lot, don't you? I can't deny that I love it. Then, fine, but let's not take that long. Promise me. I promise you. Now let's go. Benleden held my hands as she ran completely nude with me, and we dived into our room's bathroom. As expected, we ended spending over 1 hour on it. More than I wanted. Sigh. When it was around 4 p.m., we were finally ready for lunch. I guess it was too late for breakfast. And for lunch, aside from delicious food made by my mother-in-law and her team of chefs, there was a big and tasty pile of rank 3 mana cores. Foo-foo. I am eating them all. Benleden said, go on, without any trouble. I could have perfectly split them and make her some potions, but she wanted me to eat them all. She was very considerate, even though she killed a lot of the monsters herself too, and those should belong to her. But she gave them to me. What a lovely wife. I glanced at the pile of mana cores, and I couldn't help but feel hungry. I devoured them all in large quantities. It felt like eating chips by how crunchy they were. Each one gave me a boost of power that really made it different from rank 2 mana cores. Oh yes, give me more of that. Flash. When I finished the whole pile, I couldn't help but smile. That was good, way too good. I ended eating it all rather frantically. It was that good. It felt as if I was being reborn out of eating these things. My stats began to rise quickly, and so did my cultivation, and even more, I got a bunch of skills. Monsters gather their magic and abilities inside their mana cores. It's the same for people of various races. When I ate the bandits, I only felt the true difference when I ate their mana cores. Well, it is the same here. You got to eat those crunchy, bite-sized mana cores to get the full experience and getting the true rewards of extra new skills. The monsters' mana cores were mostly of ogre giants, ogre warrior variants that reached rank 3, Shadow Crow's leaders, the giant electric eel at rank 3, and the pair of giant catfish king and queen, whose mana cores are the shiniest. The result was surprising. My aura began to overflow with new power. It has been some time since I had such high-quality mana cores. Oh God, how I missed the feeling of gaining power in my main mana core. Ding! Your mana core rank has increased from mana core rank 3, initial stage, to mana core rank 3, middle stage. Your mana core rank has increased from mana core rank 3, middle stage, to mana core rank 3, upper stage. All your stats have increased. The levels of some skills have increased. You can now evolve. Due to ranking up twice, special and stronger evolutions can be chosen. You learn the following skills: High Ogre Bloodline, Ogre Giant; High Ogre Bloodline, Ogre Warrior; High Ogre Bloodline, Hobgoblin; Giant Bone of the Ogre Giant; Super Muscles of the Ogre Giant; Greater Resiliency of the Ogre Giant; Ogre Giant's Intimidating Roar; Ogre Warrior Rallying Cry; Ogre Warrior Tenacity; Ogre Warrior Super Muscle Enhancement; Enhanced Ogre Senses; Hobgoblin's Cunning Evil; Hobgoblin Job Master; Dexterous Fighter; Ruthlessness; Dark Crow Bloodline; Shadow Crow; Shadow Manipulation; Shadow Wings Growth; Black Feather Coating of Magic Resistance; Shadow Sneak; Shadow Projectile Feather; Intimidating Cry of the Shadow Crow; Lesser Lightning Dragon Bloodline; Giant Lightning Eel; King of the Lake; Proficient Swimmer; Great Water Adaptability; Heavy Body Slam; Resilient Fat Accumulating Body of the Catfish King; Water Vortex; Electricity Producing Organ; Deadly Fang Jaws; Enhanced Flexible Body of the Giant Lightning Eel; Thunderwave; Electricity Perception. So many new skills. This is incredible. I've already felt the difference. Several of these skills were passive and added up into the power of my bones, flesh, and more. And I got a lot of bloodline skills, which I don't know how they work completely, but they seem to boost my growth potential and perhaps my evolution options. Aside from all these awesome new skills, I got the power of 2 stage ups. Now, I'm upper stage rank 3, meaning that there's only peak stage left, and then I get to be rank 4. So easy. I just have to eat mana cores, and now that I own the dungeon, I am pretty much rank 4 already. Just you wait a bit. Now that I am done eating here, I decided to continue with the lunch with Benleden. Flair and Morin accompanied us by sitting over our laps. I can evolve now, it seems, I said. Ooh, evolve again? Will you go out after lunch? Asked Benleden. Yes, hopefully it won't take so long. I sighed. Yeah, the last time you evolved it took a while, but then you evolved while sleeping thanks to Fafnir, said Benleden. Yeah, I recall that, and I believe I can evolve faster this time around, I hope. PSHH, system, can you tell me how long will it take to evolve? Depending on the evolution options, there might be an increase or decrease of hours from 5 to 10. The most you will take is around 20 hours, while the least will be 10. That's a lot, but I guess it is manageable. I just have to leave my clones watching over me while connecting their consciousness with me, and it should be fine, right? You never know. Many things might happen in a single day. Now you're just scaring me. I apologize. I was trying to lighten your mood. A little sister? Wasn't I big sister? So you like to be a big sister instead? And no, it goes against my protocol. I am but the AI of the system, a tool. All right. But if there was the case where you would continue to not accept me as a tool, I would prefer to be called Big Sister. Oh ho, do you like to be my big sis? Okay, enough teasing for today. After this, we decided to move on with evolution. I told everyone about it, so they understood I might not be present here for some time. However, my slime clones will remain around. They will be connected with my consciousness too, so they can talk with it as if it were a phone of sorts. Drake Papa, will you get big? Asked Flair. Big, asked Morin. Well, You've seen his dragon form other times, right? He's actually super big. He usually shrinks," said Benliden. "Oh," said Flare. "Can we see a big body?" asked Moran. "Fine." I shape-shifted back into my true form as a gigantic dragon emerged before them. I was going all out with my size too, getting up to 20 meters, barely fitting in this big hall. "Whoa. Ah, Big Papa." The two girls began to crawl over my body, and so did most of the kids present. "Sigh, I am weak to kids." "All right, want to go on a ride?" I asked. "Yay." I began moving around the large castle as I took them on a ride. Benliden also jumped there. I remember getting angry when they mounted me, but now I enjoy bringing them around. I guess it doesn't necessarily mean becoming a mount by itself, but more like, it feels as if I were protecting them. This big and scary form is my true form too, and I like it as well. It is who I am now, while the ice giant form I take as the form of my human mind, and the most fitting to show love to Benliden too. I guess I made a good balance between the two, like yin and yang, I suppose. This big form is what protects them. It is what I also use to protect myself, because my interior is rather soft, but only Benliden and the kids can truly reach it. Ugh, am I being too soft now? Don't worry, I'm still the ruthless dragon that will slaughter anyone that dares to get in my way, or tries anything funny. But embracing my internal self and my emotional side is also nice. And it has honestly brought me a lot of happiness. If I had not embraced it, and if I had not been gentle and empathetic, I would have never ended with such a big group of people on my side, so hardworking and nice with me. And even more, I would have not ended with Benliden, the love of my life, nor without our child that will one day come to us shortly. After giving them all a little trip, I decided to go evolve at long last. New novel is out. I flew down below and found a nice place to evolve. It was a small hill covered in snow, giving me a bit of nostalgia when I was a dragon hatchling, and I went on surviving in the wild. Now, I'm strong enough to be just fine anywhere around here, but new threats had emerged, and honestly, the future had become even more unpredictable. I have to quickly evolve and prepare for anything that might occur. I dug deep into the ground and covered myself into a cocoon of ice, covering the entire place with stealth, camouflage, and other similar runes to make me undetected. After that, I checked my evolution options. Let's see what I get today. Evolution options: Abyssal Calamity Death Freeze Dragon, Daydreaming Netherworld Ice Dragon, Spectral Dark Ice Dragon, Great Death Tundra Dragon, Dark Mirage Dragon. Wow, 5 options this time. I can only guess what they do through their names, but let's check them one by one. I'm intrigued about some. Abyssal Calamity Death Freeze Dragon, a dragon evolution that comes from a highly proficient dragon in the elements of death, ice, and who is slowly entering into the realm of dark arts, as it delves deeper into the forbidden power that lays within magic and sorcery. A being who wields destructive magic and that can freeze and bring death to anything it comes through. Its name originates from its ability to bring calamity whenever it talks, throwing into the endless dark abyss of death to anyone it faces. Wow, okay. That was quite intense to read. So if I become this, I can use dark arts? What's that? Can you tell me? System? Not enough info. Gay. Well, this sounds tentative, but I don't like the idea of killing anything around me. Sounds OP, but that gotta be a lonely life unless I turn everyone into undead, which is not really the plan either. Hopefully, it is figurative, as if I will get very strong or something. Daydreaming Netherworld Ice Dragon, an evolution that a dragon proficient in death, ice, and dream/illusion magic can evolve into. Daydreaming-type dragons are unique dragons born after the spreading of the dream attribute. They're a special and rare race of beings who live within dreams, feeding in dreams and souls from those trapped inside. Their power grows as they consume more souls and dreams from their victims, and they're capable of hopping between dreams more easily. This variant has all those abilities coupled with the power of the Netherworld, making it even easier to steal souls directly from dreams themselves, or to affect them strangely. It can also use ice to freeze things, or dreams. This one sounds just as terrifying as the previous one. I like it. I like a lot, in fact. Having a greater proficiency in hopping into dreams might one day give me an advantage or something against this annoying fox lady. And it can edit souls and stuff while dreaming. And it even said I can use ice to freeze dreams. What does that last one even mean? Like literally pausing them? For what? Well, let's check the other ones before making any rash decision. Spectral Dark Ice Dragon. An evolution that a dragon that is proficient in phantom, dark, and ice attributes can take. Spectral Dark Ice Dragons are rare stalkers of the cold nights of Nibelheim or the ever-dark underworld of Helheim. They are part specter and part dragon, being half undead. They acquire several benefits such as unlimited stamina, great regeneration, restlessness, status effect immunity, and more, and can also feed on ghosts and other undead beings to gain power and proficiency. The more monsters of these types are eaten, the stronger their powers develop. These vicious dragons stalk prey until they're tired or unsuspecting, and then leap into their back and crush them until they die. They're very efficient hunters. Wow. So most of the benefits of being an undead, I already got them thanks to a mortal body. Though that unlimited stamina sounds super nice, but I don't think it will go so easily like that. The thing about becoming an efficient hunter is meh. I already am one, and gaining power from eating undead doesn't sound bad, actually. But I don't want to eat undead. They taste like literal garbage. I mean, they're literally rotting. Great Death Tundra Dragon. Great Death Tundra Dragons are an evolution that only great dragons proficient in death and ice can take. Great Death Tundra Dragon is highly proficient in massive destruction using their two favorite elements. They storm entire clans and devour sects, ending entire civilizations of weak mortals that have lived for hundreds of years. They're known as the Great Destroyers, and every time one emerges, it means that the end is near. Greatly proficient in death and ice, this dragon specializes in these two attributes in completely new ways, and its size is very large. I see. This one seems quite crazy. I guess I could become one of those specializing in death, and ice to the point of becoming a great destroyer sounds promising. Dark Mirage Dragon. A mysterious evolution unlocked by dragons proficient in illusion, dream, and dark elements. Dark Mirage Dragons are sneaky and cunning dragons that live in places where they adapted their powers to create illusions to hunt prey. They can create all sorts of strange dark illusions filled with traps to catch prey, and are often mischievous little creatures. Enjoying the suffering of their prey, they like to experiment with their illusions and become highly proficient in them. Those that are capable of breaking through one might only end up in another one, as they can even create multi-layered illusion scenarios. Due to their rareness and powers, they are rarely spotted. And then there's an illusion master, pretty much quite a crazy playstyle. If this were a game, I would give it a try without thinking it twice to see how they work. But this is a more important decision than a game. Honestly, they're all good. What should I pick? Evolution options. Abyssal Calamity Death Freeze Dragon. Daydreaming Netherworld Ice Dragon. Spectral Dark Ice Dragon. Great Death Tundra Dragon. Dark Mirage Dragon. After looking at all the evolution options and their details, I couldn't help but wonder what I should really pick. It is a difficult question to make to such an undecisive dragon such as me. But I don't want to waste too much time. I gotta pick what I feel like the most. To be honest, they all had impressive and detailed information sheets, so I was left rather speechless as I saw them all. What should I pick now? I'm beginning to grow nervous. Fine, I will pick this one. I really want it anyway, and it will help me develop further into the direction I currently want. Ding! You've chosen the Daydreaming Netherworld Ice Dragon evolution option. Starting evolution. Flash! Suddenly, my entire body begins to change in front of me. I begin to change too, of course. My body begins to stretch itself a little, and I grow several meters more. My scales begin to grow bigger, but at the same time, smaller and more refined. This change was really something else. I was really evolving into something incredible. I couldn't help but see myself evolve, but a sudden headache hit me, and I fell unconscious. Ugh, I suppose that's when the brain begins to evolve. That night, all around the city of the Ice Moon sect, people dreamed about strange things. Places they had never met, worlds they had never visited, and these dreams seemed more realistic than anything they had ever experimented with. But within these dreams, they found an enormous dragon with mystical eyes that flashed with incredible power. It guided them into these dreams. Sometimes it would guide them into an awful nightmare, and other times they would go into a beautiful dream. Usually, those that had done terrible things to innocents in their lives dreamed the worst nightmares, while those that had suffered through their lives dreamed about happy things, bringing joy and hope to their weakened hearts and dying spirits. Those that had terrible nightmares, which rightfully deserved them, woke up terrified, and even worse, constipated as if they had been punished somehow. Some even felt like their mana was weaker than other days, and others felt as if someone had just bitten their soul or something, although that was simply impossible for these sect members who didn't know anything of souls. However, one of them had a particular dream. The sect master Lord Ice Moon dreamed about something rather peculiar. But what did he dream? He dreamed with this dragon, who looked over at him with its powerful and tyrannical aura and flashing eyes. He looked at this entity and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had tried to speak within the dream, but it was impossible. Who was this entity, and why was a dragon looking at him? He began to remember things he had read. The dream fox demon Venerable had spread her dream attribute, unique of her, across the world, until it became a part of the world. Large clouds of dreams emerged across the world. It was an era of dreams where people were accidentally pulled into dreams all the time. Sometimes they managed to complete the dream and gained a new power, and other times they died in their dreams to never wake up again. Of course, this ended when the next Venerable of the righteous path came along, cleansing most of the world from these dream clouds, but without being able to take away the dream attribute from the world. It had been awakened from the world, not introduced into it, so it was going to stay despite its dangerousness. Some sects, the biggest ones across the continents, created spells and techniques to counter this element, but many were left in the blue. He learned that through dreams, many unique monsters existed, which were of the dream attribute. Monsters usually were of an attribute: ice-horned rabbits, frost wolves, ice bears, and so on. And well, there were also dream monsters, such as dream-seeking serpents, daydreaming dragons, dreamer frogs, nightmare horrors, and so on. They were extremely rare yet valuable monsters. And now, one of them was in front of him, a daydreaming dragon. He saw them in the book. They resembled giant and monstrous serpents with gigantic wings and large legs. Their wings had flashy multicolored eyes that seemed to hypnotize people, while their horns were golden and flashed with brilliance. They were usually pink and purple, but this one was black and azure-colored, with several plates of armor-like ice and silver scales across its body. It had another pair of wings, being 4, and it even had another pair of legs too. It resembled a monster from the depths of hell too, as it emanated a deathly and phantasmal aura, glaring at him with its flashing phantom eyes. What? What do you want, beast? Don't dare come closer to me, even in dreams. I won't die easily, roared Lord Ice Moon. Lord Ice Moon was utterly delusional. Against such a beast, he stood no chance, even less because he had not prepared artifacts to use in dreams, and he had no dream attribute magic either to use. He was hopeless. However, the daydreaming dragon only told him one thing, and only one single thing. Clean your sect of trash, or I will do it myself. W what? Who are you? The dragon suddenly opened its jaws as they moved towards him. Stop. Wag. Chomp. Lord Ice Moon, the respected rank 4 master of this sect, woke up creaming in fear. It was just a dream. Just a dream. He sighed in relief, although he recalled rather well how he was just eaten by a giant dragon. It wasn't something he would like to dream about ever again, to be honest. What did it mean by cleaning my sect of trash? Did that dragon mean something? Wondered the sect master, intrigued about this strange dream. As I evolved, I dive into dreams. Some of them were pleasing and others not so much. At some point, I gained consciousness of myself and started to find those that were having unpleasant dreams. It seems that my very presence was making them unpleasant. Why was that? But others were having great dreams and seemed moderately happy over them. How strange and bizarre. What is the meaning behind these strange dreams? I inspected them and began to understand that all those having terrible nightmares were quite the scumbags. I looked around and found that those with great and pleasant dreams were people of good hearts, or at least they tried. Some were even victims of abuse, innocent souls. Some of them were slaves, most of them, in fact. Why am I seeing this? Is this part of becoming a daydreaming dragon? I was able to interfere within them a little bit, so I began to intensify the dreams. The scumbags had such horrible dreams that they began to weaken their souls, while those that had good dreams had their souls strengthened. Interesting. So dreams could be used in this way? At some point, I found a strange dream where the Lord Ice Moon was. Indeed, I recognized him from the aura he emanated. Even while sleeping, I was able to feel the rank 4 mana core flowing with power. An icy and cold power. I approached him, evading this cold environment, and began to intensify his dreams. He had nightmares. It seems he had a lot of sins. I targeted him on his nightmares and made them worse. And when he was weakened, I moved towards him and greeted him. What? What do you want, beast? Don't dare come closer to me, even in dreams. I won't die easily, roared Lord Ice Moon. He was acting brave, but for a rank 4 magus, he was trembling in fear. Nightmares can target anyone, and even more, the depth of their souls and emotions. In the right hands, it is a deadly weapon, especially against mortals who have to sleep. I would imagine that immortals are superhuman enough to hold into a sleeping or something more than mortals. But mortals usually feel exhausted enough to go to sleep every night. I decided to just tell him something very direct to see how he reacted. His reaction wasn't what I expected. He looked at me fearfully. Clean your sect of trash, or I will do it myself. W what? Who are you? As he cried who I was, I noticed that he was soon to wake up, so opened my jaws and ate him in his dreams. The result? He felt a bit of pain in his soul, because I managed to take a chunk out of it. Now he's a tad bit weakened. Thanks for the meal. I ate the nutritious rank 4 magus soul fragment, which was actually not that surprising from a common soul, and barely had any flavor, and then decided to return. However, instead of returning where I wanted, I was stopped by a large portal of pink color in front of me. As I hopped between dreams, this portal greeted me, and from within, a cute fox girl came out. Wait, no. I quickly began to run away from her, as she flew towards me at a speed I could barely keep up with. So you've become a daydreaming dragon? I never thought monsters could evolve into such great varieties. Oh, I guess it must be due to your uniqueness as a reincarnated person, right? Oi, where are you going? The fox girl followed me from behind at a fast speed. She was like a predator hunting for prey. She didn't stop until she got what she wanted. But how? How did she manage to get here? I don't get it. I was sure to have made a rune to protect myself against her. A system. Can you help me out? Through your evolution, the rune protecting you is broken. Can that happen to Benin? Unlikely, unlike you. She probably won't develop a dream attribute evolution. It is because you evolved into a daydreaming dragon and gained new dream attribute powers that the rune was absorbed into your body and soul as surplus. I see. Wait, she's still following me. Wait for a bit. Let's work together. I am sorry for threatening you and your girl. I want to be friends. Like hell. I will believe a demon venerable. You're probably crafting 1,000 schemes as we speak. I said, sheesh, I have such a bad reputation. You know that the righteous sects were the ones that named me that way, right? Anyone that defies fate for them is a bad person, and anyone that doesn't join them is bad too, she said. Like hell, I care. System, can I get out of here? Yes, activating spell conjuration. The system seemingly gained a new function. The AI can now conjure magic for me. Pretty convenient. She quickly created a spell with her knowledge and analysis, and using her speed and thought processing that was way better than mine, she created a large portal to escape from here. Weigh in it. Come on. Please. I just want to apologize, and you're making it so hard. The fox girl cried angrily as she suddenly turned into a dreadful and gigantic pink fox, roaring at me. How can I even trust that? I dive into the portal as it disappeared right away. Way in it, I suddenly landed in my own personal dreamscape where my soul can rest. Huh, this place is interesting. It appears to be that every dream attribute mage of advanced enough knowledge can create this and modify it to their liking, meaning that I can dream whatever I want. Wow, I could dream about going back home and finally met my family again. My sister, my parents, and my big brother. No, but they wouldn't be real. It would be like a simulation of sorts. Having saved me from getting attacked or something by that crazy fox, I decided that it was time to wake up. Angered fox girl could be seen raging as she felt frustration and utter regret within the dream realms that connected into many dreams. Damn it, I lost him. Ugh, I made such a bad impression that it seems I ended making him think I am his enemy and I want to skin him alive or something. What a pain, I just want to talk for now. In fact, I am planning on making him my ally with his girl, ugh. But of course, after I tried to suppress and capture his girl, he hates me now. After all the first good impressions. I even gave him a mana core, but it all went down the drain when I got a bit greedy. I'm a fox, you know. It is natural. Nonetheless, she thought she couldn't do much. She tried to use Dream Warp to get to him again, but it didn't work. Wag, did he get into his dreamscape? Sigh. Well, I think I do have the means to invade it, but it will damage his soul in the process of breaking through the dream walls. I better not do that, or he'll get even angrier at me when I reach him and try to speak reasonably. And if I just force him to cooperate, the whole point I am complaining about will be gone, and we'll be back to zero once more. She sighed. She flew around the dream realm that connected to many realms, checking the realms he had influenced. Daydreaming dragons are sure impressive. He did this all alone? Amazing. And he's just rank 3 still. I can't imagine what he could reach if he becomes an immortal magus. Though the fox girl, using dream warp and moving back to her inheritance's dreamscape, she flew over a large pillow-like purple dream cloud and rested over it. Her little and slim legs extended over the fluffy dream cloud as her small, yet cute curves rubbed over it. Her shiny and long pink hair seemed glossy and perfect, and her face was flawlessly beautiful. Despite how pretty I am, he doesn't even notice me either. Any man always fell for me the moment they saw me. Does my charm doesn't work on him, or is he below the effect of another thing? She wondered, pouting. She began to recall how she let him see her beginning dreams. Ugh, now I feel embarrassed. I showed him my past. Despite that, he still thinks I'm a bad girl. I am a super nice and cute fox girl. Who wouldn't want to be my friend? Sheesh. Does that girl is really all that amazing aside from having chaos? The fox girl raged like a baby for some time, while her dream cloud couldn't resist the pressure and broke apart into pieces of dreams. She fell over the hard black floor. Ouch! Ugh, I just want to revive my soul and body and then get out of this accursed world and maybe have someone at my side. I've been so lonely. Would you believe that I am still a virgin, little cloud? I actually died a virgin. Huh. The fox girl began to talk nonsense. She didn't know that Drake would never pick any other girl now. He was for only Benleden, and she made him whole. Although, she didn't mind this either, and just wanted to be friends. Although the remark of her virginity might have come out of nowhere, within her inner thoughts, there were certainly some lewd ones. She slowly took another cloud and rested over it, beginning to move her fingers below her beautiful Sakura-themed dress. Sheesh. Why do I gotta do this? I'm such a lewd old hag. She sighed as she began to do those sorts of this to pass the time. Being inside a dream for eternity is really boring. Meanwhile, Drake woke up as he was showered with system windows. You've evolved into a daydreaming netherworld ice dragon. All your stats have increased. You learned the dream-seeking physique, level 1, and daydreamer, level 1 skills. You acquired the dream seeker title. The levels of several skills have increased. I woke up and felt a surge of new power coming into my body. My entire body had grown several meters long. It seemed as if my body had become a giant serpent. Have I become a weird mix between an Eastern and a Western dragon? Aside from that, my scales became more slim, but even more hardened, all of them lined in a row. My legs and claws were still dexterous and long, making my appearance rather bizarre. Accompanied with my long neck, there was a large head, jaws as sharp as they could be, and, oh, I gained 2 other eyes. Aside from that, I still had the classic skull-shaped armor-like scale formation over my face. Alongside that, 4 wings are coming out of my back and another pair of legs to boot. Alongside these unprecedented changes, I check my status. Name: Drake Fafnir. Race: Daydreaming Netherworld Ice Dragon. Titles: Merciless Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher, Herald of Fafnir, Dream Walker, Beloved by Chaos, Dungeon Master, Dream Seeker. Mana Core Cultivation: Ice/Wind Mana Core. Rank 3, Upper Stage, Death/Null Mana Core. Rank 2, Upper Stage, Dream/Illusion Mana Core. Rank 1, Peak Stage. Soul Cultivation: Soul Core, Nourishment Realm, Upper Stage. Status: Satiate. Vitality: 47.000/47.000/87.000/87.000. Mana: 126.000/126.000/220.000/220.000. Strength: 37.000/57.000. Dexterity: 32.000/48.000. Magic: 96.000/145.000. Unique abilities: Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God Sealed. Magic: Storm Magic, Level 6. Death Magic, Level 7. Null Magic, Level 3. Dream Magic, Level 5. Illusion Magic, Level 3. Things that increased a lot. This is the power of increasing the cultivation stages twice, and then evolving on top of that, and in a very rare evolution too. I can't believe how high my mana is now. And well, the other 2 mana cores increased in their stages by 1 each too. With this done, I decided to fly back to Fuyu. Day 143. When I reached Fuyu, I found everyone eating a large lunch, without me. Well, it was obvious I was sleeping. Bin Laden was roasting a large ogre giant. Sometimes it was certainly a bit bizarre to see a humanoid monster getting roasted like a pig, but ogre giants are delicious, so I began drooling right away. I emerged at the large gate while greeting Fuyu and rushed inside. W8 Drake, you're way too big now. You're gonna freak out everyone. Bin Laden, I missed you. I roared a bit louder than I would have wanted. My entire dragon head got stuck in the gate. I got way too big. W what? Dragon. Everyone around Bin Laden freaked out and fell over their butts, but Bin Laden looked at me and immediately knew who I was. Drake, you change a lot. So cool. She rushed to my side and kissed my big dragon head on the snout. You evolved already? Yeah, it was a weird evolution, and I got more powers than I thought. I ended mixing into the dreams of the sect down below and tortured their malicious souls. I laughed. Oh, amazing. I even bit the soul of the sect master, I said pridefully. Wow. Did he got angry? She asked. I bet he did, but who cares? Maybe that scare will make him do his work properly. I said, yeah, Drake, you don't fit, said Bin Laden. Oh, I just wanted to get inside in my dragon form. This is actually the smallest I can get. I sighed. I guess I will take the ice giant form. I slowly shape-shift into a mass of white light, shaping myself as an ice giant. It seems that even in this form, the size increased to the point I cannot reduce its size. I am around 3.5 meters, taller than Bin Laden now. I petted her head cutely. You're looking as cute as ever, I said. My precious Benleden looked as pretty as always. Her beautiful and shiny yellow-gold eyes filled my heart with life. Thanks. Why you got taller even in that form? She asked. All right, I guess. Is it too bad? Maybe I can force myself into a smaller form if I spend mana and do some trickery using slime form into it. I said, and no, it is fine. Having a tall husband is good, said Benleden. Oh yeah, I asked as I gave her a kiss by moving down a bit. Foo-foo, I missed you in bed, she whispered to my ears. That's cheating. You can't just say that. That's an instant boner. Yeah, I see. Let's make sure to amend for that later today. All right, I asked. Oh, all right. I will be waiting for that hour. Now, let's go eat, said Benleden, quickly changing the topic and leaving me with my life on the line as I resisted a massive rising in the dragon resting within my lower areas. I was greeted by everyone. Many were relieved it was me and not a weird and wild dragon. You have to be more careful. My gates are not so big to take your giant dragon body anymore. It was very tight. You almost broke me, said Fuyu angrily. That sounded a bit weird. Okay, sorry. I will expand them later too. All right, fine. She sighed. While eating lunch with everyone, I began checking on my new skills. They were interesting. Dream-seeking physique, level 1. You have the physique of someone who seeks dreams, can see dreams, dive into dreams, and absorb dreams. Your ability to enter in dreams using your physical body is enhanced, and the power of all your stats while being inside a dream is enhanced by 10% with each level. Grants the ability to assimilate dreams. Oh, this one seems straightforward. I can now use my physical body to get into dreams. Wait, hold up, that's broken. Is this how daydreaming dragons get into dungeons, though? That's interesting. It means my soul has an extra layer of protection with my body, but it also means my body can be affected by the dream. However, as I have an immortal body, I am not that worried about that one thing. Daydreamer, level 1. You can dream even while being awake, giving you the ability to configure and edit your dreamscape to your liking through the use of mana. Daydreaming also enhances your power the more you're dreaming about certain things related to your current state. Grants the ability to expand your own dreamscape around as a domain through the expenditure of mana. Dreamscapes can also store physical items and living beings inside. However, if the living beings stay inside for too long, they will turn into dreams. Oh, I see. This enhances my way of dreaming at day. Well, it is obviously based on the name alone, but what else? Enhance my power if I dream about something related to my current state? That one seems odd. And I can also expand my dreamscape into a domain. The dreamscape can store physical items and living beings inside of it, but if they stay for too long, they turn into dreams. That's a bit terrifying. The dreamscape, however, does seem nice to momentarily put people inside to save them and not let them be involved in battle or something. I am sure a spell can be made for them to be able to resist the power that turns them into dreams if they stay for too long. Right, system? Analyzing. The reason behind a living being turning into dreams inside a dreamscape is due to the dream attribute particles within it, which absorb and consume a living being whose nature is not of dreams. This can be protected by covering that individual with a powerful dream protection ward, which will make it around 10 times slower for someone to be consumed and converted into dreams. Can you make that spell? Wow, you work hard now. Great sage. Ooh, I had finally gotten the damn mana core. I couldn't use it myself because I lack mana, or well, I can't use mana. But I got this dagger artifact. I bet it can do something interesting. If I can get it to work, I could defend myself in the worst case scenario. But I have to first see what the heck is this dagger. It looks rusty, but made of golden material. It does seem to emanate a very ancient presence, but it is so old it had grown incredibly weak. It has a few blue-colored jewels stuck to it. Every time I see it, I can see strange little sparks of light inside each jewel, as if there was a spiraling universe inside. Must be just some optic illusion. There are a lot of pretty jewels back on Earth. I bet in this magic world it is not impossible for a magic jewel to make such illusion. I wonder what kind of jewels are they? Just decoration? Perhaps water attribute, due to being blue? The dagger also has some slight lines made of bluish metal as well, giving a very beautiful, streamlined appearance. After I cleaned it from dust using a handkerchief, it is ready to be given the mana core. It even has a little socket where you can put it inside. So I threw it in, and then the dagger began to glow with a bright white light. Wow. Flash. Wag. Way too bright, I would say. The light was consuming my entire room. I got worried that it might end up calling the attention of people outside or something. However, the light dissipated quickly after, and some guards came rushing right after. Opening the door, they found me reading a book in the floor, very innocently. I had put the dagger right below my dress while sitting, and my dress is a big princess dress, so it fits. Princess. What was that light? Light? What are you talking about? The light we saw flash. You must be hallucinating. I didn't see anything. I've been reading this book this whole time. I said. The two guards looked at each other and decided to move away. Already getting inside of the room of the princess was a grave violation. Would they dare inspect my room, they would be reprimanded by my father by violating my privacy. Now, get out, I said, as the two nodded timidly and moved away. Phew, I almost didn't make it. And what the heck was that? This stupid dagger glowed so much. But nothing else happened. These are some nice panty designs indeed. Suddenly, the voice of something comes right from below my dress. I squirm in horror as I move away, feeling as if a bug was crawling beneath my lower female parts. There I saw the dagger moving around. It now had 6 tiny legs. What the fuck is going on? Well, hello there. You're the cute little princess that woke me up? He asked. It had the voice of a playful young guy. I don't know how to describe it better. But he indeed had the voice of talking dagger. It fit. I did. What are you? I thought you could be a nice weapon to help me in dire times. I said. I still couldn't get the shock out of my mind that the dagger was actually alive. I can help you out in that regard, I think. It shouldn't be too hard to protect such a pretty elven girl such as you, said the dagger, slowly crawling towards me. I don't know why, but I've been always terrified with bugs, so seeing it crawl with 6 legs made me almost puke. Get away from. Don't get closer. Who are you anyways? How can you talk? Explain something. I cried. Are you disgusted by me? I am an amazing living weapon. How can you? Fine, let me explain it. The dagger sat down with its 2 pair of legs while the front ones began to move around as if explaining me things. He was very expressive. I even noticed he had 2 tiny black eyes that had come out of nowhere within the tips of his handle. Do not fear, I am amazing. I am an old relic of your elven family. Not many can wake me up. Aside from having a mana core, you gotta have the bloodline of Oberon with you. And you do. So for now on, we'll be partners in crime, said the dagger. Oberon, you're a relic. Who made you? What is your purpose? Purpose? Not much. Just be a talking weapon, aid my masters in what they need, talk about the wisdom of my creator, and so on. He said, Who's your creator? Are you kidding me? You can't guess? The latest elf venerable? No. One of your ancestors? No. Seriously? He asked angrily. Fine. I will tell you her name, or well, her title, Moon Princess of Starlight, Immortal Venerable. She was known as the Knowledgeable and led Alfheim to prosperity and to a perpetual peace with the other realms. She's direct descendant of Oberon, said the dagger. As she. So you're a divine weapon of such amazing power. I asked. It could be said so, but I am weakened. You see, when no one is contracted with me, I go into a dormant state, and the world itself naturally drains all my energy, so I end up with a lot of potential but little power to actually use it, he cried. I see. Why did she created you? I asked. As a family treasure. She left me behind to protect the one I deem as chosen one, said the dagger. And you chose me in a whim? I asked. Well, I couldn't reject being your weapon when you let me see those sweet, sweet pink panties and those plump little legs. You're way too precious. I must become your weapon, he said. Ugh, I can't believe you're a disgusting Lullicon dagger. I sighed. What kind of weapon is this? So, the dagger resulted to be this horrendous plot twist where it was actually a talking weapon who is also in a lowless, and turns out I am one. So he's gladly my weapon only because of that? I put him down there to hide him, not to bribe him. Ugh, I can't get out of my body this disgusting feeling. He might be shaped like a nice dagger, but that voice and his way of speaking about a little girl's lower body seems rather horrendously wrong. But I cannot do anything over it. And he's a dagger. He can't do much to me other than stab me. You won't stab me, right? I asked. Why would I even do that? Damaging such a flawlessly beautiful skin like yours would be a crime, he said. Ugh, you're really into lowless. What are lowless? He asked. Nothing. It is better for you to not learn it. Anyways, my creator has always wanted me to be wielded, but I was actually never wielded since I was created, so I have been living inside that library for millions of years. Ha ha ha. I haven't moved everywhere for a long time, and never anyone came to pick me up. Maybe she threw you away because you were a defective degenerate. What? Nothing. Anyways, now that I finally got such a pretty wielder, we must close our contract. Tell me your name. Elven Princess, he said. Ugh, I feel like I should make one now. He's really going to get me into more trouble. Can I cancel my subscription? I asked. Excellent, what? I don't want to make a contract with a disgusting and perverted weapon, I said, crossing my arms. But, little elf princess. He began to slowly crawl into my little leg. It was so disgusting I began to move him away. Gee, get off me, you metallic bug. Well, I don't know why, but it feels nice to be insulted by such a cute little girl, he said. Sheesh. Fine. I'm Alma. Now get off my leg. I sighed. All right. He jumped out of my leg quickly and then began to move around. Suddenly, a thread made of magic came out of him and connected to my chest. Flash. And done. Good as new, he said, nodding. So that was the contract? I asked. Yes, that was it. See? Nothing too crazy, said the dagger. He really didn't do anything weird like trying to rape me with his handle or something? Phew. Suddenly, he fell over the ground motionlessly. What's wrong now? Ugh, my battery is over. A little mana stone won't even last an hour. He sighed. What? I don't have any way to get you another. It took me pretty long to give you a single one already. Geez. Why are you being held captive here, little Alma? He asked. Because I have a weird condition, and they seal my mana. So that is it? At your age, children usually already begin developing mana. Yeah, I've been trying to take out the seal, but I really can't. Maybe I can help you get it out, but you gotta feed me more. That mana core was nothing, he said. And what can I even give to you? I asked. Well, you gave me mana cores, but you got a nice buffet of magical items worth way more than those jewels, he said, as he slowly crawled into my closet, where I hid the artifacts I gathered from the secret room in the library. Artifacts? You can eat them? I asked. Girl, you don't even know what I'm actually capable of. I am a rank 9 artifact made by a venerable. I might be incredibly weakened, but my abilities are amazing, he said. He was prideful of his existence. I honestly don't like how cocky you are. And those artifacts are important. I can't just feed them to you. I protested. What's more important, this pile of old trash or your safety? He asked. Okay, he got all serious out of sudden. Of course, my safety is more important. Fine. I grabbed him by the handle as I opened the door. Ooh, your little fingers are so soft, and those beautiful and clean pink nails. Oh my, you're a beautiful treasure, Alma, he said, just because I grabbed him. Ugh. I moved away from the pile of clothes and then took out a wooden box. There were all sorts of artifacts whose uses were shitty or that I couldn't activate. There were blades, axes, and even a shield too. None of them worked either, and these didn't have a socket for mana cores like them. But there were also weird things I didn't know what the heck they were for. A giant made of gold, a strange watch-like thing, and even a thing resembling a witch hat but made of metal. Ugh, this is what I call a feast. He juked into the items, and I saw how he did it. He used his blade and slashed the artifacts, which suddenly made them turn into light particles. Wow, can you do that with every enemy we encounter from now on? I asked. It won't work. This is only a method for eating innoit things. Living beings will require us to work together to defeat it, he said. Slash, 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 slash. He began to slash through everything with a lot of gluttony on his appearance and behavior. The artifacts turned into particles of light and disappeared one by one, forging his power and enhancing it further and further. Oh, nom nom nom. Oh, this is such a good buffet. How can you slice these old and indestructible things, but not living beings? I asked. Well, I can, but not with as much ease. As long as it is not alive, I can absorb things by slashing at them, like absorbing materials or food. I can also do the same with mana cores and possibly get an ability or two from them, if they come from strong monsters. I have already gotten a few. So, if I slash you into the clothes of a man, can you eat the clothes? I asked. No, it doesn't work like that either. It has to be items not held by anyone or owned by anyone. He said, so many restrictions. Are you sure you're an actual rank 9 intelligent weapon? I'm beginning to believe you're just an idiot. I sighed. Who are you calling idiot? Burp. This was a good meal, Alma. I feel filled with power. Enough power to show you what I am capable of. The dagger began to float in midair using one of his new abilities. Look, I can fly. By using one of those artifacts' abilities named Cloud Step, I can step in the wind and fly. Amazing, right? He asked. Well, you're indeed quite amazing. That is something really cool, I admitted. See? But boring. Show me all your abilities in detail one by one. Let's see what you're capable of after eating these millenary artifacts that cost a fortune. I said, I'll show you, little Alma. Wow, it was so easy to let him reveal his powers. I guess it is not so complex. He began to showcase to me some of his abilities one by one. They were interesting. He was able to assimilate 1 or 2 abilities from anything he devoured. These artifacts were rich in power, so what he got was great. He was able to fly with the Cloud Step ability he got from a pair of golden boots. He got the power to impulse himself like a rocket with the piercing meteor ability he got from an emerald spear. He was able to hop in between the sky through the high jump ability from the blessed sandals. See and sense through walls using the hypersense ability from that eye-shaped artifact. Conjure complicated magic using the mana mastery ability within the metallic witch hat. He got the camouflage and stealth abilities from the black robes. And more support-related things. Nothing too game-breaking, but when everything paired up together, it became an amazing combination that implemented to his utility by tenfold. I had asked him which type of magic he could use. I cannot use true magic that only mana core users do, but I do have certain attacks that resemble spells. You see, my true element is space and void attributes. The void attribute was one of the attributes that the Moon Princess of Starlight, Immortal Venerable, had discovered. She made me using divine materials of such an element. Hence my greatness. He said, Ooh, what can you do now? As of now, nothing. I lack the MP. I ate all those artifacts so I could gain energy, so don't complain if you end up forcing me to do too many things and end up. What? You're so useless. In the end, I ended with a dagger that could do many things, but no way to use him completely because he would run out of energy. If I could feed him mana, it would be amazing, as I have infinite quantities of it, but that also would be impossible anyway because it will turn into miasma and infect him with it, which is obviously bad. So I can only use him in emergencies. And he doesn't stop bothering me that I must feed him every day. Ugh. Throughout the week, I did nothing much that speak with him and read books. He knew a surprising amount of things, so I satiated my curiosity about this world with him. He was a living library of knowledge I could have never been able to get into. After all, as the first living weapon and the one made by a venerable, he had seen many things through his life, though most of it has been sleeping too. The books I read are all about magic, magic theory, spirit theory, and I've begun to read about the history of this country, the forest, the elves, and the long past. I discovered more about the venerables, all of them, and discovered how is each one capable of building and shaping this world into a new and completely different era every time. The most terrifying one was the Blood Era, where the vampire venerable, a reincarnated person like me, used his new race and a tribute gotten from his unique skill, Vampire Progenitor, to turn the entire world upside down. Vampires spread across all the continents, and chaos unfolded. Most mortals were dying. All kingdoms and sects were disappearing so much. 90% of the entire world was coated in a red mist. Vampiric beings and vampire families replacing sects and even nations. But things changed at long last when he died. But even then, it kept like this for generations until the venerable of Ice, the Ice Queen, an ice giant from Jotunheim, became rank 10. She cleansed the world from vampires, purging the entire world out of vampires and barely letting some remain who crawled underground, hopefully to never see them return. I also read about other things, such as a book I found about seals and how to break them as if it were destiny or luck. Clearly, main character was playing an important role here. Rose came thrice every day to bring me my meals and held me a bath in the morning and at night before bed. She always brought me new clothes and was often quite lovely with me. Rose is the only mother I got here. My own mother is now barely here. I fear that Greenwood had made my parents do something strange. I don't know what's up with all of this, but this bastard is really doing something to my parents. After a month since I found him, I ended revealing Dagger the truth about me, that I was reincarnated, I had unique skills, and about Greenwood. He accepted it pretty easily. "Oh, beautiful little Alma. This must be why you're so talented," he said. I guess he took it pretty easily. I wonder if he can help me out on helping my parents. Can he? Been 4 months since I revealed things to Dagger. A lot of things had gone by, and my little elven girl body had developed a bit more. I have reached 7 years of age now, so I was way taller than before. Of course, my parents had finally come back after a long trip. They came to visit me every day, while my brother was nowhere to be seen, studying somewhere else. Due to my parents being back, things went back to normal until my mother was to give birth, I believe. For this little time, I was able to do some freer things now, and I used this opportunity to finally request my parents to let me go into the city down below. I've been confined in this gigantic palace for 7 years. Are they not thinking right in their minds? But dear, your mana is sealed, and you're so little and delicate, and you're the princess. If you go to the city, something might happen to you. Us elves is a very respectful and good society, but there are always certain individuals that try to take advantage of everything. Sighed Mother. Seriously? I just want to go, and I won't try to escape. I lack the power to escape, and if I were to escape, I would be leaving my young sibling behind in my mother's womb, and I don't want to, and I will also leave my parents to whatever that sicko of Greenwood could do to them, and I don't want that either. I gave her the cutest puppy face I could muster, but she seemed unfazed. Please, Mother, I want to explore the outside world. Being enclosed here for all eternity is so boring. Can I at least go to an academy or something? I asked. Due to your conditions, Alma, it is not possible to put you inside an academy. Your unique skills are too dangerous, and we cannot risk your life by letting you go out, said Father. But you two can come with me. Let's have a trip outside together. Like a family, I said. The two looked at each other. They seemed to not like the idea. Ugh, why my parents must be so weird compared to other normal parents. Is it because they're very old? It is like talking with bored grandpas. Seriously? Sigh. When is Greenwood coming to pick me up then? I am all in the blue here. I wish you could be more open with me and spoke to me about these things. I didn't meet you for 3 months, and now you have barely come to see me. Am I that much of a failure? I asked. The eyes of my parents became wide open after my words, as my mother hugged me alongside my father. Alma, you're not a failure. Despite what you think, Mama loves you a lot, sighed my mother. I didn't know we were lacking so much, sighed my father. We had been concentrated too much on trying to save you that we had not realized we barely spend time with you, said Mother. There are things we needed to assess and other things we had to do first so Greenwood could help you. But we had finished that business, said Father. Oh, really? But I don't want to go with Greenwood. He's scary, and there's something telling me he's not good. He's not a good person. You shouldn't trust him. I feel something within my abilities. He has something so repulsive about him. I muttered. What? Yeah, haven't you feel anything? And you were acting so strangely when he was here. My abilities were telling me that he was no good. Perhaps the main character one is doing something? It can even give hints about my fate. I said, I had to give it a shot. I had to convince my parents. My parents looked at one another and suddenly felt strange. My mother felt a sudden headache as she touched her head. I am Mom. No, Father. My parents suddenly felt as if there was something annoying them, as if they were having a headache. What is going on? No, we are fine. It's nothing, said my mother. Alma don't talk such things about Greenwood. He's a man we can trust, said Father. But, no buts, they said at the same time, looking at me angered, as if I was just being a spoil brat. But I am saying the truth. Greenwood is way too suspicious. Oof, they're really bad. Suddenly, Dagger speaks to me through telepathy. What's wrong with them? I asked him through my thoughts. I can feel something odd on them. They're rank 6 magus, but they're below some kind of spell. A spell that makes it very faint, but it is enough to make them very trustful of that man, as if he were their childhood friend or something. This is bad, Alma-chan. Shit, I knew it. Fucking hell. That damn fucking elf asshole. He did something to my parents. I bet he's asking them to do nasty stuff for him with their strength, or to give him resources while blackmailing them about my safety and that of my sister coming in the future. It is a strong spell that creates very slight changes that accumulate over time. It is quite flawless. Only a very good illusion or emotion magic attribute user could do such a spell. Can you do something for them? Like slashing them and break the spell? No, I cannot do such a thing. My abilities are limited too. If I had something like an anti-magic artifact to devour, then maybe I could get somewhere. But like this, we can't do anything. They're strong too, so whatever made them this way was at least stronger than them, if not even more. My parents walked outside of the room after some time. I thought Mother would bring me outside, but in the end, they were angry because I insulted Greenwood. Seriously? I'm gonna fucking kill that elf. Since that day that Dagger was able to reveal to me what did my parents had, that I haven't stopped looking through the library's secret room for an anti-magic artifact. But no matter how many Dagger absorbed, there wasn't anything like it. Well, he got more energy out of it and gained more useful abilities, but they were nothing game-breaking, but were convenient and made him into a competent fighter. There was an ability named Spatial Storage he got after absorbing a spatial pouch. So now he became spatial storage for my things. Aside from that, we emptied this secret room which I had accessed by moving a certain book in the bookshelf. It was all filled with dust, so one had entered in that place for eons. I just hope I don't get found out, huh? I had begun to snatch books and steal them this time, preparing myself for an eventual escape from Greenwood whenever I and my sister get captured. This wasn't my idea, but Dagger told me that he could aid me at that moment, but for that, we would need to first prepare. Abusing his spatial storage, I began to steal all matter items I could find around. As the princess, I had access to almost the entire palace, but there were magic barriers around that prohibited me from walking out. So I could wander all I wanted, but not get out. The barrier would stop me, and only me too. What a pain. Well, I still did what I could. The storage had a near-endless capacity. It was a legendary artifact, after all. I gathered books, gadgets, weapons, pieces of armor I found around, food, clothes, pencils, and, yes, magic cores. Now that I could do whatever I wanted, I was able to collect mana cores however I wanted. Or, well, they couldn't give them to me explicitly, but being able to freely move let me go around. There were usually a lot of mana cores in certain areas where large artifacts that fueled the palace with light were. I moved underground until I found a large wooden box. It had over 100 mana core, but if I take them all, it would be pretty suspicious, so I only took around 20. They were all rank 1 or 2 and would serve as fuel for Dagger whenever he ran out of it from the artifacts he had absorbed. They seemed to be refilled every weekend, so I came every weekend to pick 20 of them, and sometimes I got greedier and took some more. It seems that it wasn't that noticed. I had taken so many things I had begun to forget how many things we had, but everything was worth it anyways. I had decided that it was pointless to convince my parents. They were below some kind of spell. The only thing I could do is actually wait for my little sister to be born, grow. We go to Greenwood, we escape, survive, and find a way to destroy the spells on our parents to finally come back here, to confront them. Hopefully it can go as I want. But you never know what might happen around the corner. Everything is quite dangerous in this world. So I have to prepare even more things. And how will I hide Dagger? Well, he has collected some abilities to help him with stealth, such as camouflage, mana presence negation, and hiding veil. I wish I could equip him and use him, but I actually can't without my mana being poured on him. Well, or maybe I could if he likes to eat my asthma. Meanwhile, while waiting, Rose came with some new teachers that began to teach me basic etiquette, how to dance, and even how to talk like a lady. It was very annoying, but I guess they did this so I could grow into a decent young lady as I was reaching maturity in a few years. I had already fully accepted my identity as a girl, so I guess there's nothing I can do other than do as they say and be a fine lady. But even then, it is very annoying. My past life as a gross and fat male otaku is not letting me go accordingly to these teachers, so they have a hard time trying to teach me properly. Nonetheless, after many weeks, they had been able to ground these ideas and thoughts into my mind, and even my way of talking was becoming more eloquent and refined, and even how I express myself, from my words to my expressions, alongside the various customs that young and pretty ladies do, was taught to me. Sigh, what an annoying thing. I don't know if I will ever manage to get back to how I used to be honest. Well, that might be for the best. I had begun to be happy with my body at this point. Not like I can change it anymore. My parents had begun to imply something about an arranged marriage with a talented genius from a neighbor elven kingdom. And I honestly don't want to. I don't even know if I will begin liking men at some point, but I would prefer to just like girls. Of course, in life, nothing goes your way. My mother's baby is going to be born soon, perhaps in a month and a half more, and today I get to meet a kid. Yes, this kid is my future husband. What a bliss. I hate royalty, and they arranged marriages. I slowly walked through the corridor with Rose at my side. She had made me extra pretty today. I looked like a living doll, with a beautiful pink dress, my hair made into classic drill-like pigtails, and a bit of makeup here and there over my already young face to look even fresher. When I entered the room, a young elf boy greeted me, of about my age. His hair was blonde and reached his shoulders. He had sharp emerald eyes and a slim physique, wearing a white and green-colored prince uniform. Yeah, it is a pleasure to meet you. Why, you are as beautiful as I was told, he said timidly, averting his gaze from mine. Ugh. Lord Ice Moon was a bit agitated. The dream he had a few days ago was still tormenting him. Even though he hasn't had a dream like this ever since then, this particular dream was still something holding him back. The dream dragon said something about getting rid of the trash of my sect, or that he would do it himself. What does this even mean? Wondered Lord Ice Moon, looking concerned about the future. Did he realize that perhaps the dragon referenced the actual trash of his sect? Those corrupt elders that held slaves and abused those in lower positions? But how did this dragon just lean that? And why? Why would it even care then? He considered many things as he read the papers given to him. Apparently, Drake, the sect master of this small nomad sect, named Winter Dragon, had been completing the dungeon every single day since he bought its license for a week. And he had also been giving a large pile of dropped items as the 50%, but usually refuses to give any monster corpse, although the equipment of the rank 3 dungeon is great and possess elemental power. Monster corpses are more valuable, as their bodies can be used as materials to create alchemy items to enhance cultivation, especially the mana core of a rank 3 monster, which costs a lot. But he had not breached the contract, meaning that he's really giving 50% of what he gets. Although the elder had his doubts, he considered that it should be impossible for anyone to break a contract unless they were of a rank higher than him. And that wasn't the case, as Drake was rank 3. Even at rank 4, he wouldn't be able to break it. However, he also received reports of this sect master being rather arrogant against other elders. Although the Lord Ice Moon knew these other elders were just trying to extort him or blackmail him in some way or form, he always ignored them or outright intimidated them into leaving him alone. Also, he got reports of the girl that is always with him, which had reached rank 3 too, and it was reported she seems to be just as strong as him in terms of mana density. Well, I can overlook this. I don't care about those idiotic elders that try to bully others. And he's actually abiding by all the rules. He even sleeps outside the sect, so I cannot really tell him much. I might be rank 4, but that doesn't mean I have a right to go around annoying every person and forcing them to do what I want. With the contract, I believe it is more than enough. Though, some elders are suggesting something I had not considered. Lord Icemoon looked at other papers, which were a suggestion. On it, an idea he had not considered emerged, which could strengthen the bonds between the Winter Dragon sect and the Icemoon sect. Although Lord Icemoon only saw it as a perfect opportunity for the elders to try to bully Drake even more. However, he found on it some interesting things, and with this he could also get a hold of what kind of talents does the Winter Dragon sect possesses and prepare some things against them if they ever dare to rebel. After all, as a sect master, he has to be several steps ahead of others, even potential enemies that seem completely friendly. Not many sect masters would even allow another sect to use their resource points as he is doing. And this is mostly due to the greedy and profit-obsessed nature of the elders that allowed this. They wanted to make Drake's sect something of a group of miners for their dungeons, so they do all the work, and they get half the profits without doing anything else. Certainly, the sect master also found the charm behind such a thing, and this is why he didn't disapprove of the contract being made without his permission. But because the elders noticed that Drake wasn't being serviceable to them, nor acting as a servant as they desired, they want to bully him and ridicule his entire sect in this tournament between both sects. I bet they have their most talented disciples ready too. It was reported some days ago that he had a lot of different race sect members, many of such races used as slaves in here. This probably also made the dispute and hate against him larger. I cannot help but feel intrigued about his full capabilities or that of his sect members. I was even told he has a fire attribute magician, something extremely rare. I might as well allow it. What's the worst that could happen? Thought the Lord Icemoon, stamping the paper and approving it. He called an assistant as she moved the documents away for their later distribution. The elders that proposed this tournament were quickly contacted. All of them smiled rather maliciously. However, as he was done with these papers, Lord Icemoon still felt bothered by the dream. Should I really eliminate the sect elders that are... No, this is crazy. I will not obey a stupid dream over such things. Let's forget about it. If that dragon really comes here to slay them for me, then so be it. He'll save me the trouble. Thought Lord Icemoon. Something is bothering you? Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated behind Lord Icemoon's back. It was very familiar, but for all the wrong reasons. He looked behind him, and what he found was, "Hello, long time no see. I see that you were busy. I hope I didn't come at a wrong time." A detestable elf. Lord Greenwood, what do you desire in my humble sect? The elf smiled a bit. I have come to see how things were. I see that there's a new sect going around here. Indeed, nothing to bother yourself for. Everything is in control. I see. Well, I came here to tell you that I am severing my ties with you. Don't ever contact me again. Have troubles tormented you, Lord Greenwood? TC, nothing that you should concern yourself about. Flash, and the elf was gone. Cheeky knifars. Author's note. Thank you so much for reading this far, guys. It has really been 4 months since I started this book, and I can barely believe it has been almost half a year. It feels like I started writing it just yesterday. I'm so grateful for all of your support and to all those that by privilege as well. Drake had gone through a lot already. He has also gone through almost half a year of hardships and adventures together. Perhaps at the beginning he was lonely, but as he grew up and developed some more, he found nice people to be at his side and has properly made a big family to rely on and a lovely wife to support him too. I will make sure to work extra hard for every single one of you. You're my inspiration and what drives me to write this story. So never stop supporting me. Pretty please. Thank you once more. And see you tomorrow for 3 more chapters.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.